Welcome back to Paranormal M, my friends. Man, I seriously love doing this. I get to sit here, share paranormal stories from all over the place, and help you unwind after a long, exhausting day. Thank you so much for sending in your experiences. Keep them coming. And don't forget to hit subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss any new videos on the channel. Now, grab your headphones, get comfy, and let's dive into today's paranormal stories. Okay, so this all started when I moved into my ex's house. I'll call him Ethan, and his cousin, I'll call him Marcus. From the very first night, I just felt wrong in that house. Like the air was heavier than it should be. I never felt alone, even when I knew I was the only person there. It was like walking around with someone standing just behind you, all the time, just out of sight. At first, I tried to shrug it off. New place, old house, weird noises, whatever. But then things started happening that I just cannot explain. One night, Ethan and I were on the couch watching this documentary on a haunted house in Indiana. We turned off all the lights, just the TV glowing in the living room. The kitchen was around the corner, and I knew for a fact the kitchen light switch was off. We got to the part of the documentary where they started talking about possessions and really dark stuff, and, out of nowhere, the kitchen light started flickering. I saw it in my peripheral vision first, this quick, stuttering light. I turned my head to look, and the flickering stopped dead. So I turned back to the TV, and it started again. This happened over and over. Every time I went to actually look at the kitchen, nothing. No flicker, no sound, just darkness. But as soon as I looked away, the light would start going like crazy again. I grabbed my phone and tried to record it. And I'm not kidding, each time I hit record, the flickering would stop instantly. Like whatever was doing it knew I was trying to catch it. As soon as I stopped recording, it would start right back up. At that point, I wasn't just spooked. I felt like something else was in the room with us. It wasn't just creepy, it felt mean. Like it was watching us, and it didn't like being noticed. And then it escalated. On the bookshelf across from the couch, I had a small figurine, a little ceramic one I really liked. This thing didn't just fall. It didn't tip. It flew. I watched it leave the shelf and sail across the room, like somebody had whipped it, and it landed on the floor about 6 or 7 feet away, closer to where we were sitting. I just froze. My whole body went cold. It wasn't like, oh, maybe the shelf shook, or maybe it slid off. There was no reason, no movement, nothing to explain it. It literally flew across the room. I remember saying, "Nope, nope," and I just got up and walked straight outside. I stood on the porch for a long time, trying to calm down. My hands were shaking. I honestly didn't want to go back in. That night, I barely slept at all. Every tiny sound felt like something was moving in the dark. My cat Luna made it worse. She's normally pretty chill, but in that house she was different. And yeah, I know cats chase bugs and shadows and dust. But this was more than that. She would suddenly bolt down the hallway like she was chasing something, then stop in an empty corner and just stare, eyes locked on a spot where there was nothing. No bug, no light reflection, nothing. Sometimes she would puff up, tail huge, and hiss at a random patch of air. And the thing that gets me is, she doesn't do that where I live now. Same cat, same toys, same general routines. She only acted like that in that house. It felt like she was seeing something I couldn't. After that kitchen light incident, Ethan finally decided to tell me the full history of the house. And that's when things started to make more sense, in a really disturbing way. Ethan told me there were nights he'd wake up around 3 in the morning to go to the bathroom. He'd step into the hallway and look up, and Marcus would be standing in his doorway, just staring, eyes wide open. Except Marcus was asleep. Ethan said his cousin's eyes looked glassy, unfocused, like he wasn't really there, just standing in the doorway, facing him. So Ethan would walk over, shake him awake, and Marcus would jolt and act totally confused, like he had no idea how he got there. Marcus started drawing around that time. He covered his walls in these creepy sketches, charcoal smears, ink, pencil. Almost every drawing had the same thing in it, a dark, shadowy figure. Sometimes it was standing in the background. Sometimes it was taller than the trees. Sometimes it was right behind a person in the picture, just a silhouette with no face. That's when Ethan told me this story Marcus had shared. Apparently, a couple of years before all this, Marcus had gotten lost while hiking in the mountains. He wandered off the trail and couldn't find his way back. His phone was nearly dead, and he was out there for hours as it got dark. He said that while he was panicking, he heard a voice, clear as day, right behind him. But when he turned around, no one was there. This voice, whatever it was, told him it could guide him out, but there was a price. Marcus said he felt like he wasn't just hearing it in his ears, but in his head. It told him that if he accepted its help, he'd owe it a favor later, and that he didn't get to choose what that favor would be. He was scared enough to say yes. Not long after that, he found a path that led him back to the main trail and, eventually, out of the forest. He told himself it was just luck, that he was imagining the voice. But when he moved into Ethan's house afterward, that's when everything got weird. Ethan said the whole house started to feel heavy, angry. He'd invite friends over, trying to pretend things were okay. One time, a friend came by with her little girl. They were all sitting in the living room, chatting. The little girl suddenly stopped mid-sentence, stared up at the stairway that led to the bedrooms, and tugged on her mom's sleeve. She said, "Mommy, who's that man on the stairs?" Now, there was nobody on the stairs. No one else was in the house but the four of them. The little girl wasn't scared, just matter of fact. Her mom asked, "What man, sweetie?" And the girl pointed toward the top of the stairs and said, "Right there, the man who's watching us." Ethan hadn't told them anything about Marcus's experiences, or the weird feelings in the house, or the drawings. There was no reason for that kid to say what she said. Eventually, it got so bad that Ethan had a priest come out and bless the house. The priest walked through every room, praying, sprinkling holy water, making crosses on the windows. Ethan said afterward, you could see the crosses clearly because the windows were dusty. The clean cross shape was sharp, like someone had drawn it with a finger through the dust. For a little while, it felt calmer. But then one day, he noticed the crosses were gone. Not smudged, not wiped, just gone. The dust was still there, but the clean cross shapes had disappeared like they'd never existed. By the time I moved in, Marcus was long gone. But I swear to you, whatever had been hanging around him did not leave with him. There were times when Ethan would get really angry, like flipping a switch angry over something small. And his eyes. This is the part that still makes me feel sick when I talk about it. His face would change too. It wasn't just, he's mad. It was like looking at someone else entirely. The way he moved, the way he talked. There was this sharpness, this coldness that didn't feel like him. I know he has mental health struggles, and I've thought about that a lot, trying to rationalize it. But what I saw sometimes, I can't explain it away. It didn't feel like just anger or a mood swing. It felt wrong, like something inside him stepped forward. While I was living there, my sleep was horrible. I had nightmares almost every night. The kind where you wake up drenched in sweat, heart pounding, like you've been running for your life. Sometimes I would wake up convinced someone was standing at the end of the bed. I wouldn't even want to open my eyes all the way, because I was so sure I'd actually see something. I'd just lie there, clenching my jaw, trying to tell myself it was just a dream. And then, I moved out, and the nightmares stopped. Not instantly, but within a week or two of leaving that house, they were just gone. No more waking up shaking. No more feeling watched in my own room. Luna went back to being her normal, playful, slightly weird self, but not that frantic, panicked version I saw in that house. I've tried so hard to be logical about all of this. I've gone over it again and again in my head. Maybe I was stressed. Maybe I was primed by the haunted house video. Maybe the lights were faulty. Maybe the figurine somehow bounced weirdly. Maybe Ethan's eyes just looked different when his pupils dilated. Maybe my brain was just connecting dots that weren't actually there. But here's the thing. I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And every time I talk about it, even now, I get chills all over again. I don't know what was in that house. I just know I'm really, really glad I don't live there anymore. So, let me tell you about my older sister Emily's room. When we were kids, there were always weird things happening in there. Not in the rest of the house, not in my room across the hall, just hers. It kind of became this unspoken thing in our family, like, yeah, that room's strange. Anyway, past the mashed potatoes. The first time I really remember it being scary, Emily was maybe 15 and I was 12. One night she's lying in bed, just about to fall asleep, when she hears her doorknob jiggle. Not just a little tap, like someone's trying to quietly open it. Now, naturally, she assumes it's me, her annoying little brother, messing with her. So she climbs out of bed, marches over, and yanks the door open, ready to yell at me. Nobody's there. My room, directly across the hall, is closed. Lights off. Totally quiet. She stands there for a second, kind of confused, then decides, okay, weird, shuts her door, locks it, and gets back into bed. A few moments later, the handle starts shaking again. But this time, it's violent, like someone is really trying to force it open. She completely loses it and starts screaming my name, then my parents. All three of us come stumbling out of our rooms, hearts pounding, into the hallway. And the hallway is just still, quiet, no one. No footsteps, no door closing, nothing. Emily's pale, on the verge of tears, babbling about the handle and the shaking and thinking it was me. My parents kind of exchange that, do we feed into this or not, look, and end up saying something like, you probably had a nightmare, just go back to sleep, everything's fine. But from that night on, none of us really thought of her room as just a room anymore. Fast forward a couple of years. Our parents go out of town for a weekend, and obviously we do what unsupervised teenagers do. We have a small party. Nothing crazy, just some friends, music, junk food, the usual. One of Emily's friends is there, this guy named Marcus. Tough guy. Plays football, never seems rattled by anything, very nothing scares me energy. At one point, Emily asks him, hey, can you run upstairs and grab my hoodie from my room? He grumbles but heads up the stairs. A few minutes go by. We're still talking, laughing, whatever, and then he comes back down. And I swear to you, I have never seen someone look that shaken in my life. This is a guy who once broke his nose in a game and didn't even cry. But when he walks back into the living room, he is white as a sheet, breathing fast, eyes huge. We're like, dude, what happened? You okay? He just shakes his head, drops the hoodie on the chair, and says, I'm never going upstairs in your house again. We press him about it for days, me, my sister, our friends. He never tells us what happened. Not once. He sticks to that line. I'm not going back up there. And we all know he means Emily's room. Now jump ahead another year or two. Emily's off at college by this point. She's been gone for, I don't know, a little over 2 months. My dad, being his super practical self, decides to shut down her room to save on heating and cooling. And when my dad says shut down, he means business. He closes the vents, seals them with that shiny tape, makes sure the window is locked, blinds down, door shut. He even tells us very clearly, nobody goes in there. We're not heating an empty room. So the room just sits, dark, sealed, untouched. I'm still in my room directly across the hall. One night, I'm dead asleep, like the kind of sleep where if the house caught fire, you'd probably dream it was just warm or something. At first, I can't place it. It's just this harsh, repetitive noise drilling into my foggy brain. I'm lying there thinking, why is my dream so loud? Then I realize, it's an alarm, like a digital alarm clock. I sit up, listen, and realize it's not coming from my room. It's coming from Emily's room. She had this old-school rectangular clock radio, black plastic, glowing red numbers, stupidly bright, with a big snooze bar across the top. I'd heard that alarm 1,000 times growing up. It was unmistakable. So I dragged myself out of bed, still half asleep, and opened my door. The second I step into the hallway, it's clear. The sound is blaring from behind her door. I stand there for a second because I'm remembering the rule. Don't go in there. Nobody goes in there. But also, this thing is shrieking, and I don't exactly want my dad waking up and thinking I did something. So I take a breath, open her door, and step into the room. It's freezing. The air feels heavier in there, like a place that hasn't been touched in a long time. It smells faintly like dust and my sister's old perfume. The alarm is buzzing away on her nightstand, just screaming. The red numbers are perfectly lit, showing the correct time. I shuffle over in the dark, squinting at it, and just slam my hand down on the big snooze bar. The second, and I mean the exact second, my fingers hit the snooze button, her stereo across the room kicks on at full blast. I nearly jump out of my skin. This ancient CD stereo that no one has touched in months just blasts to life at max volume with some random song. Not the radio, not something I recognized, just this weird track, loud enough to rattle the lamps. I don't think. I just sprint across the room, almost trip over a box, mash the power button on the stereo until it shuts off, and then bolt. I slam her door behind me, dive back into my room, and basically launch myself under the covers like I'm 6 years old again. Now I'm wide awake, heart racing, adrenaline going, staring at my ceiling thinking, okay, there has to be a normal explanation. And then the details start lining up in my head. No one has been in that room for over 2 months. The vents are sealed. The windows are shut. The door has been closed the whole time. The clock? The time was correct. The alarm wasn't supposed to be set for that hour. And I realized something else. On those old clocks, hitting snooze doesn't turn the alarm off. It just delays it. To actually turn the alarm off, you have to slide this little switch on the side. I never touched the switch. I only hit snooze. So why did it go completely silent? And the stereo, how did that turn on at the exact moment I touched the clock? It wasn't plugged into any timer. No one had been in there to mess with it. The volume was cranked like someone had intentionally set it that way. The next morning, in daylight, I forced myself to go back in and check. The clock still had the right time. The alarm switch was in the off position. No alarm set. Like nothing had happened. I just remember standing in the doorway, looking around at this closed-up, too quiet room and thinking, there is no good reason for any of that. So yeah, that's the story of the room across the hall, Emily's room, in this perfectly normal-looking house built around the year 2000, just outside Portland, Oregon. Everything else about that house was fine, but that room never felt empty, even when it was. So, a few years ago, my then fiance, now my wife, Hannah, and I moved into this little rental place down in a small town in Louisiana. On paper, it was perfect for us. 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, and this weird extra room tacked onto the back that we turned into a cozy media room. String lights, secondhand couch, big old TV, the whole young couple starter home vibe. Now, I'm terrible at suspense, so I'm not going to do a slow burn here. Stuff got weird pretty fast. At first, it was all the classic haunting cliches. Doors would open and close by themselves. Not just like gently drifting shut from a draft, full-on click, swing, slam. Sometimes it would happen right in front of us. You'd be walking down the hallway and the bedroom door would just ease open like someone on the other side had their hand on the knob. I'm a pretty rational person. I really tried to explain it away. Old house, crooked frame, air pressure, neighbors slamming doors, whatever. I wanted it to be something normal so badly that I could practically hear myself making excuses. One night, Hannah and I were in the shower together. Very romantic, right? And we hear this knock on the bathroom door. 3 sharp knocks. We both froze. We just stared at each other like, "You heard that too, right?" She whispers, "Go see who it is." And I'm standing there, very naked, very, let's say, mid-romance, and all I can think is, I'm not confronting a possible intruder like this. I am not going out there with nothing but confidence and conditioner. The knocking didn't happen again, but the mood was absolutely dead. The next morning, in broad daylight when I felt braver, I checked every door and window. I checked the locks. I checked for loose panes, weird vents, anything. There really wasn't any way someone could have just slipped in. Possible? Maybe. Likely? Not at all. And if some burglar had picked our lock, I don't know why their big move would be politely knocking on the bathroom door and then leaving. The thing that really cranked this from mildly creepy to I want to break the lease happened early one morning. It was about 5:30, maybe 6 a.m. We were both dead asleep. All of a sudden, we're jolted awake by this absolutely piercing scream coming from the hallway. It was a man's scream, raw, angry, almost like someone shouting in pain and rage at the same time. It was loud enough that it felt like it came from just outside our bedroom door. I sat straight up in bed, heart pounding. For a second, I thought maybe I'd dreamed it, but then Hannah, still half asleep, says, "Who was that? Who's yelling?" And that's when my stomach dropped, because now I knew it wasn't just in my head. We'd both heard the exact same thing. That wasn't a one-time thing either. Every so often, maybe once every couple of weeks, it would happen again. Always around the same time, always that same horrible scream from the hallway. We'd both jolt awake, look at each other, and then lie there in the dark, listening to the silence after. There was another thing too. A few times we'd come home from work, pull into the driveway, and as we unlocked the front door, we'd hear what sounded like people arguing inside the house. Not yelling, but that kind of tense, heated arguing. You could hear 2 distinct voices, but not the words. It always seemed to be coming from the media room. We'd walk through the living room, into the kitchen, and right about the time we got to the edge of the hallway, the arguing would just cut off, like someone hit mute. Around this time, Hannah started having the same nightmare over and over. In the dream, she was running through our house, but it didn't look like our house anymore. The walls were dirty, paint peeling, furniture gone. The place looked abandoned, like nobody had lived there in years. Everything was gray and wrecked. She'd be running down the hallway, and she could feel someone chasing her. She never saw his face clearly, but she said he had something heavy in his hand, some kind of blunt object. Every time, the dream ended right as she was about to reach the front door. She'd wake up shaking, and the worst part was, When she described the layout in the dream, she was describing our house, but stripped, ruined, and empty. Now, Hannah grew up in a very Irish Catholic family, so of course, her mom's solution was, we're getting a priest in there. Her mom reached out to their parish, and a priest, Father Miguel, came by one afternoon. Super kind guy, very calm. He walked through every room, said prayers, sprinkled holy water, did the whole cleansing thing. We felt better afterward. The house felt lighter for a bit, and we actually slept through the night. That lasted about a week. Then one night, I was sleeping on my side with my arm around Hannah. She was facing the wall. I had my back to the rest of the room. In the middle of the night, I feel this clear, firm pressure on my back. A hand. Not like a light brush or a muscle twitch. I mean actual fingers, a palm, resting on the middle of my back. At the same time, I hear breathing behind me. You know that moment where your brain is trying to catch up? First thought, oh, Hannah rolled over. Second thought, no, Hannah's in front of me, I'm holding her. Third thought, then who the hell is behind me? I didn't move. I just lay there, every muscle locked up, listening to this slow, steady breathing that did not match the rhythm of Hannah's. After what felt like forever, the pressure on my back faded. The breathing stopped. I didn't fall back asleep after that. I just stared at the wall until the sun came up. That was my breaking point. I told Hannah, I'm done. I'm okay losing the security deposit. I just don't want to live here anymore. She didn't argue. She was already so worn down by the dreams and the noise that she'd started staying with her older sister Claire during the week. I'd crash there sometimes too, but we still had to deal with the house, our stuff, the lease. Her brother-in-law Darren offered to help me pack. So one weekend, it's just me and him at the house, boxing things up, loading them into his truck. At some point, our neighbor, this older guy named Mr. Landry, wandered over while we were hauling boxes and started making small talk. He'd always been friendly, the type to wave from his porch. Eventually he says, "You folks moving out already?" I just laughed and said something like, "Yeah, house isn't really working out for us." He gives me this look, nods slowly, and goes, "Can't say I'm surprised. That place has a history." Well, you can't just drop that and walk away, right? So I asked him, "What do you mean?" He tells us that before the current landlord bought it, the house belonged to a guy who dealt drugs out of there. Not just a little side hustle, this was a full-on trap house. People in and out at all hours, sketchy cars in the driveway, cops showing up. The third person was never found. And the dealer himself? Mr. Landry said he died in that house, late one night, after a binge. Heart finally gave out from a mix of meth and whatever else he'd been taking. They found him collapsed near the hallway, not far from where we kept hearing those screams. I just stood there, holding a box, feeling every hair on my arms stand up. Suddenly, a lot of things made a horrible kind of sense. The screaming in the early hours, the arguing in the media room, Hannah's dream of being chased through a wrecked version of the house, someone breathing behind me in the dark. We finished moving out as fast as we could after that. I turned in the keys, expecting to lose my deposit, and honestly not caring at that point. But the landlord surprised me. He actually gave our full deposit back. I didn't ask questions. I just took the check and left. Part of me wondered if we were the first tenants who'd bailed early, and he knew exactly why. We moved into a new place across town. No weird doors, no late-night screams, no phantom arguments from the other room. Hannah sleeps through the night now. I do too. As far as I can tell, our current house is 100% drug dealer spirit free. So that's it. Believe me, don't believe me, that's up to you. I'm not here to convince anybody. I just needed to get it out there, you know? To tell someone what happened. And hey, if you're listening to this on a Monday, I hope yours is at least tolerable. We all hate Mondays, but on the bright side, it means we're one day closer to Friday, and hopefully, one more night of peaceful sleep than we used to get in that house. So, let me take you back to the winter we first came to Canada. It was 2019. We'd left the States with pretty much our whole world stuffed into a few suitcases. My husband, my mom, who has early onset dementia, our 3 boys, and 3 very confused cats. My oldest, Marcus, was 24. Jonah was 13. And my youngest, Eli, had just turned 11. We were bouncing from one Airbnb to another, week by week, in this little town outside Toronto. We kept telling the kids, "It's just for a little while. We'll find our home soon." But inside, I was tired. They were tired. Even the cats were tired. One evening we arrived at this particular rental house. From the outside it looked totally normal. Neat lawn, small porch, a little too many garden gnomes, but hey, I wasn't judging. We opened the door and something in me just tightened. You know that feeling when you walk into a place and your body knows before your brain does that something is off? I tried to ignore it. I told myself, "You're stressed. You haven't been sleeping. It's just anxiety." But then I stepped into the smallest bedroom, the one my husband and I were supposed to use, and this icy chill ran right through me, like I'd walked into a freezer. No draft, no open windows, just that deep, unnatural cold. I shook it off. We were exhausted. The boys set up the PlayStation in the living room and started playing. My mom was sitting in an armchair, humming to herself like she does when she's trying to remember a song. And then, out of nowhere, this big framed painting above the TV slammed off the wall. Not slipped, not tilted. It slammed down, face first, and the cats bolted in 6 different directions. We all froze. My kids looked at each other, then at me like, "Okay, Mom, that was weird." Now, I have to say, our family has always been very aware of the spiritual, the paranormal, call it what you want. So little things, knocks, shadows, odd feelings, those don't usually shake us. We picked the painting up, put it back, and I said, maybe the hook was loose, even though I knew it wasn't. That was just the beginning. Later that night, around 2 in the evening, my husband and I told the boys goodnight. They were still up, of course, insisting they weren't tired. We went into that cold bedroom. He sat down on the edge of the bed and immediately wrapped his arms around himself. "Wow," he said. "Do you feel that? I'm freezing." And he doesn't get cold easily. Before I could even answer, his voice changed. It went from his normal tone to this deep, distorted, almost metallic sound, like something was speaking through him. I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I grabbed my phone, opened one of the powerful prayers I know by heart, and I started praying out loud. As I prayed, whatever was inside him started to pray too, but backwards. Backwards. It's one of the most disturbing sounds I've ever heard in my life. I tried to call the boys, but it was like my voice was stuck in my throat. I was yelling, but it sounded far away, even to me. I had to gather everything in me and shout again. This time, Marcus heard me. He ran in and flung the door open. He took one look at his stepfather and went completely still. The cats were circling the doorway, meowing and clawing at Jonah and Eli's feet, almost herding them into the room. I know it sounds strange, but it really felt like they were pushing the boys toward us, like they knew we needed everyone together. Marcus looked at me, his eyes wide. "What do you need me to do?" "Pray," I told him. "Pray and help me find the holy water." I was shaking so badly I could barely hold the bottle when we found it. Jonah was jumping up and down, crying, pacing in these frantic little circles. Eli, my brave little one, started shouting at whatever was inside his stepdad. "Leave him alone! That's my dad! Get out of him!" I told the boys, "Go get Grandma's rosary. Hurry." They ran to my mom's bag and came back with her old rosary clutched in their hands. I started using everything I knew. I sprinkled holy water. I pressed the rosary to his chest. I prayed in Spanish and in English, anything that came to my mind. The holy water didn't seem to do much. The rosary, though, it made him flinch, just a little, like it burned. The entity would react, then come back even stronger. I told Jonah, "Do Reiki on him, help me," because he knows a bit from seeing me do it. But he was terrified. He wouldn't get too close, and I don't blame him. At one point, my husband lifted his hand toward Jonah, palm open, like he was beckoning him. Jonah froze and just shook his head, backing away. Then suddenly, my husband said he felt better. His voice went back to normal, and he stood up, a little unsteady, and headed toward the small hallway bathroom to splash water on his face. I followed to the doorway and caught sight of his reflection in the mirror, and my stomach dropped. You know when you look at someone you love, and you just know it's not them looking back? His expression was wrong. The eyes, the smile, it was like he was wearing his own face as a mask. I thought, oh no, the mirror. Mirrors can be doorways. I've always believed that. "Get him out of there," I told the boys. My voice came out sharper than I intended. "Right now, get him away from the mirror." He turned to us with this strange grin, almost playful but in a cruel way. The boys each took an arm and pulled him out. We decided we needed to get outside, away from that room, away from that mirror. Out in the cold night air, he dropped to his knees and said, very calmly, "Please, let's pray." We all joined hands, even my mom, who didn't fully understand but could feel the fear. We started praying together, voices overlapping, some of us crying, some whispering. He began to shake again. My oldest leaned in close and whispered, "Mom, that's not him. That's not Dad." And then my husband laughed. It wasn't his laugh. I know that sounds cliché, but it's true. It was mocking, like something inside him found us amusing. It said, through his mouth, "Do you really think you're going to get me out with little prayers?" That's when I decided we were taking control, whatever it took. We dragged the mattress out of that freezing bedroom and into the living room, away from the mirror, away from that corner of the house that felt so wrong. We made him lie down. I sat beside him, placed my hands over his chest and head, and started Reiki. I called out from my heart, "Vayan todos por la luz. All of you, go toward the light. You don't belong here." After that, he said he felt lighter, exhausted, but better. I wasn't taking any chances. I called my father, asked him to pray for us from where he was, but the connection kept breaking, static, calls dropping, weird interference. It felt like something didn't want us to have that extra help. Then I called my husband's sister. When I told her what happened, she went quiet and said, "You need to take him to a hospital." I knew she meant well, but every part of me knew this was not something a hospital would understand. The next morning, he went outside for a smoke. I joined him because I didn't want him out of my sight. He took a drag, exhaled slowly, and then said, very softly, "We were waiting for you." And I said, "Who's we?" He opened his mouth, tried to answer, and just stuttered. Not like he couldn't find the words, more like something wouldn't let him say them. At that exact moment, this horrible smell hit, like rotten fish and something dead left in the sun. It came out of nowhere. No neighbors cooking, no garbage trucks, nothing. Just that smell, thick and putrid, surrounding us. I looked at him and I knew, we have to leave, now. We packed our suitcases, gathered the kids and the cats, and left that Airbnb that same morning. But the thing, it followed. I could feel it. I would sense it coming like a wave of pressure in the air, and I'd run to my husband's side, put my hands on him, and say, "Stay strong. Fight it. You're stronger than this. We're with you." For a while, it was like living with a shadow that could step into him whenever it wanted. Eventually, we found a house to rent longer term, a place that was supposed to feel like a fresh start. Instead, the first thing I did was call the local church. I explained everything as calmly as I could. The priest listened, asked a lot of questions, and finally came to see the house. He stood outside on the front step, and I could see him getting pale as I talked. He said, "I'll bless the house from out here." He never came inside. He told us they would call us back about arranging an exorcism. We waited and waited. The call never came. In the end, help came from the most unexpected place. One night, desperate, I wrote about what was happening on a small Reddit community that talks about spiritual warfare and hauntings. Most people just offered prayers or theories, but a couple from another province reached out privately. They specialized in clearing homes and helping families through things like this. And you know what? They never charged us a single cent. We did several sessions with them, over video calls at first, then one visit in person. They guided us through cleansings, prayers, ways to reclaim our home and our energy. They helped my husband regain his strength, spiritually and mentally. Little by little, the heaviness lifted. We started sleeping again. The boys laughed more. The cats relaxed. Even my mom seemed calmer. We never imagined that our first months in Canada would look like that. You picture snow, new schools, new jobs, maybe a bit of homesickness, not battling something you can't see but can definitely feel. It's not the kind of story you can tell just anyone over coffee. People either think you're exaggerating or they get so scared they don't want to hear the rest. But it happened to us. So, I don't usually talk about this out loud, but I'm honestly getting scared, and I just need to say it the way it really feels. My name's Mia, and for about 5 years now, my husband, whose name is Evan, and I have been dealing with these odd things. They were rare at first, easy to shrug off, but lately, they've started happening almost every day, and now that we have a baby, I'm not just creeped out anymore. I'm worried. It started back when I moved into Evan's condo. It was this converted old brick factory on the edge of town. Everyone always said it was charming and full of character, but the first time I walked in, my stomach dropped. The ceilings were high, the hallways were narrow, and sound carried in this strange way. There was a basement with the communal laundry room that I absolutely hated going into. One night, I went down there to wash some blankets. I remember standing by the washer, waiting for it to finish, when something moved at the very edge of my vision. A tall, dark shape sliding past one of the concrete pillars. I snapped my head around, but there was nothing there, just flickering fluorescent lights and old pipes humming. Still, my whole body went cold. After that, I tried to avoid that basement as much as possible. A little later, there was a night that really stuck with me. I was lying on our bed, FaceTiming my mom, just chatting about nothing important. Our dog, Pumpkin, she's a medium-sized mutt with floppy ears and way too much personality, was supposed to be snoozing in her bed across the room. As I'm talking to my mom, I hear Pumpkin's collar jingling. I hear that familiar little click, click, click of her paws on the hardwood. Out of the corner of my eye, I see her tail, just the very tip of it, rising up by the side of the bed as she walks toward her usual spot where she jumps up. I smile and tell my mom, Oh, Pumpkin's coming to say hi. I pat the mattress next to me and turn the phone so my mom can see her. But there's nothing there, just empty bedspread. I kind of laugh and say, "Wait, where'd she go?" and sit up to look around. And Pumpkin is sound asleep in her bed across the room. Like, deep asleep. Breathing slow, completely limp, hasn't moved. My mom watched my face just drain of color in real time. I started stuttering, trying to figure out if I'd somehow missed her jumping back down or something, but there was no way. She could not have been next to me. My mom just goes, "Okay, that's creepy," and I call Pumpkin over, saying her name until she finally lifts her head and trots over to the bed like nothing's wrong. We keep talking. I'm trying to act normal, and then Pumpkin suddenly stiffens. She stares down the hallway toward the living room and lets out this sharp bark, the kind she normally does when someone's at the door. I get up, heart pounding, and walk with her, flipping on lights as we go. She trots ahead, then stops, turns around, and this time barks toward the bedroom, like something is in both directions. At that point, I'm done with the bedroom. I grab some pillows and blankets and decide we're camping in the living room. There's this tiny den off the living room. We used it as a little guest room, and that doorway is just pitch black. I remember sitting on the couch, watching that doorway. It was already dark, but somehow it felt like it was getting darker, like the shadows were thickening inside the room. After that, I was so relieved when we moved out. Fast forward a couple years. By then, we'd bought our first little house. No shared walls, no creepy basement. Just a quirky old home with slanted floors and way too many light switches. And for a while, everything was completely normal. No noises, no shadows, nothing. One week, Evan had to go out of town for work. It was just me and Pumpkin. Our bedroom took up most of the top floor, kind of like a loft. I was lying in bed watching TV one night, Pumpkin downstairs somewhere. I heard her. The collar jingling, the paws on the stairs, her tail thumping lightly against the wall like she always did when she climbed up. I saw the tip of her tail next to the bed, just like in the condo. I smiled, reached out my hand, and said, "Hey, baby." Nothing touched my hand. My stomach flipped. I sat up slowly, and there was no dog, just empty floor. I called, "Pumpkin!" and a second later, I heard her scramble from downstairs. Then she came up the stairs fast, ears perked, tongue out, like she'd been napping in the living room the whole time. She hopped into bed and curled up next to me. About an hour later, in the middle of some random show, she suddenly lifted her head and started to growl, low and steady, staring across the room at nothing I could see. We moved again after that, for totally normal life reasons. New job, new state, trying to be closer to family. In between houses, we stayed with Evan's parents for a bit. Their place felt fine, calm even, no weirdness. It wasn't until we bought our current home that things started again. This was in April. By then, I was working nights at the hospital, very pregnant and very tired. One morning after a night shift, I got home, showered, and crawled into bed. The house was quiet. Pumpkin was lying at the foot of the bed. I was just about to fall asleep when I heard it. The front door downstairs opened, like clearly opened. Hinges, a quick rush of cooler air sound in my head, and then slam. Pumpkin jumped up and started barking her head off, then ran out into the hallway. I sat straight up in bed. My heart was pounding, but I tried to rationalize it. Maybe Evan had come home to grab something. I was 8 months pregnant, exhausted, and not in the mood to investigate, so I grabbed my phone and texted him. "Why did you come home and slam the door?" He replied right away with, "What? I'm still at work." Pumpkin came running back into the bedroom with her tail tucked tight between her legs. That's when the fear really hit. I locked the bedroom door, hands shaking, and called Evan. I told him what I'd heard, that Pumpkin freaked out, that the door sounded so real. He reminded me the front door was deadbolted and he had the only key with him. I asked if I should call the police. He gently told me I was probably just tired and that it was okay to keep the bedroom locked until he got home. He promised to call on his way so I could unlock it. I wanted to believe him. I really did. A couple of weeks later, my parents came to town to help us unpack our storage pods. Our guest bed hadn't arrived yet, so they stayed in a nearby hotel. One morning before they came over, I was in the living room scrolling on my phone while Pumpkin trotted around sniffing boxes. Out of nowhere, I heard this loud crash and then a yelp, like a dog had been startled or hurt. My heart jumped into my throat. I ran toward the dining room, thinking maybe a stack of boxes had toppled or something with glass had shattered. But when I got there, everything was perfectly still. Nothing had moved. Pumpkin came skittering into the hallway, tail tucked and shaking. Later that same day, my mom and I were unpacking the kitchen. We were chatting, unwrapping dishes, when we heard the exact same sound. A heavy crash from the direction of the dining room, and then Pumpkin's whimpering and the sound of her running. My mom dropped the dish towel and ran toward the noise, calling out, "Pumpkin?" She checked the boxes. Nothing had moved. We both walked around, checking corners, looking for anything out of place. Everything was fine. We figured maybe my dad and Evan had come back from the hardware store and were messing around in the basement or something. So my mom opened the basement door and yelled down, "Are you guys okay? What was that?" Silence. She called my dad, kind of laughing nervously, and asked where they were. He said they were still at the store and hadn't left yet. I watched my mom's face change as that sank in. As my due date got closer, things escalated. In the month before I gave birth, I started hearing footsteps upstairs. Not gentle walking, running. Fast, back and forth, right outside our bedroom in the hallway. At first, I assumed it was Evan. I'd call out, "What are you doing?" and get no answer. Sometimes I'd go out and find the hallway empty, and Evan would be downstairs on the couch. After I gave birth and we brought our son home, the sounds somehow felt louder. I'd be in the shower, absolutely exhausted, and hear someone sprinting down the hall. Heavy, quick, like a kid running back and forth. Every single time, my body would go into full panic mode, and I'd rush out of the shower, dripping everywhere, thinking something had happened to the baby. But every time, I'd find Evan sitting quietly in the rocking chair, or the baby asleep in his bassinet, and no one had been in the hallway at all. About 2 weeks after we got home from the hospital, I had one of the moments that really made my skin crawl. I was in the shower again, door mostly closed, but not all the way, because, newborn. I heard the bathroom door open fully, and then I heard Evan's voice, clear as day, say, "What you doing?" I laughed and shouted over the water, "Showering, obviously. Close the door, it's freezing." No response. Then from the bedroom, with this annoyed tone, I heard Evan say, "What? The door is closed. I didn't open it." That made my heart drop. I turned off the water, grabbed a towel, and went straight to the door. The bathroom door was closed. Evan was sitting on the bed, looking at me like I had 3 heads. I asked him, "Did you open the door and talk to me?" He swore he hadn't. He thought I was joking. That night, I texted my dad. He was staying with us for a while to help with the baby, and I told him everything. I asked if he'd mind standing outside the bedroom the next time I took a shower to see if he heard anything or saw the door move. The next day he did. He stood out there the whole time. And of course, that was the one time nothing happened. No footsteps, no voices, nothing touched the door. In the last month or so, whatever this is has ramped up even more. One evening, I was in the kitchen doing the dishes. The house was quiet, just the sound of running water and clinking plates. Out of nowhere, a cabinet door slammed shut behind me so hard it made me jump and fling soap everywhere. I hadn't touched it. I had been facing the sink the whole time. It was one of those slow close cabinets, too. It shouldn't even be able to slam like that. 2 days later, Evan and I had another incident. I was upstairs lying in bed, scrolling on my phone. I hadn't moved in a while. He was downstairs in the dining room. All of a sudden, he shouted up the stairs, "Hey, where'd you go?" I yelled back, "I'm still in bed." He got really quiet, then said, "I just heard you say hello to me from the dining room. Like, your voice. And I heard footsteps going into the dining room right before that." I didn't know what to say. It's one thing when only I experience it. I can tell myself I'm tired, I'm stressed, I'm hearing the house settle. But when he starts hearing me when I'm not there, that felt different. That felt like something was trying to be us. And then, tonight, I'm at the hospital on night shift, and Evan calls me. I can tell immediately he's scared. Not "I heard a creak" scared. Really scared. He says he was in bed, almost asleep, with Pumpkin curled up at his feet. Out of nowhere, she jumps up like she's been shocked, bolts off the bed, and races downstairs. A second later, he hears her yelp, like something startled or hurt her, and then she comes sprinting back up, jumps onto the bed, and just shakes. Full body trembling. He went downstairs while he was still on the phone with me to see if maybe some animal got in, if something fell, if there was any normal explanation. There was nothing. No doors open, no broken glass, no smell, no sign of anything unusual except the fact that the dog, who is normally fearless, was terrified. When your dog starts reacting to it, you stop being able to talk yourself out of it. So that's where we're at. We've lived in 3 different homes, in 2 different states, and whatever this is, it feels like it's come with us. It mimics our dog. It mimics footsteps. Now it's started mimicking my voice. And I'm a mom now. I can handle being scared for myself. I can live with a little weirdness and sleep with a nightlight on. But I lie awake at night thinking, what happens when my son is old enough to talk, and he starts telling me about someone calling his name from the hallway when no one's there? I don't know what this is. A mimic, a spirit, something attached to us. I honestly have no idea. I just know it's getting bolder, and I'm desperate to protect my family. That's why I'm finally saying this out loud. Because whatever is in our home, it's not just the house. It's us. And I need to figure out how to make it stop. So, I'll start by telling you a bit about where my head was at before all this happened. I've always considered myself a spiritual person, but not in a very specific, this one religion is right kind of way. More like, I believe there are other beings, other layers to reality. But I'm also a skeptic. I'll try to rule out every normal explanation before I say, okay, that's weird. Maybe it's something else. I don't really see things, at least not in the classic ghost story way. It's more that I feel them. I pay attention to my gut. And for most of my life, even when things were spooky, I still felt like I was dealing with something basically human. Until last year. That's the one that stayed with me. At the time, I was working in a small hospice wing inside a community hospital. I've been there about 2 years. It was my first real healthcare job, and as strange as it might sound, I genuinely liked the work. But the energy there, it was heavy. Understandably. People came to us at the end of their lives. Death was never hypothetical. We walked past it every shift. By then, I was already used to the usual weirdness. Little things. I'd hear soft footsteps when no one was around, or catch a dark shape at the edge of my vision drifting across a doorway. I'd seen doors ease shut on their own, felt someone brush past me in an empty hallway. Once, I even felt my ponytail give this sharp little tug, like someone teasing me from behind, only nobody was there. So yeah, I accepted that some of our patients didn't exactly leave right away. But this one morning was different. I was doing my usual rounds on my assigned hall. It was early, just after sunrise based on how the light was spilling through the blinds. I was walking down the corridor, half in work mode, half in that autopilot you get on night shifts, when the air suddenly changed. It was like hitting an invisible wall. 1 second everything was normal, and the next, it was as if the hallway had filled up with something thick, heavy. The air felt dense, almost like walking into a room full of steam, but there was nothing visible. No fog, no smoke, just this weight. I got goosebumps instantly. The hair on my arm stood up. My brain switched into full fight or flight. You know that feeling when your body realizes something is wrong before you do? It was like that. Everything in me was on high alert, caution mode activated. As I kept walking, I reached the end of the hall and glanced into one of the rooms. And that's when I saw it. I want to be clear here. I didn't see it with my physical eyes, not the way I see this table or that chair. I saw it in what people call the mind's eye. I used to roll my eyes at that phrase, honestly. It always sounded dramatic and vague. But in that moment, I understood exactly what it meant. Seeing something as clearly as if it were in front of you, while also knowing, technically, it isn't. In the chair by the doorway, there was a being. Sitting there, facing inward, watching the elderly woman in the bed at the far corner of the room. Her name was Mrs. Green. Tiny, frail, one of those people whose hands feel like tissue paper when you hold them. She'd been declining for a while, but my attention was locked on the thing in the chair. I froze. I literally couldn't move. My body just rooted itself to the floor. I stood there in the threshold of the room, staring at this presence. It had no recognizable face, no eyes, no mouth, no real human outline. It was like a black silhouette, but not flat, not like a shadow on a wall. It moved like ink swirling in water, slow, undulating, alive. The edges of it never quite settled. There weren't arms in the way we'd normally picture them. Instead, there were these broad, draped shapes, like layers of fabric, or a robe hanging heavy around it. And the head had this distinct cowl-like shape. The closest thing my brain could latch onto was the silhouette you see of the Virgin Mary in Catholic art. Hooded, flowing, outlined in simplicity. And that caught me off guard, because I've never been Catholic, never been Christian. That's not an image I instinctively default to. It get fit. The sense I got was that, if it chose to, it could fill the entire room with itself. Like what I was seeing was just a politely condensed version. It felt massive and ancient. Not exactly threatening, but absolutely not familiar. There was no sense of good guy or bad guy about it, just this intense neutrality. Calm. Focused. And, strangely, I knew it knew I was there. It wasn't like it turned and looked at me. It didn't have a face to look with. But there was this clear awareness, like I'd been allowed to tune in to a channel most people don't get, and for whatever reason, it was okay with that. It didn't feel male or female. It didn't feel even remotely human. That was the part that really shook me. I've felt spirits that still felt like people, you know? This was not that. Standing there, in the middle of the hallway, I realized tears were sliding down my face. I wasn't sobbing yet. They were just falling. I felt hot all over, overwhelmed. And the emotion wasn't something simple like scared or sad. It was this mix of fear and awe and this deep, almost painful respect. I had the bone-deep sense that I was in the presence of something that could be terrifyingly powerful if it chose to be, but wasn't in that moment. I finally forced myself to move. I turned away, heart pounding, and ducked into the nearest staff restroom. I locked the door, sat down on the closed toilet seat, and that's when the sobbing hit. Ugly crying, shoulders shaking, gasping for breath. And that is not me. I'm the calm one in a crisis. I've walked into rooms and quietly realized, okay, they're gone, and handled the steps that come after. I've dealt with emergencies, alarms blaring, people shouting. I can usually stay steady through that. But this unspooled me. Eventually, I got myself together, washed my face, took some deep breaths. I told myself, okay, maybe you're just tired, maybe you imagined it, maybe it's stress. All the rational things. Then I stepped back into the hallway. The air was still thick. I walked past Mrs. Green's room again, pretending not to look, then immediately looked. It was still there, sitting in the same chair, same position, watching her. There was no dramatic movie moment, no turning toward me, no booming voice, no flicker of the lights. Just that quiet, constant presence, like someone keeping vigil. A minute later, 2 nurses came hurrying down the hall, Jenna and Mark. They slipped into the room and I hovered outside, pretending to check charts. I heard them doing their work, taking vitals, speaking softly to her. After a moment, they stepped back out and let the rest of us know. She's entering the active dying phase. We've called her family. That clicked with what I was feeling in my gut. For the next couple of hours, I stayed on that hall. I did my tasks, chatted with coworkers, answered call lights, just tried to be normal. On the inside, though, part of me was still anchored to that doorway. Every time I passed, it was there, still, silent, watching. No sense of impatience, no sense of hurry, just waiting. Then finally, her family arrived. I saw her daughter first, clutching a bag, eyes already red. A son followed, and a grandchild. They went into the room, voices soft and shaky. The moment they stepped in, the energy shifted again. I glanced inside as I walked past. The chair was just a chair again. Whatever had been there was gone. Mrs. Green didn't pass that day. She actually held on for several more days while her family visited, taking turns sitting by her bed, holding her hands, telling stories. There were tears, of course, but also a lot of laughter. And during that whole time, no matter how many times I worked that hall, checked on her, or passes that doorway, I never felt that presence again. Her death, when it came, was peaceful, quiet, gentle in a way that's hard to describe to anyone who hasn't seen that kind of passing. When I look back on it now, the fear isn't what sticks with me the most. What lingers is this strange, aching sense of beauty. It felt like whatever that being was, it was keeping her company until her loved ones could get there. Like it sat with her in that liminal space and, when her family arrived, stepped back. Almost as if it was offering a choice. You can go now, if you want, or you can stay a little while longer with them. I don't know what it was. I don't claim to. I still default to rational explanations when I can, but nothing about that experience felt like anything I'd ever encountered before, or since. I've seen other patients pass. I've felt rooms go quiet in that particular way they do. I've had my share of, maybe that was something, moments. But that is the only time I've felt like I was in the presence of something truly other. Vast, calm, powerful in a way that didn't need to prove itself. And that's all I really have to offer you with this story. Just me, standing in a hallway, crying quietly while something I can't explain sat in a chair and watched over a dying woman with more patience than I've ever seen from any human being. So, let me just talk to you like we're sitting on the couch together, okay? This happened a few years ago. I was around 36 then. I'm 42 now. It was a regular weekday afternoon, about 3 o'clock, bright outside, nothing spooky going on. I remember that clearly because I'd just finished answering some emails and decided to lie down for a bit. I went to my bedroom, alone in the apartment. My partner, Leo, had gone downstairs to chat with our neighbor in the courtyard. No TV on, no music, no storm, no weird vibes. Just a completely normal, quiet day. I lay down on my side, facing the wall, and closed my eyes. I wasn't drifting off yet. I was very much awake. Honestly, if I'd been half asleep, I'd have written this off as some kind of hypnagogic hallucination. I want it to be that. That would be easier. Anyway, I'm lying there, breathing, relaxing. And then, all at once, it's like someone flips a switch. I become violently aware that something is behind me. Not across the room, not at the door. Right, behind me. It felt like it was only inches away, leaning over me, almost hovering. The awareness was so sudden and so strong that it was like my whole body lit up with alarm. You know that feeling when you're sure someone is standing over you, even with your eyes closed? It was that, times 1,000. At first, I tried to talk myself down. I thought, okay, I'm just freaking myself out. I'll roll over, see nothing there, and feel ridiculous. I was just about to do it, just about to roll over, when something spoke. And I honestly don't know if it was my own thought or if it was sent to me, but in my head I heard, if you roll over, you're going to see something you shouldn't see. And I froze. My body would not move. I mean, I probably could have forced it if my life depended on it, but I felt this deep, instinctive resistance, like every cell in me was saying, don't. Meanwhile, the awareness of this thing behind me just got sharper. I could feel how close it was. If it breathed, it could have breathed on the back of my neck. I felt so watched, so intensely studied, that I was fighting not to burst into tears. Here's the really weird part. I did not feel like I was in danger. I was absolutely terrified, but the fear wasn't, oh my God, it's going to hurt me. It was, oh my God, this is so alien that my brain does not know what to do with it. The presence itself didn't feel evil, no malice, no threat. It felt curious. The only way I can describe it is that I felt like I was an animal in a zoo. And whatever this being was, it was on the other side of the glass, just kind of leaning over, watching me with this faint, amused interest. Not laughing at me exactly, but almost entertained. Like, huh, so that's what you're like. I kept telling myself, nothing's there, it's fine, it's fine. But at the exact same time, another part of me was absolutely convinced that I was inches away from something truly unknowable and utterly other. And that combination, no threat, but total unfamiliarity, was what made it so terrifying. It felt like forever, but realistically it was maybe 3-4 minutes. Slowly, the feeling of being watched started to fade. It was like someone was backing away very gradually, taking their attention with them. And then suddenly, it was just my bedroom again. Normal afternoon air, normal silence. No weight, no presence. My body relaxed all at once, like a rubber band snapping. I finally managed to roll over. Of course, there was nothing there. Just my room, the same as always. I got out of bed immediately, slipped on my shoes, and went downstairs to where Leo was. I remember walking into the courtyard, trying to act totally normal. I didn't say a word about it. And that's important, because I've lived alone for years, before and after this, and I've never felt anything like that before or since. Not once. I don't generally scare myself with random "someone's watching me" feelings. My brain doesn't usually invent that kind of thing just because I'm bored or lonely. I've had a couple of other paranormal experiences in my life. One of them, I'm pretty sure now, was just me forgetting I'd moved something. A glitch in the matrix kind of situation that probably wasn't anything. Another one did have really bad vibes, and I still think there was something off about that place. So I know what evil or wrong energy feels like. And this wasn't evil. Just beyond terrifying. It didn't feel like a ghost, or a demon, or an angel, or some kind of spirit guide. I'm not even sure what I believe about any of those things. This felt different. It felt like something natural in its own context, just not natural to us. Sometimes I wonder if it was something physical from somewhere else, like a cloaked alien, or a being that can slip between dimensions, or even another version of a person who lives in that same apartment but in a parallel universe, overlapping with mine for a moment. I'm weirdly both grateful and annoyed with myself for not rolling over. Part of me is relieved I didn't see it, because I honestly don't know what that would have done to my mind if it looked as alien as it felt. But another part of me is like, what if I missed the chance to see proof of something bigger than us? So that's my story. I don't usually jump to, it must be paranormal, just because I felt something strange once. But I know how clear that moment was. I know how awake I was. I know how intensely I felt watched. And I know I can't explain it. And that's why I ask people sometimes, has anything like this ever happened to you? All right, let me tell you this properly. I just got back from Verdun. Standing there in that quiet, green place, it's almost impossible to believe that once it was the loudest, most violent spot on Earth. My connection to Verdun is very personal. My great-grandfather, his name was Henri Moreau, fought there in 1916. Growing up, I always heard vague family stories about Grand-Père Henri at Verdun, but it was all bits and pieces. Brave man, terrible battle, never talked about it much. That kind of thing. He wasn't some career soldier. When the war broke out, he was a young baker from Lyon who immediately volunteered. He fought from the first battles on the Marne, later on the Somme, and stayed at the front right through to the last offensives. But nothing, absolutely nothing, marked him like Verdun. For anyone who doesn't know, Verdun is often called the French Stalingrad. It was a place of rotation, units constantly being moved in and out, which meant almost every French soldier passed through that furnace at some point. Over months of fighting, millions of shells fell on a pretty small patch of ground. The whole country carries that scar. When you go there today, Verdun doesn't look like a normal landscape. The earth is still pitted with shell holes. The forest grows in strange waves over old trenches, and the forts sit there like cracked teeth. People say the place feels wrong, heavy, unsettled. And I'll be honest, I felt it too. As I walked through the old battlefield, around Fort Douaumont, through the shattered woods, I kept getting these flashes in my mind, shapes where no one was standing, the sense that someone just moved behind me when there was only empty air. Once, on a path near an old trench line, I could have sworn I saw two figures in horizon blue coats slip between the trees and vanish. I told myself it was just my imagination, primed by stories. But this story really starts a few months before that trip. I was visiting my parents when my mother said, very casually, "Oh, by the way, we found some old notebooks in your grandfather's trunk. They might be Henri's." I cannot tell you how fast I went to that attic. Inside an old box, wrapped in a faded scarf, was a small, battered journal. Brown cover, corners crushed, pages stained and brittle. On the first page, in a careful, looping hand, was written, Soldat Henri Moreau, Mignon 3e Régiment d'Infanterie. I just sat there for a moment, staring at his name. I'd heard about him all my life, but suddenly he wasn't just a story. He was a man who had held this exact notebook in his hands. For about a week, I read that journal every night. On the train, in bed, whenever I had a spare moment. Most of it was daily life at the front. Cold, mud, hunger, small jokes with friends, letters from home. And then I reached the section labeled simply, Verdun, Février 1916. Rather than read it to you word for word, I'm going to tell it as if Henri himself were speaking. Just imagine his voice instead of mine. February 21st, 1916. I woke up feeling worse than usual this morning. Everything aches. It's been a rough few days at the Somme. Cold nights, little sleep. But that hardly matters now. We've just heard the Germans have launched a massive attack against Verdun. They say the sky is black with smoke. Artillery, non-stop. Word is, High Command is rushing every available unit toward the city to keep the line from collapsing. The older men look worried, and that scares me more than anything. May God help France. February 24th, 1916. Orders came through today. We're leaving the Somme and heading to Verdun. I cleaned my rifle and tried to joke with the others, but my hands were shaking. This doesn't feel like the other battles. It feels heavier somehow. Final, almost. March 2nd, 1916. The journey here felt like it took a lifetime, even though it was only a few days by truck. We traveled mostly at night, headlights covered, trucks packed with men and ammunition. The closer we got to Verdun, the more crowded the road became. A single, endless line of vehicles going in and out. They call it the Voie Sacrée, the sacred road. After what I've seen on it, the name fits. When we finally arrived near the city, it was dark, but the whole horizon glowed red and orange. Fires, explosions, flares. The air was thick with dust and smoke. The ground trembled all the time, like it was alive and in pain. As we walked toward our billets, there was a constant stream of men going the other way. At first, I thought they looked like ghosts, faces pale under mud and blood, eyes empty. Some limped, some were carried. Others stared straight ahead like they were already somewhere else. One truck passed us, filled with the worst of the wounded. Missing arms, missing legs, bandages soaked through. One man's face was so destroyed, I couldn't tell where his features had been. Their screams and moans followed us long after the truck was gone. I remember thinking, we're looking at our future. At this point in the journal, Henri's handwriting gets tighter, shakier. You can almost see the fear on the page. March 10th, 1916. It's been a week at the front. I can barely hold the pencil now. My hands tremble so much. We went into the line with around 230 men in the company. We're down to just over 80. The artillery never stops. Ever. Day and night, the same roar. My ears ring all the time. Sometimes I can't tell if a shell just fell or if it's my head playing tricks. I don't really sleep anymore. When I do, I dream of Earth raining down and waking up buried alive. I keep praying I will last another week. Just 1 week. Lord, help us. We are burning here. March 18th, 1916. We were rotated out of the front line yesterday. They call it rest, but it doesn't feel like rest. It's just a little less dangerous, that's all. Part of me is relieved. No bullets, no shells landing directly on our trek for now. But another part of me feels guilty. My comrades are still there, in that storm, and I'm back here drinking weak coffee and trying to wash the dirt from my hair. Still, that's not why I'm writing. 2 nights ago, I was on watch. It was quiet. Well, as quiet as Verdun gets. I was staring out over no man's land when I heard voices. French voices. At first I thought it was a patrol, but we weren't supposed to have anyone out there. I asked the other sentry if he heard them. He nodded. "You hear that too?" he whispered. We both peeked over the parapet. In the faint glow of fires and distant flares, we saw them. 4 figures walking slowly through the smoke in no man's land. I could see their Adrian helmets, the outlines of French uniforms. They moved like they weren't in any hurry at all, just strolling. One of them turned toward us and raised his arm like he was beckoning, not waving for help, calling us. We ducked down immediately, expecting machine gun fire from the German side. Anyone standing up and walking out there should have been cut down in seconds. But nothing. No shots. No shouts. Just the distant rumble of artillery and the pounding of my heart. When we looked again, the figures were gone. All of them. My comrade whispered, "You saw that, right?" I just nodded. I didn't have words. Reading that part, I remember pausing and just staring at the page. There's something chilling about how calmly he describes it, but it gets worse. March 24th, 1916. Last night I was on a patrol in no man's land. We were looking for wounded men left behind and making sure there were no Germans crawling up on our wire. We spread out among the shell holes. It was smoky, visibility maybe 5 meters, 10 at best. I dropped into one crater while my friend, my closest mate, Maurice, took the next one over. I checked for bodies, for anyone still breathing, for any sign of the enemy. Nothing. Just mud, broken wood, and pieces of things I'd rather not describe. I was about to climb out when I heard someone drop down behind me into the same crater. "That was quick, Maurice," I started to say. I turned and froze. The man in front of me was wearing a French uniform, but it was shredded, burned, and caked with dirt. His skin, what I could see of it, was blackened and cracked, like he'd been roasted and buried at the same time. His face was so distorted it almost wasn't a face anymore. His eyes, though, his eyes were bright. Too bright. I couldn't move. My whole body locked up. He looked at me and, in a perfectly conversational tone, said, "Rough night, eh? There are plenty of Frits out there. Be careful." Then, without another word, he hopped up out of the crater and sprinted toward the German lines. But I heard nothing. No footsteps on the churned ground, no crunch of boots, no rustle. Only the same distant thunder of shells. I don't know how long I stayed there, frozen. Eventually, I forced myself to move, to crawl over to Maurice's crater. When I dropped in beside him, he stared at me and asked, "Henri, what happened to you? You're white as chalk." I couldn't answer. He just clapped my shoulder and said, "Come on, let's get back." I've never been so afraid in my life. I'm terrified of going out again at night. I keep thinking I'll see that man's face every time I turn around. As I read this, I could almost feel my great-grandfather's fear bleed through the ink. And yet, he kept going. He had no choice. March 28th, 1916. It's been a few days since the figure in the crater. Nothing strange has happened since, but Verdun has taken something else from me. Today, I lost Maurice. One moment he was beside me in the trench. The next moment, a shot. He fell without a sound. When I turned, there was a hole in his helmet. Just like that. I dropped to my knees. I think I screamed, I'm not sure. I remember holding his body, his blood all over my tunic, and feeling something inside me break. I have lost so much here. Friends, sleep, any sense of safety. Verdun is eating us alive. All I have left is the hope to survive this place, though that hope grows smaller every day. God protect us. Please. March 29th, 1916. Last night we captured some German prisoners. They were shaking, talking over each other, eyes wide with terror. They kept mentioning Die Toten, the dead. They swore they'd been attacked in the dark by horribly disfigured French soldiers. Faces burned, limbs twisted, uniforms in tatters. One of them said the dead wouldn't stop coming, no matter how many bullets they fired. Hearing that did not comfort me. If anything, it made me more afraid. Whatever I saw in that crater, it seems we're not the only ones seeing such things. March 31st, 1916. I don't know how to explain tonight. I barely know how to write it. I was on patrol again with another soldier. The smoke was thick, the usual fires casting that awful red glow over everything. Barbed wire, shattered trees, the craters that never end. And then I saw him. Maurice. He was walking through the haze ahead of us, just a little way off. Same height, same way of holding his rifle. But there was something wrong. His outline looked wrong, like pieces were missing. Where his head should have been, I could see bone, as if the skin had burned away. For a moment, I felt sick, dizzy. I thought, I must be going mad. But I know what I saw. I know it was him, or something that used to be him. We're supposed to be pulled out of the line tomorrow for another period of rest. I need it. I don't know how much longer my mind can take this. When I got to this part in the journal, I remember having to put the book down, imagining him seeing his dead friend walking through no man's land like that. It's hard to shake off. But the part that haunted me the most was still to come. April 5th, 1916. We are out of the line again, a little farther back this time. I thought I might finally sleep, but tonight proved me wrong. I woke up around 1 in the morning. I'm not sure what stirred me. The guns were distant, almost like a storm far away. Our barracks were quiet. I noticed someone sitting at the end of my bunk, shoulders hunched, shaking as if they were crying. At first I thought it was one of the men who had finally broken down. It happens. Sometimes a man just can't hold it in anymore. I pushed myself up on my elbows and whispered, "Hey, are you all right?" The figure turned slowly to look at me. A chill went through my whole body. It was Maurice. His face was pale, but not bloody. His eyes were clear, sad, softer than I'd ever seen them, actually. He looked at me and said, very quietly, "I'm sorry, brother. You can rest now." I tried to speak, to tell him I was sorry, that I missed him, that I couldn't save him, but nothing came out. My throat locked up, my chest hurt. I felt tears running down my face, but I couldn't move or wipe them away. He reached out and touched my leg. His hand felt cold, but real. "We'll see each other again," he said. And then he was gone. Just gone. No sound, no movement. One moment he was there, the next the end of the bunk was empty. I jumped up, heart pounding, and stumbled outside. I must have stayed out there for hours, shaking and crying. Fear, grief, guilt, all of it crashing down at once. It's morning now. I don't know what to think. I just want to go home. We all do. But Verdun isn't finished with us yet. April 13th, 1916. They've told us our unit is finally being permanently pulled out of Verdun. My last week here. We've lost so many men I can't even keep track of the names anymore. Faces blur together. Sometimes when I close my eyes, I see them all standing in a line, waiting for something. My nerves are shot. I jump at every noise. At night, even when I'm not on patrol, I feel like someone is watching me from the dark corners of the dugout. I keep wondering if every body we leave in the mud is truly dead, or if some part of them is still wandering out there, between the lines. April 17th, 1916. We left Verdun today. On our way out, we marched past fresh units marching in. Their uniforms were still relatively clean, their packs properly adjusted. But their faces said everything. Some were stiff with fear, others strangely blank, like they'd already accepted whatever was coming. It felt like watching the dead walk to their graves. As the column passed, I had this terrible thought. Not all the dead stay buried. Not here. I'm home now, on leave for a month. Not truly home. We'll be sent back to the front, just not to Verdun, thank God. I don't know if I would survive another day in that place. My body might, but my mind wouldn't. That's the last entry about Verdun. Henri went on to fight again, on the Somme, then in later offensives. But in the rest of the journal, he never describes anything as vividly, or as painfully, as Verdun. As I was writing all this down, his words, his fear, his strange encounters, I kept thinking back to my own trip to Verdun, to that moment on the forest path, when I thought I saw two blue-coated figures slipping between the trees, to the feeling of being watched at the ossuary, like someone was standing just behind my shoulder. And I can't help but wonder, when people talk about seeing French or German soldiers walking in the mist, when they say they've seen shapes moving between the shattered forts, who are they seeing? Some nameless lost souls? Or maybe, just maybe, one of them is Maurice, limping through the smoke, and somewhere not far behind him, still carrying his rifle, still doing his duty, my great-grandfather, Henri. So, let me tell you something I still get chills thinking about. A few years ago, my younger sister, Maya, and I decided we were going to play with a Ouija board. We didn't actually own one, so we made our own. We cut a piece of cardboard, painted the letters and numbers, and left it upstairs on the old heater to dry. We didn't think much of it. We just went downstairs to eat, scroll on our phones, and chat. Maya had tried a Ouija board once before with her friends and said it never worked, so she was pretty skeptical. I wasn't really a believer either. I was just curious. The thing is, we've always been a bit sensitive, I guess. In the house we lived in before, weird things happened all the time. Objects moved, doors creaked open on their own. We'd gotten so used to it that we stopped freaking out and just kind of lived with it. Anyway, after a while we went back upstairs to see if the board was dry. That's when things started to feel wrong. The cardboard board was no longer on the heater. It was now lying perfectly in the middle of the rug. Straight, centered, as if someone had carefully placed it there and stepped back to wait. We just stood there looking at it. At first, we tried to rationalize it. We told ourselves, okay, maybe it just slid off the heater and landed there somehow. It didn't really make sense, but we forced ourselves to accept it because the alternative felt worse. We didn't even have a planchette, so we grabbed this little glass candle holder and decided that would do. We sat facing each other, put our fingertips lightly on the glass, and started joking around. We were laughing, asking stupid questions, and not expecting anything to happen. Then the glass started to move. At first, it was barely anything, just these tiny, shaky movements. I honestly thought Maya was pushing it, and she thought I was. I don't even remember exactly what we asked in the beginning, but the longer we kept our fingers on it, the smoother and faster it moved. Soon, it was flying from letter to letter so quickly that our fingers slipped off and the glass tipped over onto its side. Instead of being scared, we were excited. That's the messed up part. We started asking about our friends, our boyfriends, all sorts of silly questions. At one point we asked, "What's your name?" And it spelled out Potato. We burst out laughing. We were like, seriously? Potato? It felt ridiculous, so we kept going. We asked where it was in the room, and it started spelling things like Behindyu. Then we asked, "Who are you here for?" It spelled my name. That was the first moment my stomach dropped. I felt this weird, heavy feeling in my chest. But we didn't stop. We kept playing. Over the next few days, It was like we got hooked. We'd come home from school and sometimes find the little glass candle holder sitting in the middle of the table, like it was waiting for us. No one else in the house used it. No one else even knew we were doing this. And every time we saw it sitting there, we'd look at each other, and without even saying anything, we'd sit down and start again. After a while, the tone of the messages shifted. The board kept spelling my name, over and over. It started saying it loved me. It said it wanted me, that it was waiting for me. Then, one night, it spelled out that it wanted me to die. One evening, we asked what it thought about my boyfriend at the time, Liam. The board spelled out that it hated him. That same day, Liam got into a car accident. It wasn't life-threatening, thank God, just a minor collision. But I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't random. I tried not to connect it, but it sat in the back of my mind like a stone. Later that night, he borrowed his mom's car to come see me. He lived about an hour and a half away. On the drive over, the car broke down on this quiet road that cuts through a wooded area. It was around 3 in the morning, no streetlights, no other cars. His phone battery was low. He told me later he'd never felt so watched and alone in his life. It started to feel like the board's hatred wasn't just a message. It felt active, personal. Then my stuff started disappearing. Little things at first. Hair ties, earrings, notes, my favorite pen. I thought I was just being forgetful. But it kept happening. So of course, we asked the board about it. It told us exactly where things were. Not in normal places either. It would spell out things like BLUECLOSET. This tiny storage room we never used that had one blue wall and a mirror leaning against it. Or UNDERSTAIRSBOX. Places we never put anything important. And when we went to check, my stuff was really there. After that, we stopped thinking we were imagining things. Then the knocking started. Every night, for several nights in a row, we'd hear 3 knocks at the front door. Always 3. Always the same pattern. When we opened the door, no one was there. It didn't matter what time it was, it just kept happening. Around that time, my mood crashed. I didn't have a reason, really. Nothing huge had happened besides all this weirdness, but I sank into this heavy depression. I felt empty, hopeless, and for the first time in my life, I started having suicidal thoughts out of nowhere. They didn't feel like me. It felt like something was pushing, whispering, nudging. That's when we finally admitted to ourselves that this wasn't harmless anymore. We decided to see a psychic that a family friend recommended. We went in, sat down, and before we even fully explained, she looked at us and said something like, "You've opened a door you don't know how to close." She told us to burn the board and then bury the ashes. She was very firm about it. Get rid of it. Don't call it back. Don't remake it. So we went home, went into the backyard, and burned the cardboard board until there was nothing left but ash. Then we buried it. You would think that was the end. But that same day, before the sun even set, we drew up another board on a sheet of paper. Messy letters, quick little circles, nothing fancy. We used a coin as the planchette. We were that addicted. Looking back, it honestly feels like we were under some sort of influence. Like we weren't thinking straight. Even when we were scared, even when it said it wanted me to die, we kept going back. It took us about 6 months to finally stop. 6 months of strange noises, missing objects, dark thoughts, and that constant feeling of being watched. We had to cleanse the house, say prayers, throw things away. We opened windows, burned sage, anything we could think of to push whatever it was out. During that time, my relationship with Liam fell apart. I broke up with him. Everything in my life felt tangled and heavy. When it was finally over, when the knocks stopped, when the board stopped calling to us, when the house felt lighter, I made myself a promise. I know if you're listening to this, part of you might be thinking, okay, that's exaggerated. Or, there must be a logical explanation. And honestly, if someone else were telling me this, I might question it too. But I was there. I watched that board move. I found my things exactly where it said. I felt my mind darken for no reason. I saw how it slowly took over our evenings, our thoughts, our decisions. So when I say I'll never touch a Ouija board again, I truly mean never. Welcome back to Paranormal M. It's finally my favorite time again, sitting down and sharing the paranormal experiences you sent in. Thank you so much for your stories. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss the latest videos on the channel. Now, get comfy, put your headphones on, and let's dive into today's story. So I've told this story a few times online, but I've never really just sat down and told it like I was talking to a friend. So that's what I'm doing with you now. I grew up in eastern Kentucky, in a decent-sized town tucked into the mountains. It's the kind of place where the fog hangs low in the mornings and everybody knows everybody's business. Around here, ghost stories are just part of the landscape. Folks swap them on porches like recipes. Some of them turn into full-on local legends. But this one, my family story, never really made it that far. It mostly just stayed with us. My dad, Mark, grew up way out on one of those back roads that feel like they go on forever. I always tell people, if you've ever seen one of those horror movies where the GPS stops working and the trees seem to close in around you, yeah, that's the kind of place I mean. Old cabins, busted trailers, rusting cars in yards, and every now and then, some abandoned building just sitting there, like it's waiting. Dad was one of 3 brothers. His oldest brother, Doug, died of a heart attack a few years back. His middle brother, my Uncle Ray, is the one this story is really about. Ray passed away from cancer in 2018. Now, Uncle Ray had been kind of distant from the family for a long time. He'd moved around a lot, bigger towns, different counties, never stayed in one place too long. But in 2015, he got diagnosed with a really aggressive form of cancer. Not long after, he called my dad and said he wanted to come back home. He had a new wife, Lisa, and a little girl, Maddie, and he wanted to be closer to family. One evening, out of the blue, he called my dad and said, "I found us a place. It's not far from y'all. Come on out and see it, and bring whatever you can to help us get settled." So we loaded up what we could, an extra mattress, some old chairs, a box of dishes, with the help of our neighbor, Mr. Jenkins, and headed out. We drove for close to an hour, farther and farther away from town. The paved road turned to cracked pavement, then to gravel, then to that kind of road where you start praying you don't meet another car because there's nowhere to pull off. Eventually, we came to this steep gravel driveway that went almost straight up a hill. I mean, it felt like if you let off the gas for half a second, the truck would just slide backwards. There was a drop-off on one side that made my stomach knot up, and dense woods on the other side pressing in. We crawled up that hill, tires slipping on loose rock, and finally made it to the top. That's where the cabin was. It sat right in the middle of the woods like it had grown there. Tin roof, old wood siding gone gray with age, a big rock cliff rising up behind it, and thick trees all around. The place was quiet. Not peaceful quiet, more like the world was holding its breath. I stepped out of the truck and just stood there for a minute. Something felt off. I didn't know what yet, but I felt it in my gut. The driveway formed a rough circle in front of the cabin, and right in the center of that ring was this old, overgrown garden. The kind that used to be pretty once, but had been forgotten. Dead bushes, tangled weeds, a few stubborn flowers trying to hang on. And right there, half sunk into the ground at an angle, was a flat grave marker. I remember stopping mid-step. It was one of those little plaques you see in older cemeteries. I brushed some dirt and grass off with my shoe and read it. It was for a baby, a stillborn son. He'd died at birth, sometime in the late 70s if I remember right. The family's last name was there too. I went inside after that, still thinking about that little grave, and asked Uncle Ray what was up with it. He shrugged like it was just another odd detail and said, "Came with the place. The folks that lived here before us. They buried him there and just left it when they moved. Landlord said they never wanted it moved." Something about that bothered me more than the marker itself. Just the idea of a family leaving their baby's grave, like they were leaving an old washing machine behind. The inside of the cabin didn't feel much better. It was like the last people had left in a hurry. There were bed frames still in the bedrooms, an old dresser with half the drawers open, piles of clothes stacked on the floor in one room like someone had been packing and then stopped. In one of the smaller bedrooms, there were toys shoved into the closet, and I mean piled in there. Dolls, trucks, stuffed animals, board games with pieces spilling out. It was clearly a kid's room, and it looked like someone had grabbed the kid and left the toys behind. Out back, the yard opened up a bit, right before it hit the tree line and the rock cliff. And there, taking up most of the open space, was this huge black circle. A big round scorch mark in the ground, like something had been burned there. Not just a little bonfire either. The earth was charred in a perfect ring, and nothing was growing through it. Standing there, looking at the grave in the front and the burn mark in the back, I just remember thinking, whatever happened here, it wasn't good. My dad and Uncle Ray spent that evening in the kitchen, talking over what needed fixing. The place needed a lot of work. The roof leaked in one corner, a window was cracked, some of the wiring looked like a fire waiting to happen. They didn't have much money for furniture, so for a while, Uncle Ray, Aunt Lisa, and little Maddie all slept in one bed in the living room. Over the next couple of weeks, my dad and some of the other relatives started coming out regularly to help repair the place. I'd tag along sometimes, but even with people around, that cabin never stopped feeling wrong. You know how some houses feel welcoming, like they're glad you're there? This one felt like it was watching us and waiting for us to leave. That's when the weird stuff started happening. One night, Dad came home and he just looked tired. Not work tired, heavy tired. We were sitting at the table and he said, "Your Uncle Ray's not sleeping much." I asked why, and Dad said, "Because something's walking around that house at night, and it ain't any of them." They were all sleeping in the living room, and almost every night they heard footsteps in the hallway, moving back and forth. Doors would open and close on their own. Not just little creaks, full-on click and swing. They'd get up to check, thinking maybe the wind had blown something, but the windows were shut, and there was no draft. The footsteps never really stopped either, just pacing, like someone was restless. Aunt Lisa had her own share of things. One afternoon, she was washing dishes and looked up at the kitchen window. She swore she saw a little boy in overalls and a straw hat run past the window, just quick enough to catch with her eyes. She thought it was Maddie's cousin at first, so she went outside to fuss at him for playing near the steep hill. There was no one there. Another time, their daughter Maddie came in from the yard, all excited. She said, "Mama, I was playing with the boy, the one with the hat." She described him again, overalls, straw hat, about her size. She said they'd been playing near the rock cliff, but when Lisa went out to look, there was no sign of anybody. As all this was happening, Uncle Ray's health started going downhill faster. His pain got worse, the treatments were wearing him out, and he had to be hospitalized more and more often. But what really scared us weren't just the physical changes. It was how he started acting whenever he was at the cabin. One night, some of our cousins were visiting him there. Things had been especially active. doors slamming, the sound of someone walking from room to room, even when everyone was in the living room together. At some point, Uncle Ray suddenly insisted on taking everyone into the back bedroom. He told them, "We need to stay in here. They're coming for me. I don't want them to get you too." Now, you hear something like that, and your first instinct is to chalk it up to the medication or the cancer getting to his mind. And maybe that was part of it. But the way my aunt described it, he was terrified, not confused, afraid, like he could feel something closing in that nobody else could see. After that, he ended up back in the hospital for a while. But even when he wasn't staying at the cabin, whenever he talked about it, he'd say things like, "I don't think that place wants me there," or, "Whatever's out there in those woods, it knows I'm weak." Things just kept escalating. The footsteps got louder. Doors that were locked would be found open. Once, they came back from a hospital trip and found every cabinet in the kitchen standing wide open. No sign of a break-in, nothing missing. Finally, the family had had enough. Between the fear and his health getting worse, they just couldn't stay there. They packed up what they could and left. Uncle Ray, Lisa, and Maddie moved in with my Aunt Carol closer to town, where he eventually passed away on hospice care. After he died, our family minister, Pastor Hall, went out to the cabin at the landlord's request. Whatever your beliefs are about that kind of thing, I'll just tell you what happened. He walked the property, prayed, and did what he called a cleansing, blessing the house, the land, even the little grave out front. He said the place felt heavy, like something had settled in there and didn't want to let go. A year or so later, the cabin burned down. No one was living in it at the time. The story we were told was that it was probably some kind of electrical issue, but the power had supposedly been off. By the time anyone got up that hill with water, there wasn't much left but the chimney, part of the metal roof, and that blackened ring in the backyard, darker and wider than before. Last time I went up there, which has been a while, it was just rubble and weeds. The grave marker was still there though, tilting a little further into the earth. I don't know what you believe about ghosts or demons or any of that. I'm not here to convince you of anything. I'm just telling you that my uncle went to that cabin sick, and whatever was already there seemed to notice. It felt like the place had soaked up years of grief and fear and never let them go, and he walked right into it at the weakest point in his life. Sometimes I think about that little baby's grave, the scorch mark in the yard, the kid in overalls running past the window, and I think about my uncle saying, "They're coming for me." And even now, miles and years away from that hill, it still gives me chills. You know how every small town has that place? For me, it was the old asylum on the hill. I grew up in this quiet little town where everyone pretended not to be obsessed with that building, but we all were. It was this abandoned, sprawling psychiatric hospital that you could see from almost anywhere. To most people, it was just a creepy landmark. To me, it felt personal. My nan, Eileen, had worked there as a psychiatric nurse, and my granddad, Tom, was a porter. I grew up on their stories. Well, the pieces of them they were willing to tell anyway. They never really went into the grisly details. It was more small things. The smell of disinfectant that wouldn't leave their clothes. The patients who loved gardening. The way the corridors echoed when it was quiet. So even as a kid, I was obsessed with the place. Not in a horror movie way, more in a "this is my family's history" way. I used to press my face to the car window whenever we drove past, trying to catch a glimpse of the broken windows or overgrown grounds. I knew there was no chance I'd be allowed inside back then, but I always told myself, one day, when I'm older. When I hit my teenage years and started going out more, my mom, her name's Claire, had one rule she repeated like a broken record. Don't go near the hospital. Not the building, not the grounds. Just stay away, all right? And honestly, I listened. I was weirdly obedient for a teenager. But it didn't kill the curiosity. If anything, it made it worse. I wanted to walk the same paths my grandparents had. I wanted to stand where they'd stood and actually see it, not just from the road, not from the safety of the car, but up close. Then we moved. Our new house was just around the corner from the old hospital. From my bedroom window, I could see the top of its roofline, broken and jagged against the sky. At night, if I twisted the blinds just right, I could catch the outline of the main block, silhouetted by the streetlights. That's when the obsession turned into something else. I started dropping hints to my mom constantly. We could just walk past it. Maybe just the driveway? Not inside, I promise. Just the grounds. Every time. No, it's dangerous, and it's private property. Until one day, she didn't say no. I still remember how casually she brought it up. We were in the kitchen. She was making tea, and I was half scrolling my phone, half staring out of the window, like usual. She just said, "If we went in the daytime, and we stayed outside, just the grounds, would that be enough for you?" I must have looked like a cartoon character, the way my jaw dropped. I kept waiting for her to say she was joking. Instead, she added, "But we don't go inside. The building's unstable, and there's asbestos everywhere. I mean it. We stay out." I agreed so fast it was almost embarrassing. Technically, going onto the grounds was trespassing, but getting in wasn't exactly a challenge. People broke in all the time. The fence had gaps like missing teeth. We found one wide enough to step through without even ducking. So there we were, just me and my mom, slipping through this torn section of fence into a different world. We followed a short path through a strip of woodland, only a couple of minutes long, really. It was quiet in that way that feels heavy, like the air itself is listening. Soft earth under our shoes, the faint sound of branches knocking together overhead. Neither of us spoke. We didn't need to. And then, suddenly, the trees ended. There it was, up close. It felt bigger, like it was leaning over us. Bits of the roof had collapsed. Ivy crawled up the walls, and graffiti covered almost every flat surface. Names, symbols, messages that didn't make sense anymore. We made our way around to the front, the part I'd only ever seen from a distance, driving past with my grandparents. Being right there on the gravel, looking up at those tall, broken windows was surreal. I kept imagining my Nan in her uniform, my granddad pushing trolleys along those corridors. For about 15 minutes, everything was calm. We walked slowly, stopping now and then so I could take quick photos on my phone. I didn't pose or anything. I just wanted to remember the angles, the doorways, the arches. I was buzzing, but in this quiet, reverent way. Then we heard it, the crunch of tires on gravel. Both of us froze. The sound got closer, then stopped, not far from where we were. A car door slammed. Heavy footsteps followed, the kind where the person isn't trying to be quiet at all. Then a man's voice, harsh, irritated, and instantly familiar, even though I'd never actually met him. The groundsman. Every town has its legends, and he was one of ours. People said he'd scream at trespassers, that he'd let his dog loose to chase them out. There were rumors about him threatening people, stories that got retold so many times no one knew what was true anymore. But his reputation alone was enough to keep most people away. Mom and I looked at each other, wide-eyed. No words, just that look. We sort of mime-acted a plan at each other. Back the way we came, quietly. Now. We turned around and started walking back, as lightly as we could manage. I could hear the man moving somewhere else on the grounds. At least, I hoped it was somewhere else, and not getting closer. Every little sound felt amplified. Our shoes on the gravel, a branch snapping underfoot, my own breathing. Still, even then, I couldn't resist. I lifted my phone and snapped a few more photos as we went. A broken staircase here, a crumbling archway there. I never stopped for more than a second. Click, walk. Click, walk. Somehow, we made it back to the fence without seeing him. We slipped through the gap onto the public footpath like we were emerging from underwater. By the time we reached the car, we both let out that same long, shaky breath. The kind that only comes out once you realize how tense you've been. On the drive home, I just kept saying, "Thank you. Seriously, thank you for taking me." Mom smiled, but she was gripping the steering wheel tighter than usual. That night, we were back to normal life. Sitting in the living room, TV murmuring away, lamps on, everything soft and ordinary. Mom was half watching some crime drama. I'd put my earphones in and decided to scroll through the photos I'd taken. Now, this was back when live photos were still fairly new to me. I knew they existed, but I'd never really thought about the fact that they capture a little bit of sound with each picture. So I'm just scrolling, completely relaxed. I tap the first live photo from the hospital, and it comes to life for a second or two. All I hear is what I expect. The crunch of our footsteps on gravel. Mine and Mum's. That's it. Next one, same thing. Gravel. A faint rustle. Nothing weird. Then I get to this one shot of a crumbling archway that seemed to lead into an old corridor. Just darkness beyond it, thick and solid. I press down to play the live photo. For a moment, it's normal. Background noise, the soft scuff of my shoe. And then I hear it. A faint, childlike voice, right in my earphones, close, but somehow far away at the same time. R.I.P. me. I just stared at the screen, replaying it again and again, hoping I'd misheard. But no, same thing every time. That tiny voice, those 2 words. At this point, my hands were actually shaking, but I kept going. I don't know why. Curiosity, maybe. Or the horrible logic of, if there's one weird thing, maybe the others will explain it. I swiped to the next photo. At first, there's nothing unusual, just that ambient hiss that phones pick up, the sound of shoes moving over stones. Then, clear as day, a different voice cuts through. Older, sharper. Not my mom's, not mine. The kind of voice that sounds like it's right behind you. You fucked up. I froze. I don't think I even breathed. It wasn't just the words, though those were bad enough. It was the tone. There was this horrible certainty in it, like the speaker knew something I didn't. Like it wasn't a joke or a random mutter, but a statement. You fucked up. That was it. No laughter, no follow-up. Just that sentence, dropped like a stone into a lake. I went through every other live photo from that day. Thankfully, those were the only 2 with voices. But that almost made it worse. Why those 2? Why that archway? Why those words? Eventually, Mom glanced over and noticed how pale I was. You all right? She asked. I pulled my earphones out and just handed her the phone. Listen, I said. She played the first one. I watched her whole expression change. The second she heard that small voice say, R.I.P. me, her eyebrows shot up and her mouth tightened. Then she went to the next one, the older voice, the swearing. Her reaction honestly scared me more than the recordings did. She looked rattled, properly shaken. That's not us, she said quietly. I know, I told her. And it wasn't. For one, neither voice sounded anything like us. The child's voice was lighter, almost echoey. The older one had this firm, almost clipped way of speaking, like someone who's used to being listened to. But more than that, I would never swear like that in front of my mom. Not then, not now. Even at 15, I was painfully self-conscious about that sort of thing around her. There is just no version of reality where I casually drop, "You f***ed up," within earshot of her and don't spontaneously combust from embarrassment. Of course, when we told other people later, they all said the same thing. "You must have been talking and not realized. It's probably someone in the distance. Phones distort things. It's just you. It has to be you." And I get it. That explanation is easier. It's neater. It fits. But the truth is, it doesn't. Because those voices weren't ours. They didn't sound like us, didn't feel like us. And those particular words, R.I.P. me. You f***ed up. Sometimes I catch myself wondering if that second voice was talking about us going there, like some strange, belated warning preserved in a few seconds of video I didn't even know I was recording. Or maybe it was never about us at all. Either way, I still have those live photos, and every time I move them to a new phone, I tell myself I'm not going to play them again, but I always do. So, let me just tell you this the way I'd tell a friend over coffee. When I moved into my boyfriend's place, let's call him Daniel, everything started to fall apart. And I don't mean emotionally, I mean the apartment itself just gave up. Right before I moved in, a pipe in the ceiling between the hallway and the kitchen burst. It flooded the neighbor's place below us. For months, like almost 8 months, we had this ugly, open section of wall and ceiling with cables and pipes exposed, and a kitchen that was basically just decoration. We cooked on a little hot plate in the living room and washed dishes in the bathroom sink. It already felt like the apartment didn't want us there. From the very beginning, I felt uneasy in that place, especially in the narrow hallway that leads to the bathroom. You know that feeling when you're sure someone is standing just behind you, even though you know you're alone? That's what it's like every time I walk down that hall. One time, I went into the bathroom to get ready for a shower. I was about to pull my leggings down when I clearly felt something tug on the back of them. Not like a brush or static or anything, a definite tug, like fingers catching the fabric. I froze. I whipped around, half expecting to see Daniel there joking around. No one. I can't explain how much that freaked me out. My heart was pounding so hard I just stood there, breathing, telling myself I was imagining it. But it felt so real. The bedroom doesn't feel safe either. We later found out that water from the roof gutter had been leaking down the outside wall for who knows how long, which made the wall cold and damp. At night, as I'm lying in bed, I get this sensation that someone is pacing along that wall, or sometimes just standing by the corner, facing the bed. I don't see anything, but I feel it. It's like being watched from the doorway of a dark room. Lately, things have gotten weirder. The bathroom light is often on when no one's been in there. I'll walk past and think, "Oh, Daniel must be in there." But the door's open and it's empty. I make a point of turning the light off when I leave, and still, later on, it's glowing again. I also keep hearing these small tapping sounds near the metal trash can in there. Not just random building noises, it's rhythmic, like someone lightly flicking the edge with a nail. When I look, nothing's moved, nothing's touching it. And then there's my phone. Sometimes I sit on the toilet scrolling through Instagram Reels, like you do. I'll pause a video, put the phone down out of reach so I can wash my hands, and while I'm at the sink, I hear it start playing again. Sometimes it even scrolls to the next video on its own. The first few times I tried to rationalize it. Maybe the screen glitched. Maybe I didn't tap properly. But it keeps happening, and always in that bathroom. The bathroom also gets freezing cold for no good reason. It's a tiny room. The heater in the apartment is on. The window doesn't even open fully. It's stuck half shut. Yet suddenly it's so cold in there that I can see my breath. Then I step back into the hallway, and the temperature feels normal again. It's not just the bathroom either. In the kitchen and living room, I sometimes hear the TV murmuring, like a late-night talk show playing in the background. I walk in to tell Daniel to turn it down, and the TV is completely off. No standby light, nothing. Other times I hear the delicate clinking of glass, like someone lightly tapping two glasses together or flicking the rim with a fingernail. I'll go check, expecting to find something tipped over, but every glass is exactly where it should be. No mess, no explanation, just the echo of a sound that shouldn't have been there. In one dream, our bedroom and hallway looked exactly the same as in real life. I saw these pale, almost transparent figures walking in a slow line along the bedroom wall, heading toward the corner where it meets the hallway. Then they turned and walked back, one by one, toward the bathroom door. I watched them, and then I realized I was seeing myself too, lying in bed, asleep. And I was standing behind my sleeping body, just watching, unable to move or speak. The whole time I had this feeling that the figures weren't seeing me. They were circling something else. Us. The bed. That path between the bedroom and the bathroom. In another dream, I was floating above the bed, twisted into this uncomfortable position, like my body was bent wrong. One arm was stretched out toward the door. I couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't even blink. Then, out of nowhere, this smoky, dark hand formed around my outstretched fingers. It didn't grab my wrist, just gently closed over my fingertips and pulled. The sensation was so real that I woke up with my hand still reaching out, my fingers tingling. All of this has gotten to the point where Daniel and I are genuinely scared to go to the bathroom at night. We've started leaving the hallway light on and the bathroom door open whenever one of us has to use it. Neither of us wants to be the one walking down that dark hallway alone. There's this particular spot, right at the entrance to the bathroom in the hallway, that feels the worst. Every time I walk past it, I get this tight, heavy feeling in my chest, like stepping into a room where people have just been arguing. It doesn't matter if it's morning or afternoon, lights on or off. That patch of floor always feels wrong. If I had the chance, I'd show you a picture of it, because it looks completely normal. Just a hallway. But that's the place where I feel least alone, and not in a comforting way. I keep telling myself it's the stress, the water damage, the disruption of the renovations, the bad sleep. But there's a part of me that believes the apartment itself remembers every crack, every leak, every time the walls were broken open. And something else moved in through those openings and never really left. So, let me just start at the beginning. I grew up in northern Alaska, and if you've ever spent a summer up here, you know how strange the light can be. The sun just sort of forgets how to set. The nights are more of a dimmer switch than real darkness. But once you get up past the Arctic Circle, it's something else entirely. It feels like the world is stuck between day and night, and your brain never quite knows which way is up. Funny thing is, that's where you really start to fear the dark, when there isn't any. See, the old stories up here, the Inupiaq and Yupik and other native elders, they talk about beings called the Tornit. According to them, the Tornit were here long before their people paddled up to these shores. Big, strong, human-shaped, but not quite human. For a while, the story goes, they all lived in a kind of uneasy peace. But then, one day, an Inuit hunter's son killed a Tornit in a fit of anger. Some say over a stolen kayak, some say over a woman. After that, the Tornit vanished into the wild places, way back into the mountains and tundra. They didn't disappear, though. They just stopped being neighbors and became something else. Something you only meet when things have already gone wrong. Now, that old legend isn't mine to tell properly. If you want it, you should sit with an elder in one of the villages. They'll tell it the right way. I'm just giving you the short version so what happened to me makes a little more sense. What is mine to tell is my own run-in with what we around here, those of us who aren't native, call the Alaskan Bushman. My name's Eli, by the way. This was, a good few years back now. It was late June, the solstice week, the longest stretch of daylight we get. I'd been asked by a little coastal village called Tulik to help track down a problem bear, Big Brown, by the tracks. It had busted into one of their storage sheds and made off with a ridiculous amount of food. Up here, that's not just annoying, that's dangerous. Food is survival, especially for the folks who stay through the winter. So I loaded up my sled, hitched the dogs, and headed out over the tundra. Even in summer, some of those stretches are nothing but wind, ice crust, and low scrub bushes pretending to be trees. The bear's tracks were clear enough at first, big prints punched into softer patches of ground. I was mushing along at an easy pace. Can't run the dogs too hard or they'll burn out quick. When I started to feel like something was off. You ever get that sense that someone's watching you, but when you look around, there's nobody there? It was like that, but heavier. Like the air itself was paying attention. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw what I thought was a stunted black spruce out on a little rise. Tall, thin, just a dark shape against the washed-out sky. I didn't think much of it. This is Alaska. There's always some lone, weird tree where it shouldn't be. But after a while, I realized that tree hadn't been there before. And as we moved, it seemed to shift. Not closer, not farther, just always at the edge of my vision, in a place where a tree shouldn't be. I kept glancing over, trying not to spook myself. Every time I looked straight at it, it just sat there, innocent as anything, like a regular silhouette on the horizon. Then I blinked, just a normal blink, and it was gone. Not, I lost track of it. Not, maybe I misjudged the distance. Just gone, like someone erased it from the world. That's when the wind changed. A moment before, it had been a faint, almost warm breeze from the south, the kind that smells like wet earth and distant sea. Then, all at once, it swung around and hit me from the north, sharp and dry, like it had scraped its way across a glacier before it found me. It was a Chinook wind, but not the kind we welcome in winter. This one felt wrong. It carried this hollowness, like it was blowing out of a place that wasn't meant for people. I pulled my parka a little tighter without even thinking about it. One of the lead dogs, Runa, let out a low whine and flicked her ears back. The rest of the team got jittery, their paws dancing, but they kept moving. I looked up, and there they were. Not one shape this time, several. Tall, too tall to be any person I know. Broad shoulders, long arms that hung just a little too low. All of them standing dead still out ahead of us in the distance. Just shadows against the pale sky, like someone had cut human shapes out of the daylight. I slowed the team, brought them in a bit. The dogs didn't want to go forward. Tails low, ears flat, eyes rolling. They knew something I didn't. I squinted, trying to make out faces, or even just details, clothes, fur, anything. But there was nothing. No color, no features. Just these dark cutouts in the light. And the feeling that came over me. It wasn't like being watched. I felt that plenty out hunting. This was different. This felt like being evaluated. That's the best way I can put it. Like they were studying me, weighing me, trying to decide if I was worth anything. Food, a threat, a curiosity, who knows? Every hair on my arms and the back of my neck stood up, goosebumps everywhere. My body knew before my brain did. This is bad. This is very, very bad. You need to go. I didn't say a word out loud, The wind would have eaten my voice anyway. I just shifted my weight, tightened my grip on the handlebar, and gave the slightest tug on the line to turn the sled around. I swear to you, the dogs did not wait for a command. The second I thought run, they were already moving. Runa barked once, sharp and panicked, and the whole team lunged like someone had fired a starting gun. The sled jerked so hard I nearly went off the runners. I wrapped my hands around the handle like it was the only thing holding me to the world, and bent my knees as we flew. I didn't look back. For a while, it felt like we were racing through a tunnel of shadows. I could see shapes flickering at the edges of my vision, tall forms pacing us, keeping up without effort. Every time I dared a glance to the side, there'd be this suggestion of a figure, just far enough away to not be clear, just close enough to make my heart hammer. No sound but the dogs panting, the runners scraping, and the wind screaming in my ears. Then, as suddenly as it had picked up, the wind changed again. It shifted to this strange, spiraling gust that almost sounded like laughing. Not human laughter, not anything I recognized. Just this high, thin, swirling sound, like the air itself was amused that I was running. And then, nothing. The shadows at the edges of my vision vanished. The pressure on my chest eased. The world went back to being just tundra and sky and the distant shape of the village behind us. I finally dared to slow the team. The dogs came down to a trot, then a walk, tongues lolling, sides heaving. I was shaking so hard I could barely keep my boots steady on the runners. I looked back the way we'd come. No tall shapes, no bear, no tracks except our own and the ones we'd been following, which just stopped. Like something had decided that was as far as I needed to go. I didn't see the bushmen again that day. I never did see that bear either. When I made it back to Tulik, one of the elders took one look at my face and just nodded, like he already knew. He didn't ask many questions, just said, "Sometimes they let you live with a warning. Listen next time." So now, when folks ask me if I believe in the Tornit, or the Alaskan Bushmen, or whatever name you want to give them, I tell them this. Up here, there are things that were walking this land before we had words for them. If you're lucky, you'll never meet them. But if you ever find yourself under a sun that refuses to set, with a wind that laughs and shadows that stand a little too still, turn your sled around. You don't want to find out what happens if they decide you are worth something. So, let me set the scene for you. It's late September, right on that edge where summer's officially given up, but winter hasn't quite shown its teeth yet. That's always the quietest time on the water. The tourists are gone, the gift shops are shuttered, and the birds have already taken the hint and headed south. Out there, when it's that quiet, you can hear everything. You hear the sea lions barking from the rocks, sounding like drunk men laughing in the fog. You hear the old wood of the docks creak with the tide, and you can hear the otters in the inlets, chittering and splashing, rolling around like they don't have a care in the world. But that's not the sound you need to worry about. The old-timers always said, it's when the otters start sounding like children crying. That's when you keep your ass off the water. Back then, I worked as a steward on the smaller ferries, the ones that handled locals and trucks, not the big cruise liners. My job was simple. Scrub the decks, clean the cabins, keep things tidy while we ran the quieter routes. I actually liked the off-season. Just us, the cold, and the sound of the ocean breathing. Some nights, when we were tied up at the less visited dock, the one with the moss-slick boardwalk and the busted lamp that never stayed lit, the older crew would start telling stories. There was this one old seaman, Joe. Every boat's got a Joe, right? Who loved to talk about the otter folk. The Kushtaka, he'd say, real serious, like it wasn't a joke at all. That's what the local tribes call them, not just otters, not really. They walk on two legs when they want to. They change shape. They steal your voice, and they use it to call people off the shore, out to the rocks, out where nobody can help you. Now, I grew up around stories. You hear enough of them, you learn to nod, maybe act impressed, but deep down, you write it off as something meant to scare kids and green hands. That's all it was to me. Just sailor talk. Until I saw one. It was one of those nights the sky feels too big. The water was calm, the air crisp, and the moon was so bright it turned everything silver. Above that, the northern lights were hanging low, ribbons of green and a little purple, like someone had draped ghostly curtains across the sky. We were tied up near the mouth of the harbor, and I was alone on deck with a bucket, a stiff brush, and a bad playlist humming out of my phone. I remember I was scrubbing near the bow when I heard it, that click, click, click of claws on deck planks. Sharp, light, too deliberate to be the boat settling. You know the sound of a dog on hardwood? It was like that, nails that needed trimming. I froze, looked over my shoulder. Nothing, just the fog starting to roll in, soft as breath, the faint slap of water against the hull. I told myself it was probably a crab pot shifting or some loose hardware and went back to scrubbing. A minute later, there it was again. Click, click, click. Closer this time. I stood up, turned around, and that's when I heard it. A child crying. It was faint at first, thin and distant, like it was coming from far down the dock. But as I stood there, it changed. It got wetter, closer. But the sound wasn't coming from the land. It was coming from the water. My stomach dropped. Every story I'd shrugged off started lining up in my head one by one. I walked to the rail and looked over, expecting, I don't know, a kid in a life jacket, someone in the water, something I could deal with. Instead, I saw something else. Then it rolled slightly, like it wanted me to get a better look. Its shoulders were too narrow, its neck too long, and its face was wrong. Too broad in some places, too human in others. Like something halfway finished, stuck between man and animal, trying to decide which mask to put on. And the eyes. For just a second, its eyes caught the moonlight, and they didn't shine like an animal's. There was a focus there, a recognition, like it was sizing me up, like it knew exactly what I was, who I was. I must have blinked, because by the time I pulled in a breath, it was gone. Just ripples where it had been, fading into the black. I backed away from the rail and didn't go near the edge again that night. At dinner, I told the crew what I'd seen. Most of them laughed. You know the way people laugh when they're trying to keep from being creeped out? A little too loud, a little too forced. One of the younger deckhands clapped me on the shoulder and said, "You've been pulling too many shifts, man. You're seeing things." But not everybody laughed. Old Joe just stared at me. He didn't joke, didn't tease. His face went kind of tight around the eyes, like he'd heard this before and wished he hadn't. All he said was, "You hear anything else out there tonight, you come inside. Don't go to the rail if you hear crying. You hear me?" I nodded, but I didn't really get it yet. Not until the next night. They put me on night watch the following evening. Fog had settled in thick as wool. The moon was still up there somewhere, but you'd never know it. The beam from my flashlight barely went 10 feet before the fog swallowed it. You know that kind of fog, where sound doesn't travel right. It deadens everything, makes normal noises feel far away and wrong. I was doing rounds, walking the deck, when I heard it. At first, I thought it was just the wind working through the railings, whistling that weird way it sometimes does. A kind of voice-shaped sound, easy to ignore. But then I heard actual words. My own voice. Not like my voice. not close to my voice. It was my voice, echo clear, coming from out in the fog. "Hey, can you hear me? I need some help over here." I stopped dead. It was my voice, but not where it was supposed to be. You ever hear a recording of yourself and think, do I really sound like that? Imagine that, but louder and calling you from the dark. "Hello?" Same tone, same little upward lilt I get when I'm not sure someone's listening. "I can't get back on board. Can someone give me a hand?" I didn't answer. Every warning I'd shrugged off, every story the old guys had told me, came rushing back in one rush of cold. Instead, I lifted my flashlight and pointed it out over the side toward the sound. The beam cut through layers of fog like curtains, just a slice at a time. That's when I saw it. Something was floating in the water, just past the edge of the light. I leans over the rail to get a better look, and my stomach turned to stone. It was an otter's face, but the eyes were human. Not just human, familiar. My own eye color, the same little crease at the corner, staring straight up at me, unblinking. The mouth twitched into a shape that was almost a smile, but too wide, too many teeth. Then, in my own voice, era smooth, casual, like we were in the break room, it said, "Can you come closer?" I did the only thing my body could think to do. I screamed. The next morning, I was packing up my gear at the end of the week when the captain asked me to come to his office. He wasn't a superstitious man. Practical, quiet, the kind of guy who measured his words like they cost money. He closed the door behind me and let out this long, tired sigh. "I heard what happened," he said. "What you told the others." I started to apologize, thinking he was going to tell me to quit scaring the crew. Instead, he studied me for a moment and said, very calmly, "Take a few weeks off. Don't go near the water. Not the dock, not the shore. Just stay inland for a bit." I asked him why, half hoping he'd say it was just for my nerves, that he thought I needed rest. He just shook his head. "Sometimes they take an interest," he said. "When they do, it's better if you give them less to look at." He didn't explain who they were. He didn't have to. I stayed away. It's been 3 weeks since I set foot on that ferry. Tomorrow, I'm supposed to go back. Part of me thinks it'll be fine, that it was all stress and fog and tricks of the light. Another part of me remembers the weight of that stare from the water, the way my own voice sounded wrong coming from somewhere it shouldn't be. So, do me a favor, yeah? If you're ever near the coast in the off-season, and the boardwalk's slick with moss, and the night's so quiet you can hear otters playing out by the rocks, listen closely. If they're just chattering and splashing, you're probably fine. But if they start to sound like children crying, or worse, like you, calling out from somewhere in the dark, don't go to the rail. Don't follow the voice. And whatever you do, stay off the water when the moon rises. So, I grew up in the same house my entire childhood. Same creaky floors, same chipped paint in the hallway, same old oak tree outside my window. I even stayed in the same bedroom until I was about 16. Now, here's the thing about that room. I never really felt anything weird in there. To me, it was just my room. Posters on the wall, piles of toys, the usual chaos. But my older cousins, they hated sleeping in there. They're all at least 10, 15 years older than me. Grown, tough, nothing scares me type people. And yet, every time they slept over, they'd be like, can I crash on the couch instead? At first, I thought they were just being dramatic. But later on, I realized they all felt something in that room that I just didn't. So, one night when I was about 7, maybe 8, we're playing hide and seek in the dark. Me, my big brother, and 2 of my cousins. The rule was, no lights, just flashlights if you really freaked out. I remember sprinting through the house, laughing, totally hyped up. My dad, Marco, had this closet that connected his bedroom to the bathroom, and that bathroom opened into the hallway. It was like this little secret shortcut. So I'm running, right? I cut through my dad's closet, burst into the bathroom, and I'm about to dart into the hallway, and I just stop. Because there, standing by the bathtub, is this little girl. She looks about my age, dark hair, kind of tangled. She's wearing this pale dress that looks old, like something from a family photograph. And she's just standing there, turned slightly away from me, like she's looking down at the tub. And for some reason, in that moment, my brain just goes, oh, one of my cousin's kids or something. Like it doesn't even register as scary. I'm a kid. I'm mid-game. I just think, oh, weird, and run right past her and back into the hallway. It wasn't until later that it really hit me. About a year after that, my older brother, his name's Lucas, was talking to me. We were in the kitchen, just snacking late at night, and he goes, "Hey, do you remember when you were younger and you were scared of Dad's bathroom?" And I'm like, I wasn't scared. Why? And he says, super casual, "I saw a little girl in there once, standing by the tub. Thought maybe you did too." And I swear to you, my stomach just dropped, because I hadn't told anyone about what I saw. Not my dad, not my cousins, nobody. And he described it almost exactly the same. The little girl, by the bathtub, just standing there. By the way, that bathroom, it was directly across the hall from my bedroom door. You stepped out of my room, and boom, you were staring right at it. Now, around this same time, my dad kept getting on my case about sneaking around at night. He'd say, "Melly, you have to stop getting up in the middle of the night and going to the kitchen. You've got school in the morning." And I'd be like, "Dad, I'm not. I'm literally asleep." But he was sure it was me. He said he'd hear these tiny, quick footsteps going down the hall, like a kid walking fast, light, but very distinct. The way he described it, he said it sounded like marbles or those little silica gel beads bouncing on the tile. Just this soft, scattering sound moving from my room, past his door, toward the kitchen. Sometimes he'd hear the dining room chairs scrape like someone was pulling them out from the table. The dining room was right next to my room, so any sound in there carried straight through our hallway. He'd get up, walk through the house, check on me, still in bed, out cold. Check the kitchen, lights off, everything in place. And then there was the night that really did it for me. I was 8. It was summer, so I didn't have to wake up early, and I was allowed to stay up a little later. I remember lying in bed, watching cartoons. The Fairly Odd Parents, I think. The glow from the TV was the only light in the room. Behind the head of my bed, pressed up against the wall, I had one of those home versions of an arcade basketball game. You know, the kind with a little plastic hoop and a net that leads down to a tray, and a plastic lever inside the hoop that counts the baskets. Whenever the ball went through and hit that lever, it made this super loud, sproing sound, like a metal spring snapping back. It was impossible to miss. So I'm lying there, kind of half zoned out, half watching TV. The room is quiet except for the show, and suddenly, that exact loud, springy sound goes off right behind my head. I froze, like completely froze. Slowly, I sit up and turn around, and I see the little orange basketball just rolling down from the hoop all the way to the edge of the tray, like it had just gone through. There was no one else in the room, no draft, no one bumped it. The ball had been sitting there for hours. I remember my heart just pounding. I grabbed the remote, turned the TV off, and the silence after that was somehow even worse. I glanced at my alarm clock, and it was 2:53 a.m. We always talk about 3 a.m. being the creepy time, so I was like, nope, absolutely not. I bolted out of bed and went to my dad's room. I didn't even try to play it cool. I just crawled into his bed and stayed there the rest of the night. I didn't tell him the full story until years later, but I remember every single detail from that moment. The TV show, the exact sound, the way the ball moved. It's like it's burned into my memory. After that, I started thinking about that little girl in the bathroom, the footsteps my dad kept hearing, the chair moving, and then the basketball thing. And instead of being constantly terrified, I decided to make peace with it. I started leaving toys out on purpose. Before school, I'd pick a doll or a little figurine and place it where she could reach it, on my desk, on the floor by the bed, near the basketball game. And I'd say out loud, quietly, "These are for you, okay? You can play with them while I'm gone, just don't scare Dad too much." Sometimes, when I was alone in my room, I'd just talk to her. Not like full conversations, but little comments like, "I had a bad day today," or, "Please don't make loud noises tonight, I'm really tired." I didn't even know for sure if she was there, but weirdly, it made me feel better. Less like a kid trapped in a haunted room, and more like I was sharing a space with someone who just didn't have anywhere else to go. My dad still lives in that same house. The room is a guest room now. The bathroom is still across the hall, and the dining room is still right next to it, just like before. When we all get together, me, my brother, my cousins, we still joke about the house ghost. My dad will say, "She was running around again last night," and we'll laugh. But there's always this little pause afterward where we're all thinking, yeah, but also, maybe she really was. I don't know exactly who she was or why she was there, but I grew up with this sense that I wasn't always alone in that house. And instead of that being purely frightening, over time it became almost comforting. So, I guess I'll just talk to you like we're sitting on a couch together, yeah? Since I can remember, sleep has never really felt safe to me. I've always had nightmares, like the same one over and over with slightly different angles. They weren't just bad dreams. They were about being used, being exploited in ways that made my whole body feel dirty, even after I woke up. Sometimes I was myself in the dream. Sometimes I was someone else, and I was just trapped inside her, watching everything from her eyes. There's one version I still see so clearly. In that one, I'm not me. I'm this little girl, maybe 9 or 10, wearing a yellow hoodie and worn-out blue jeans, sitting on these rough concrete steps outside a big gray stone building. The sun is beating down, and I remember feeling this deep, heavy knowing. I don't want to be here. I don't want this. But I also knew I was being forced to be there. In the dream, I'm sitting there with my knees pulled up, and I know I'm supposed to do things that feel disgusting and wrong. There's this horrible burning pit in my stomach, like my body already knows what's coming. Then I see him. I don't look at his face. I won't look at his face. But I see his clothes. He's tall and skinny, walking up the steps in these straight, dark jeans and old, beat-up boots. He stops right next to me, towering over me. I just stare at his shoes and feel my whole body go cold. He turns and walks into the building, and that burning in my stomach turns into fire, because I know I'm supposed to follow him. I know what happens if I do. In the dream, I walk toward the door, and right as I'm about to step inside, I wake up. Every time I wake up right there, and every time I want to go back. Not because I liked the dream, but because I wanted to grab that little girl and run. I wanted to save her. After a while, I started dreading sleep. I was terrified that one day I'd get stuck in that dream and not wake up, that I'd just live there forever, with no way to pull myself out. And it wasn't just that one nightmare. I had dreams about being kidnapped too. You know that feeling when you're running in a dream, but your body feels like it's sinking into the ground? You're moving in slow motion, and terror is just chewing you up from the inside? Yeah, that. I'd be running, knowing someone was chasing me, and my legs just wouldn't work. I'd wake up like, why does my brain hate me so much? Then things somehow got worse. My dad started traveling for work a lot, so my brother, my sister, and I would sleep with my mom because it made her feel better having us close. I was probably around 10 or 11. You'd think being right next to her would make me feel safe, right? But at that point, I was already scared to fall asleep. I was afraid of the dreams, afraid I'd just slip into that nightmare world and not come back. One night, I'm lying next to my mom, trying to calm down enough to sleep, and suddenly I get these flashes, like little movie clips in my head, of me hurting her. It was like something in my mind picked up an axe and went after my own mother. I remember my whole body tensing up like, what the hell was that? I turned toward her and clung to her arm because touching her made me feel like I was anchored in reality. She moved away a bit. She never liked being touched when she slept. But for me, that physical contact was like, okay, she's here, I'm here, this is real. I'm not lost in some nightmare. And the whole time I'm thinking, how do you even say this out loud? How do you tell your mom, hey, I just saw violent images of you in my own head and I'm terrified of myself, without sounding completely insane or scaring her? Around that time, weird stuff started happening in the house. Things would slide off shelves for no reason. We'd hear loud bangs, random voices. One of the creepiest things was that I'd sometimes hear a whole party going on outside my bedroom door. Music, voices, people talking like the house was full. I'd open my door like, okay, who's here? And the living room and kitchen would be completely empty. Just dead quiet. Most nights, I'd also hear this shuffling sound right above me when I was trying to sleep. Like multiple sets of feet moving around. Maybe 2 or 3 people. Right there in my room, hovering over me, watching me while I slept. At first, I was terrified. I would pull the blanket over my head and just freeze. But it kept happening, over and over, until I got, honestly, more annoyed than scared. The shuffling would get louder and louder until I couldn't sleep at all. There were nights I literally thought, can y'all just shut up so I can rest? One night, I woke up in the middle of the night and saw them. I saw this tall shadow figure at the foot of my bed, wearing a hat. Behind him were maybe 10 other shadowy shapes, all dark and human-like, spaced out around the room, just standing there, watching me. I'd also see those black shadows randomly during the day sometimes, and it got into my head. I started to believe they were trying to talk to me without words, like they were in my mind, telling me what to do. Eventually, they stopped showing up like that, but by then, the damage was kind of already done. Everyone in the house started noticing things, the noises, stuff moving. It turned into a joke like, okay, so the house is definitely haunted. My mom is a big Christian woman, and she hated when we joked about ghosts or spirits in her home. But me, my brother, and my sister, we could feel something there. When I was younger, before all of this got so dark, I loved playing teacher. I'd line up my stuffed animals, give them tests, pretend we were at recess, and teach them stuff I'd just learned in school. My sister and I shared a bedroom all the way up until we were almost out of high school. In the beginning, she played along with my little pretend classroom, but she grew out of it way before I did, so after a while she didn't want me doing it in our room anymore. So I started setting up my classroom in other places, the kitchen, the living room, but mostly my parents' bedroom. And that's where it really started to feel evil. I'd be there, teaching my imaginary students, just being this happy little kid, and I'd suddenly feel it, like someone was watching me from the corner of the room. The feeling would shift from just being watched to this heavy, intense hatred. It was like whatever was watching me hated that I was happy, hated that I was playing, that I still had some innocence left. Some days I couldn't stay in that room very long, because the longer I laughed or smiled, the stronger the feeling got. I remember one day standing near my dad's side of the bed and just knowing something was in the corner. I stared right at that spot, and in my mind I saw it like this dark, swirling cloud with energy pulsing through it. I could feel it staring back with this deep, burning hate. I knew, somehow, that it was a man. Not because I saw a face, but the way you can feel someone's energy and just know. My gut said, this is a man, and he wants me to suffer. After that, I stopped playing teacher. I stopped letting myself be playful in that room, because every time I tried, that feeling came back, like he wanted to crush it. And I kept thinking, what did I even do to deserve this? I'm a child. I didn't hurt you. Why are you targeting me? All of that, over time, really messed with my head. There were hospital stays, therapy sessions, all of that. I'm not going into detail here, but just know, it was bad, and it was way too much for someone that young. Another thing that happened, this one still makes my skin crawl. Analyzing. Sleeping on the floor for some reason. One night, I ended up half inside my parents' tiny closet, with this big pile of laundry next to me, and my feet stretched out under their bed. I'm half asleep, listening to my mom and sister walking in and out of the room, getting ready for something. And then I feel it, this long, cold, almost slimy hand wrapping around my foot and pulling. It felt like the fingers were too long, the nails too sharp. I jolted awake and screamed, "Who just grabbed my foot?" My mom and sister rushed in like, "What? What happened?" Both of them were like, "It wasn't me." And there I was, just sitting on the floor, heart pounding, trying to act like it was nothing, trying to convince myself I imagined it. But my body knew I didn't. One time, my grandma came to visit from Arizona. She walked into the house and, later that day, she pulled my mom aside, all frantic, and asked, "Why didn't you tell me you invited that man here?" My mom was confused. "What man?" she asked. "It's just us." My grandma said, "I saw a man sitting in your husband's chair. He looked angry, mean." When I heard that, it was like everything inside me went still. Because she didn't know my stories, she didn't know about the shadow in the corner, or the footsteps, or the hatred I felt. But she saw him. That was the first time I felt truly validated. Like, okay, I'm not just crazy. Something is really here. Eventually, I opened up to my mom about the nightmares. Not everything, but enough. She told me to sleep with a Bible under my pillow. So I did. And you know what? The nightmares actually stopped for a while. They didn't go away forever, but they weren't as constant. It felt like I could finally rest. When I'd walk around the house at night and feel that presence, especially near my parents' room, I'd quietly repeat scripture in my head, rejecting whatever energy I felt around me. As soon as I did that, the feeling would lift. The room would feel empty in a good way. I felt, for the first time, like I had something to fight back with. Looking back, I really believe something was tormenting me. Not just a random ghost, but something darker. Maybe a demon, maybe something I don't have the right word for. I feel like it pushed thoughts into my mind, flashed images at me, twisted my feelings to convince me I was a monster, that I should destroy myself. But I also know this: I didn't give in. Not completely. I kept trying. I went through psych wards, therapy, all of that. And at some point, I realized that as much as other people could help, only I could decide to stay, to push back, to rebuild my own mind. Time passed. I got older. There were a lot of nights just sitting around, smoking weed, talking to myself, analyzing my own thoughts, trying to understand where all this darkness fit into who I am. I'm 24 now. I haven't felt that presence clearly in years, though sometimes, in my last apartment, I thought I caught a hint of it, a familiar heaviness in the corner of a room. I hear stories about things attaching to people and following them from place to place. I really hope that's not my situation, but I'd be lying if I said the thought doesn't cross my mind. The last big moment with him, at least that I'm aware of, was when I was about 18 or 19, still living at my parents' house. I was getting ready in the back bathroom, just doing my makeup, music playing quietly. My mom was in the front bathroom getting ready too. And then, clear as day, right next to my right ear, I hear this deep male voice say my name. Naomi. Not a whisper, not in my head, out loud. The timing was so exact, it made my blood run cold. I got out of that bathroom so fast, and, like I always did, I tried to brush it off, pretend I was fine, push it down and keep moving. But the truth is, those things leave marks. I still get flashbacks, little bursts of those old feelings, the terror, the shame, the self-hatred. Sometimes they hit me out of nowhere, and my body reacts before my mind can catch up. Panic attacks, that feeling like I'm back in that old bedroom with shadows watching me. I don't talk about this a lot. I usually only open up if someone shares something similar first, because most people, they don't really understand how strong this stuff can feel, how real. And I'm not telling you this to scare you. I'm telling you because I want you to understand something. Whatever is out there, whether you believe in spirits, demons, energy, whatever, they can mess with you, especially when you're vulnerable. But they don't get the final say. If you've ever gone through something like this, or anything that made you feel corrupted or broken or unworthy of being here, I just want you to know, I get it. You're not crazy for feeling what you feel. Be careful with the dark stuff. Be careful what you invite in, what you play with, what you open yourself up to. And be gentle with people who carry stories like mine. You might not see the whole battle, but trust me, it's real to them. And if you're listening to this, and any part of you recognizes yourself in my story, I'm really glad you're still here. Okay, so I'm 14 now, and this happened when I was like 5 or 6. I remember it way more clearly than I probably should. Back then, my family was doing pretty well. We lived in this nice 2-story house on a quiet street, Willow Lane. From the stairs and upstairs hallway, you could look straight down into the living room, like it was this open balcony. It was super late, around 3 in the morning. My dad, Mark, and my mom, Lena, were sitting on the couch, and I was on the floor in front of them watching TV. I remember being kind of half awake, just staring at the screen. Now, this first part is what my parents told me later, because I apparently zoned out. So, according to them, out of nowhere, a piece of dog food comes flying from the upstairs hallway and smacks my dad right in the back of the head. My dad turns to my mom and goes, "Why did you throw that at me?" And my mom's like, "What are you talking about? I didn't throw anything." For context, we lived in a no-pets neighborhood. No dogs, no cats. We didn't even own dog food. There was literally no reason for dog food to be in our house at all. A minute later, it happens again. Another little piece hits my dad. Then another. He starts getting annoyed, thinking my mom is playing around, but she keeps insisting she's not doing anything. They're whisper arguing, trying not to freak me out. Then suddenly, a piece hits my mom in the back of the head. She whips around and goes, "Mark, seriously, why are you throwing stuff at me?" And my dad just stares at her and says, "See, I told you it wasn't me." That's the moment I remember snapping fully awake. I looked up at them, and I could tell they were scared, not just annoyed. My mom's eyes kept going up toward the hallway. My dad kept glancing between her and the stairs like he was trying to figure out if there was some kind of trick. My mom finally gets up and says she's going to check upstairs. At that time, my Aunt Rosa and her kids, my cousins, were living with us and sleeping in the rooms up there. My mom goes up and does this thing she always did. She'd gently tickle our sides to see if we were really asleep. She checked my cousins, Jay and Alina, and they were completely out, breathing heavy, dead asleep. No one running around, no one giggling, no one hiding. She comes back down looking even more confused. They decide to just keep watching TV and try to ignore it. After that, for a little bit, nothing else happens. Then my Aunt Rosa comes home from her late shift. She's tired, and my parents start telling her about the dog food throwing ghost. She does not believe in ghosts at all. She starts rolling her eyes, telling them they're overreacting. Finally, she stands up on the couch, like actually steps up on it, and yells toward the hallway, "Come on, ghost. You're not going to do anything to me. You're a coward." My mom is like, "Rosa, stop, don't say that," trying to pull her down, but my aunt just laughs. This is where it gets really scary for me. I remember standing up from the floor. I suddenly started feeling cold, like the temperature dropped, and this heavy, scared feeling just hit my chest. I looked up toward the hallway, right where the dog food had come from before. And I swear to you, it looked like an invisible hand grabbed a whole handful of dog food and just threw it down from the hallway. She ran upstairs, grabbed all the kids, me, my cousins, just scooped us up as best she could, and we left the house that night. We went to stay with a friend for a bit. A little while after that, my parents decided we were moving out of that house for good. On moving day, I remember sitting in the car while everyone was packing. The trunk was open, people were carrying boxes, and I suddenly realized, oh no, I left my tablet in my closet. So, little brave me decides to run back into the house alone. I go inside and it's so quiet. The house felt different, empty, echoey. I run upstairs, grab my tablet from the closet, and start heading back down the big staircase. There were 13 steps. I counted them all the time as a kid. I'm walking down, holding the railing with one hand and my tablet in the other. And then I feel it. Something cold touches my shoulder. Not just cold like a breeze, but solid and cold, like a hand resting right there. It felt small, so for a second I honestly thought it was my Aunt Rosa behind me, just messing around and trying to scare me. I remember thinking, oh, it's just her. I started to turn my head to look, but when I glanced over, I saw it. A gray hand on my shoulder. Not like a normal, healthy skin color. Gray. Almost see-through, but not completely. It looked wrong. Like something that shouldn't exist. The second I really saw it, my whole body went cold. At the same time, it kind of felt like my spine was on fire, like cold and burning all mixed together. Before I could scream or do anything, the hand pushed me. I wasn't moving. I wasn't tripping. I was just standing there, and then I was falling. I fell all the way down all 13 steps. I remember hitting the bottom, everything flashing, my tablet flying out of my hand. My body hurt so bad I couldn't even cry right away. I just lay there, stunned. My Aunt Rosa ran in right then. She had just walked into the house and heard the noise. She rushed over to me, yelling, "What happened? Did you fall? Are you okay?" I couldn't really talk. I was in so much pain and I was terrified. The only thing I could do was lift my hand and point up at the stairs. She looked up. I looked up. There was nothing there. No one standing on the steps. No one at the top of the stairs. Just the empty hallway. That's when the crying finally hit me. I got up as best as I could and ran outside, straight to my mom, sobbing. I told her I fell, but I didn't know how to explain the hand. I just knew I never wanted to go back in that house again. And we didn't. We never stepped foot in that house after that day. A few weeks after we moved out, my parents were talking to someone about the place. Maybe the new owners or a neighbor, I'm not totally sure. And they found out that an older couple had died in that house. An old man and his wife, both in their late 80s, passed away there. To this day, whenever my parents meet new people or the topic of ghosts comes up, they always tell the story about the dog food ghost and the stairs. Everyone laughs at first, and then they see my face. I always stay quiet. Okay, so before I dive in, there are a few things you should probably know. This all happened maybe 10 years ago, over the span of about 4 months, starting in January. My family on my dad's side is from Laos. We're Theravada Buddhist, and there's a lot of animist belief woven into how my dad sees the world. I grew up in a small town in northern Iowa, one of those places where everybody kind of knows everybody, and I've got cousins who are close enough in age that their kids call me uncle, even though I'm technically their cousin. It's that kind of family. One chilly afternoon in late winter, my dad comes up to me in the kitchen and says he wants to give me something for good luck. He reaches into his jacket pocket, pulls out this folded white cloth, and unwraps it really slowly, like he wants to be dramatic about it. Inside is what I think at first is just a gold nugget. When he hands it to me, I see it's actually a pendant. It's shaped like a woman, short, round figure, large breasts, kind of old-looking. Not super fancy or detailed, but it feels heavy, like it means something. Dad looks at me and says, very seriously, that I need to keep it close, in my pocket or around my neck at all times. It's for protection and good luck, he tells me. So I start carrying it. I'd slip it into my pocket during the day, sometimes wear it on a thin chain at night. And for a while, life is just good. Nothing crazy, but smooth. Work, friends, family, no bad vibes. A few months later, I ship off for training. I'd enlisted in the Army National Guard as a combat engineer and got sent down to Fort Sill in Oklahoma. I couldn't bring much with me, so before I left, I wrapped the pendant back in that white cloth and left it on a little shelf in my bedroom. Training was rough but straightforward. Long days, no sleep, lots of yelling. You know the deal. I pushed through, graduated, and came back home in late October. By then, I had completely forgotten about the pendant. I was focused on settling into my new job, reconnecting with friends, and hanging out with my cousins and their kids again. Everything was fine. Until December. One night, I have this incredibly vivid dream. You know the kind that feels more like a memory than a dream? In it, I'm at one of our town's parks. It's late afternoon, the sun is out, and I can feel the warmth on my face, this light breeze on my arms. I can even smell the damp wood chips and the metal of the playground. My niece, let's call her Lily, she was about 5 at the time, is in the sand pit, totally focused on building this lopsided sandcastle. I'm sitting on a bench nearby, just watching her and feeling peaceful, really content. Then, across the park, on the other side, I notice someone. A woman sitting on a bench. I can't see her face, but I notice long black hair, very light skin, and this long white dress that kind of moves with the breeze. She's just sitting there, still. I look back at Lily. She looks up at me, gives me this big, goofy grin, and I smile back. And then the alarm on my phone drags me out of it. It's morning. Time to get ready for work. The next night, I go to sleep and have the exact same dream. Same park, same sunlight, same breeze, same sandcastle, same woman in the distance with the long black hair and white dress. Third night in a row, same dream again. Except this time, the woman isn't sitting on the bench. She's standing in front of it. Still far away, but now clearly turned in my direction. By the fourth night, I know what's coming before I even fall asleep. I'm almost scared to close my eyes. By the fifth night, the dream has changed completely. There's no sun. The sky is covered in dark, heavy clouds. The wind is cold and harsh, whipping around me. The park looks the same, but all the color is gone. My niece isn't there. The sand pit is empty. The swings are still. The only thing that remains is the woman. She's standing maybe 10 or 15 feet away from me. Long black hair, skin almost white, that same long white dress. This time, she's close enough that I should be able to see her face, but she's tilting her head down, like she's hiding it from me. My heart is hammering. I ask her, "Who are you?" Nothing. No answer. She slowly lifts her right arm and reaches toward me. Then, very slowly, she raises her head. And her face isn't a face. There are no eyes, no nose, no lips, no eyebrows. Just smooth, pale skin, like someone erased everything. I jolted awake with my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst out of my chest. After that, she started showing up in my dreams randomly. Not just the park either. Sometimes I'd be in my house or walking down my own street in the dream, and I'd see her, standing at the corner, in a doorway, at the edge of my vision. Always the long black hair, always the white breast, always that faceless face. It got to me. I finally told two people, my best friend Trevor and my cousin Anna. We joked about it a lot at first. They'd say stuff like, "Bro, don't bring that bad juju to my house." And we'd laugh. But underneath the jokes, I was genuinely scared. One weekend, Trevor and I decided to go to Anna's place. I needed family time. We played cards, messed around with the kids, and I got to hold my baby nephew and spoil Lily, who absolutely eats up any attention. She loves to be treated like the princess of the house. Towards the end of the night, Lily asks me to tuck her into bed before I leave. I tell her, "Okay, go on up. I'll be there in a minute." She runs up the stairs. I stay downstairs to help pick up cards and cups. When I'm done, I turn toward the staircase. The stairway is dark, just this rectangle of shadow. And halfway up, standing completely still in that darkness, is the silhouette of a woman with long black hair and a white dress. My heart just slams against my ribs. The first thing I think is, Lily. I flick on the stairway light as fast as I can. She's gone. I sprint up the stairs, go straight to Lily's room, and throw the door open. Lily's fine, sleepy, smiling, asking me where I've been. I tuck her in, kiss her forehead, and tell her goodnight, but inside I am shaking. When I go back downstairs, I tell Anna and Trevor. I just saw her. The woman. From my dreams. She was on the stairs. We all go quiet. Up until that point, she had never appeared outside my dreams. Seeing her in the house, that crossed a line. They were freaked out. I was freaked out. We all agreed it was time for me to head home. I go out to my car, get in, start it up, buckle my seatbelt. As I'm sitting there, I suddenly feel it. A hard slap on my left shoulder. Not a tap, a slap. I freeze. Slowly, I look up at the rearview mirror. She's there. Sitting in the back seat, right behind me. Long black hair falling over that white dress, and that same pale, faceless face. I spin around in the seat, but the back seat is empty. The feeling of her hand on my shoulder, though, that doesn't go away. It's like the weight of someone resting their palm right there, fingers curling slightly over my collarbone. A couple weeks later, I have another vivid dream, except this one doesn't feel like a normal dream at all. It feels wrong, heavy, like I've actually gone somewhere else. In the dream, I wake up in my bed. Everything looks the same, but there's this pressure in my chest. Something is off. I get up and walk outside. The street is there. The houses are there. The fences, mailboxes, street lights. Everything looks exactly like my neighborhood. But there's no sound. No birds, no wind, no cars, nothing. Just absolute silence. I start walking. My footsteps don't even make a sound. After a while, I finally hear something. This low, layered whispering, like multiple people talking quietly at once. It's coming from a small, white house that I don't recognize, but somehow it's sitting there on the corner, like it's always been part of my neighborhood. There's a light on inside. The front door is cracked open. I walk up the steps, push the door open, and see a set of stairs leading down into a basement. The whispering is louder now. It's not any language I recognize, just this constant hiss of voices. I go down the stairs. At the bottom, there's another door. My hand is shaking, but I grab the knob and open it. As I step inside and lift my head, I freeze. The room is full of people, dozens of them, all standing shoulder to shoulder, facing me. Every single one of them is wearing a smooth, white, faceless mask. No features, just blank. My heart starts racing. I stumble backward to grab the door, but it's gone. There's just wall behind me. Before I can even process that, I'm suddenly inside a cage. Iron bars. The masked figures are crowding around, reaching in through the bars, fingers brushing my shirt, my arms, my face. I press myself back against the far wall, completely panicked. Then, all at once, they stop moving. Every hand freezes mid-air. They all turn their heads slightly, like they're looking past me. The door of the cage slowly creaks open, and there she is, the woman with long black hair and the white dress. This time, she's wearing one of those blank white masks too. She steps into the cage and, in one quick motion, slams me back against the wall with her hand around my throat. I can't breathe. I can feel her fingers digging into my neck, squeezing. I'm clawing at her wrist, but she doesn't move. Then she starts to lift her mask. Very slowly. There's this low animal growl coming from her, deep and wrong, like it's echoing inside my head instead of in the room. Just as the mask is about to clear her face, I wake up. I sit up in bed, gasping, heart racing so fast it hurts. I stumble into the bathroom and turn on the light. When I look in the mirror, there are bruises around my neck. Not faint ones, dark, finger-shaped bruises. I twist around and see scratches all across my chest and down my back, like something with long nails dragged them while I was asleep. That's when it really hits me. This is not just in my head. I'm not just having bad dreams. Something is actually happening. From that point on, I barely sleep. When I do, it's in these short 2 to 3 hour bursts full of nightmares and that constant feeling of her hand on my left shoulder. Eventually, I almost get used to that pressure, like I'm walking around with someone just holding on to me. After a few weeks of this, I'm completely wrecked. Mentally, physically, everything. I'm exhausted, paranoid, jumpy. I start seeing her in reflections, in the corner of my eye, in the shadows of my own room. I tell him everything, about the dreams, the woman, the car, the bruises. I'm shaking as I talk, and he just looks at me, frustrated, and accuses me of being on drugs. Says I must be staying up too late, partying, letting my imagination go wild. I can't even describe how defeated I felt in that moment. I was convinced I was going to die and no one would believe me. Then my cousin Anna reaches out and tells me to go see this older Lao guy she knows. She calls him Uncle Somchai, though we're not actually related. He's kind of a spiritual healer, the kind of man people in our community go to when things get weird. So I go to his place. I don't tell him the whole story. I just say, I think I'm being haunted by a spirit. I need help. He sits there for a minute, then starts asking questions. Did someone die recently? Did I go anywhere I shouldn't have gone? Did anyone give me something important that I don't carry anymore? And then it hits me. The pendant. The one my dad gave me for luck. I had left it on my shelf and never touched it again after I went to training. I tell him about it. His eyes narrow a bit and he nods. He tells me to bring it to him the next day. So the next day I go home, grab the pendant, still wrapped in that same white cloth, sitting on the dusty shelf, and bring it back to him. I put it in his hand. He unwraps it, takes one look, and his whole expression changes. His eyes go wide. He looks up at me and says, almost in a whisper, "She's on your left shoulder, a woman with long black hair and a white dress." He said it exactly like that, and I hadn't told him any of those details. Right then, I feel that cold, heavy pressure on my shoulder again, stronger than usual. He moves quickly. He lights incense, starts chanting, and lays out a bunch of Buddhist items, little statues, candles, a bowl of water, some old yellowed cloth with script written all over it. He wraps the pendant in one of those cloths, tying it with red string while he's still chanting. Then he blesses me. He sprinkles water over my head, taps my shoulder, and tells me he's giving me protection, asking the spirits and the Buddha to keep me safe. After that day, things start to change. Within a week, I stop seeing her in my dreams. I stop seeing her in the corner of my room. The constant weight on my left shoulder fades away. The house feels lighter. I finally start sleeping more than a couple of hours at a time. Uncle Somchai tells me later that he sent the pendant back to Lao, to a temple, where they essentially exorcised it, removed the spirit bound to it. He explains that the pendant had been used in black magic. The spirit of a woman had been bound to it using oil rubbed from her dead body into the gold. He tells me that when I stopped carrying it, when I left it alone and ignored it, she grew angry and possessive. She wanted to consume me. A few weeks after that, he speaks with my dad. It turns out my dad had also been seeing her. She'd been messing with him too, appearing in their house, in his dreams, causing tension in his marriage. He gave me the pendant because I was single and he honestly thought it would give me good luck, maybe help my life move forward. He had no idea what was attached to it. So in the end, that's what it was. Not just a good luck charm, but a vessel. And what it brought me wasn't luck at all. It brought me a faceless woman with long black hair and a white dress who almost took everything from me. Welcome to Paranormal M. How's your day going? Drop your city in the comments. This is my favorite part of the day, sitting down and sharing my paranormal stories with you. Nothing makes me happier than knowing they help you unwind and fall asleep easier. Thank you so much for all your support and for sending in your own paranormal experiences. Don't forget to hit subscribe and turn on the notification bell so you don't miss any new videos. Now, put your headphones on and let's begin. Hi everyone, I'm speaking to you from Thailand. Most of the time, I just type out creepy stories on social media, especially on X, and let people read them in silence. But this one has been sitting in my chest for years. It's not just scary, it's tragic and, in a strange way, unbelievably beautiful. And I really want people outside of Thailand to hear it too. So, in Thailand, we have this famous late-night radio show where ordinary people call in to share true ghost experiences. Some stories sound believable, some sound like they're totally made up, but almost all of them leave you thinking long after the call ends. One night, a father called in to talk about his daughter, a little girl named Molly. And while I was listening to him, it triggered a memory, an old headline from more than 10 years ago that shook the whole country. It was something like, "A mother who had already died still got up to make milk for her little girl." Let me tell you that story the way I remember it. So, around 15 years ago, there was a young mother living just outside Bangkok, in a small apartment in Nonthaburi. She lived there with her daughter Molly, who was about 3 years old at the time. The mother, let's call her Nita, had epilepsy. Normally she managed fine. She took her medication, went to work, came home to her daughter. It was a simple life, but it was theirs. Then one day, Nita suddenly died in her bedroom. No one knew right away. She didn't show up for work. At first, her coworkers thought maybe she overslept, or maybe her phone battery died. But when they couldn't reach her all day, one coworker got worried and called Nita's older sister, Lek, to check on her. Lek tried calling too. No answer. After several tries, something in her gut told her, this isn't right. So she drove over to Nita's place. When she reached the apartment building and called up to the unit, she heard small footsteps inside. Then the door cracked open just a little, and there was Molly. This tiny 3-year-old girl stood there in an oversized t-shirt, her hair tangled, her face a little dirty. There was a faint metallic smell clinging to her, something Lek couldn't quite process at first. Lek bent down, trying to keep her voice gentle. She asked, "Where's Mommy, sweetheart?" Molly, in that broken toddler way of speaking, answered, "Mommy's sick. Mommy's sleeping on the bed. There's red on Mommy." Lek felt her chest tighten, but she still didn't want to believe anything was truly wrong. She thought, maybe she just fainted. Maybe she had a seizure and she's still okay. But when Lek stepped inside, another smell hit her. Heavy, sweet, rotten. That's the smell you never forget once you've encountered death. She walked into the bedroom, and there on the bed was her younger sister's body, already starting to swell and change. Nita had been gone for days. The police and medics came. After checking everything, the doctors confirmed that Nita had died from complications related to her epilepsy. It looked like she'd had a seizure alone in the house, and never got back up. At first, everyone was just drowning in grief. But then they realized something didn't make sense. Molly, this tiny little girl, looked too healthy. She wasn't starving. She wasn't dehydrated. Her face was bright, her skin wasn't sunken, and she still had enough energy to walk, talk, and even cling to her aunt. So one of the relatives asked her softly, "Molly, these past few days, what did you eat?" And she answered in that innocent voice, "Mommy made milk for me." She also said Mommy tucked her into bed every night. Mommy sang her a lullaby. And then there was one detail that chilled everyone there. The aunt remembered how, when she arrived, the door had opened just enough for Molly to slip out on her own. The lock was too high for a 3-year-old to reach. When they asked Molly how she came out, she said, "Mommy held my hand. Mommy walked me to the door. Mommy said, 'Go to Auntie. Mommy come later.'" What made it even stranger was what the neighbors told the police. During the days Nita was already dead, the neighbors still heard normal household sounds from the apartment: dishes clinking in the sink, footsteps moving back and forth, the soft swish of a broom sweeping the floor. And at night, just beneath the hum of the TV and traffic, they occasionally heard a woman's voice humming a lullaby from the direction of the child's room. But no one came out. No one went in. Inside that apartment, the only living person was Molly. After the funeral, Molly went to live with her aunt, Lek, the same aunt who had found Nita's body. People slowly stopped talking about the case. New headlines came, and the old ones faded. Years passed. Molly grew bigger. Outwardly, everything looked okay. Then one day, Lek and Molly appeared on a popular Thai TV show that deals with the supernatural. It was a program where they invited spirit mediums to communicate with the dead. On the show, the medium claimed to reach Nita's spirit. Through the medium, Nita said she was still in the old apartment, restless and worried. She supposedly told Lek, "Take better care of my daughter. Don't let her suffer." The audience was moved. Some people cried watching it when it aired. The story of the devoted mother who kept watching over her child, even after death, touched a lot of hearts. But a few years later, the real horror finally surfaced. Neighbors around Lek's house started hearing strange sounds: crying, whimpering, sometimes sharp yells. At first, people thought it was just normal family arguments or a kid throwing a tantrum. But over time, the sounds became more disturbing. Someone finally called the police. When officers arrived and searched the house, what they found was heartbreaking. Molly was being kept in a dog cage. This girl, who had already lost her mother in such a terrible way, was now living like an animal. She had bruises on her arms and legs, old marks and fresh ones mixed together. The neighbors and authorities learned that Lek had been abusing her for a long time, forcing her to eat her own vomit, locking her outside, hitting her when she cried. The woman who had once told the world she was raising her niece with love had turned into her tormentor. When the news broke, the whole country was stunned. People were furious. How could someone who had seen her sister die and taken in her child do something so cruel? Molly's father, Tan, had been working far away in another province after his wife's death. He had been sending money home and trusting Lek to raise his daughter. The moment he heard what had happened, he rushed back and took Molly into his care. He blamed himself. He admitted he hadn't been around enough. He had trusted too much. He promised he wouldn't leave her again. After Molly moved in with her father, things slowly settled. But Tan started to notice something odd. At night, he would sometimes pass by her room and hear her talking softly, like she was chatting with someone else. Not babbling, talking. Pausing, listening, answering. Sometimes he heard a humming sound too. A gentle lullaby. The kind sung to small children. The same rhythm Nita used to use when Molly was a baby. Tan said on the radio that he had no doubt in his heart. It was Nita. His late wife was still there, guarding their daughter. Then one night, something changed. Tan was sitting downstairs when he heard hurried footsteps on the stairs, then small sobs. He looked up and saw Molly coming down, crying. He ran to her. "What's wrong, Molly? What happened?" She buried her face in his shirt, shaking. After a moment, she looked up at him with red, swollen eyes and said quietly, "Mom's gone." Tan said those two words broke him. He held her and didn't know what to say. That night, the house felt painfully silent. No late-night humming, no soft talking through the door, just the sound of the fan and their breathing. From that night onward, he never again heard the lullaby. He never again heard his daughter talking to that unseen someone. And something else changed too. Molly, who used to rush to bed like she had someone waiting for her there, stopped hurrying. She went to sleep like any ordinary child, reluctant some nights, sleepy on others, but whatever invisible presence had been beside her seemed to have finally left. It was as if Nita had stayed until she was sure Molly was safe, loved, and protected. And then, only then, did she allow herself to move on. Today, Molly is a bright young woman. She's in her 20s now. She helps her dad run a small noodle stall in a market. If you saw her laughing with customers, you'd never guess the things she lived through. Sometimes people say they can feel a gentle warmth around their stall, like the atmosphere is just a bit softer. Ton likes to joke that it's because his wife is still checking if he's slicing the pork properly. But deep down, I think he really believes it. And honestly, I do too. I'll never forget this story. It reminds me that love, especially a mother's love, doesn't just stop when the heart stops beating. Sometimes it lingers just long enough to walk a child to the door, to make one last glass of milk, to sing one last lullaby, and to make sure that, in the end, they're truly, finally safe. Okay, so let me just start from the beginning. I've lived in the same house my whole life, like literally since I came home from the hospital. We never moved, never switched cities, nothing. The most moving I've ever done was when my older sister moved out and I got her room upstairs. Our upstairs is weird. There are only 2 doors up there, my bedroom and then the attic right next to it. That's it. No cute little hallway, no extra bathroom, nothing. Just my room and a creepy attic door that I have to walk past every night before I go to sleep. So, a few things have happened that really scared me, but for a long time I didn't tell my parents because I thought they'd just laugh it off. In my room, I have this LED sign on the wall. It used to say, Mia's room, in big cursive letters when I first got it. But I put stickers on it, so now it just says Mia with stars around it. It has a little remote that can change the color and brightness and all that. Here's the part that freaks me out. Sometimes it turns on by itself. No one touching the remote, no timer set. Just suddenly, in the middle of the night, my wall lights up purple or neon blue. And it's always late. Like, the whole house is dead silent and your brain is making up noises late. And I am, admittedly, a huge scaredy cat. The first time it happened, I was lying in bed watching true crime videos on my phone. You know those commentary channels that talk about missing people and cold cases? Back then it was some guy named Tyler who I watched all the time. So I'm under my blankets, headphones in, lights off, and suddenly my wall glows bright pink. I froze. I kind of laughed at myself, turned the sign off, and the next day I told my dad. He just shrugged and was like, "It's probably a glitch, or the remote got bumped." And I remember feeling kind of dumb, so I just dropped it. The second time, though, was worse. It was around midnight. I was in my room playing an online game with my friends, one of those late-night sessions where everyone's half delirious and laughing at nothing. We were on voice chat, just talking and messing around. I glanced up toward my door for a second and saw my sign glowing this bright blue. I hadn't touched the remote. It was on my desk on the other side of the room. I stopped mid-sentence, went completely quiet, and my friend was like, "Mia, you good?" I muted my mic so fast and just started typing, telling them my sign had turned on by itself again. I got up, turned it off, and for the rest of the night I was on edge. Every little sound made me jump. I kept looking at the attic door like something was going to walk out. That's not the only thing that happens, though. My bedroom door likes to creak open on its own. At least, that's what it feels like. I'll close it all the way. Sometimes I'm sure I even locked it. and then later I'll look up and see it cracked open just enough that I can't tell if someone pushed it or if it just drifted. Every time that happens, my heart just slams in my chest. Because upstairs is just me and that attic. Oh, and then there's my thermostat. So we keep the bedroom thermostat set at 72 degrees, or we try to. But for some reason, it never stays there. I'll wake up at 6 in the morning for school and it'll say 79. When I get home in the afternoon, it'll be 84 or 85. But those are just the everyday creepy things. The really unsettling stuff. That involves my best friend. I'll call her Rin. Before I tell you the first big story, I need to give you some context. When I was about 4, my mom got pregnant with a baby girl. They were going to name her Rosie. What was kind of special was how our birthdays would have lined up. My birthday is March 24th. Rosie's due date was March 25th. And my older brother, let's call him Owen, has his birthday on March 26th. We thought it would be this cool little birthday chain. But my mom had a miscarriage. It was really hard on everybody. I didn't fully understand it back then, but I remember the mood in the house, the way my mom cried in the kitchen when she thought we couldn't hear her. As I got older, I understood more, and Rosie became this quiet little missing piece in our family. Okay, so, this first story happened before I moved into the upstairs bedroom. Back then, my brother basically lived in our game room. That was where the console was. My parents wouldn't let him keep it in his room, so he'd stay in there late, playing whatever he was obsessed with at the time on his PlayStation. One weekend, Rin came over for a sleepover. We decided to crash in the game room because it had the comfiest couch and a big TV. Owen was there too, sitting on the floor with his headset on, completely absorbed in his game. At some point, I fell asleep. The next morning, I woke up groggy, hair a mess, and Rin was just staring at me. Like, really staring. I was like, "What?" And she goes, "I have to tell you something, but please don't freak out." She told me that she woke up in the middle of the night. Owen was gone. He must have gone to his room to sleep, so it was just her on the couch and me knocked out next to her. She said she glanced over at the big window that looks out at our backyard and the pool, and saw a little girl walking along the edge of the water. Rin said the girl had long brown hair and was wearing this pale dress. And the part that really stuck with me? She said the girl looked exactly like me, just smaller. Like an 8-year-old version of me instead of the age I actually was then. Rin watched her for a few seconds, stunned, and then the girl just wasn't there anymore. I honestly don't remember exactly how I reacted when she told me. I don't know if she told me right that morning or a bit later, but at some point my brain connected it. Rosie. I don't know if I believe in ghosts, at least not in the movie way, but the idea that maybe my little sister, the one who never got to be born, was still somehow close, watching over us, that kind of lodged itself in my chest and never really left. The last story I remember, the one that still makes my stomach drop when I think about it, also involves Rin. More context time. I have an older cousin, but I grew up calling her my sister. I'll call her Danny. She moved in with my parents when she was about 13, so by the time I was born, she was already living with us. Technically, she's my mom's niece, but to me and Owen, she was just our big sister. Danny is a lot older than us, 12 or 13 years, something like that. So she moved out when we were still pretty young. She had her first kid really early, a little girl, and then later a son. For this story, we're going to talk about her son. I'll call him Eli. Eli's this really sweet kid, very shy, and he loves baseball. He's always wearing some kind of cap, even indoors. Our living room is big and open, which is nice during the day. At night, though, it's a little unnerving because the back wall is basically all windows. If someone were in our backyard, They could just stand there and watch us, and we might not notice right away. I never really liked sleeping down there. I always felt safer upstairs, just me and my creepy attic door. But Rin liked the big couch and the TV, and I wanted her to be happy, so we set up blankets and pillows and fell asleep in the living room. At some point in the night, I woke up. I didn't have my phone nearby, and there was no clock I could see, but something in me was like, it's 2 a.m. You know that feeling when your body just knows it's the middle of the night? The room was dark, but some light was coming in from the street through the blinds, just enough to see shapes. I turned my head toward Rin, and that's when I saw him. There was a tall, shadowy figure standing over her, right next to where she was sleeping. It looked like a teenage boy, taller than both of us, and he was wearing a baseball cap. I couldn't make out a face, just the outline, but it was so clear. Like, I remember the angle of the hat and the way his shoulders were hunched forward a little, like he was leaning down. For a second I thought I was still dreaming, but the fear felt way too real. My heart was pounding, my mouth went dry, and I just stared. Then the shadow turned its head toward me. The moment we made eye contact, if you can even call it that, it vanished. Just gone. No footsteps, no fading away. 1 second it was there, the next second there was nothing but the couch and Rin sleeping. I lay there for a long time, frozen, trying to decide if I should wake her up or not. Eventually I must have fallen back asleep, because the next thing I remember is it being morning. Later, when we were talking, I told Rin about what I'd seen. She kind of laughed it off at first and said, maybe that was future Eli watching over us. You know he's obsessed with baseball. And I laughed too, because it was easier than sitting in the idea that maybe some random shadow guy was watching us sleep. I tried to convince myself it was just a dream, or that my eyes were messing with me in the dark. But the image never really left my mind. Then, this last summer, about 3 years after that happened, we were in my pool just hanging out, talking about spooky stuff for fun. I brought the story up again. At first, Rin was smiling, kind of swimming around, and then I told her, hey, remember that night in the living room when I saw that tall shadow in the baseball cap? Her whole expression changed. She went from playful to terrified in a second. She told me that she had read or watched something about people seeing tall, shadowy figures at night, especially ones that stand at the side of the bed and watch people sleep. She said it really freaked her out and that she hates thinking about it. I didn't want to make her more scared, so I laughed and said, I'm totally kidding. I was just messing with you. I probably imagined it. But I wasn't joking. I can still see that outline if I think about it too long. I can still feel that heavy, electric fear in my chest. And sometimes, when my sign randomly turns on at 1 a.m, or my door creaks open when I know I closed it, or my thermostat is way higher than it should be, I catch myself wondering who or what is actually sharing this house with me. So, let me tell you about my very first ghost hunt, because I still think about this night. It was late September last year, and me and my 2 friends, let's call them Emma and Jake, to keep their real names private, decided it would be fun to go ghost hunting for the first time. Famous last words, right? We booked a guided ghost hunt at Chillingham Castle. Proper, legit thing. As the day got closer, we were buzzing. Nervous, but buzzing. A few hours before we were due to leave, Emma decides it's a brilliant idea to buy a spirit board. Like, of all days to do that. We ended up using it in Jake's room. They were dating at the time, by the way. Jake wanted no part of it, which, honestly, fair enough. Me and Emma, being absolute idiots, decided we'd give it a go. So we sit down, fingers on the planchette, candles going, being all dramatic even though we're low-key terrified. At first, it's just random spirits, you know, letters moving slowly, vague answers. I still don't know if Emma was messing with me or not. But then we connect with this one spirit who spells out the name Lyron. Now this is where it starts to get weird. We're asking basic questions, and through the board, Lyron tells us he's a demon. I'm sat there like, yeah, all right, mate, because I don't fully believe in that kind of thing. While we're still talking to it, I quickly look up the name on my phone. Nothing useful comes up. No demon mythology, no creepy legends, just nothing, which somehow made it creepier. Eventually, we say goodbye, close the session properly, all the stuff you're supposed to do, and put the board away. I kind of laugh it off like, that was dumb but fun. But I remember this weird, heavy feeling in the room once we'd finished, like the air had changed. Fast forward a bit, and it's time to drive to Chillingham Castle. We set off at about 9:30 p.m. It's dark, the roads are windy, and with the way Jake was driving, I genuinely thought that if anything was going to kill us that night, it would be him and not a ghost. We finally get there, park up, and meet the rest of the group. There's maybe about 12 other people plus the guide, so not massive, but enough that you feel a bit safer, you know? The guide comes in, introduces himself, explains the rules, shows us the equipment, rods, spirit boxes, music box, all that stuff, and talks about some of the spirits that are said to roam the castle. My heart is already going, but I'm trying to act cool. Then we head into our first investigation. Because the original basement was shut off for safety reasons, they'd recreated a sort of basement setup in a different room on the ground floor. Low lighting, stone walls, props. It had that proper eerie cellar vibe. We were given dowsing rods to hold. Now, I'm not going to lie, my hands were shaking. All three of us were standing near the entrance side of the room, kind of huddled together. The guide turned off the lights, and the room dropped into this heavy darkness. He started asking questions, and slowly, the rods began to move. Left, right, crossing over. You could hear people gasping every so often. I was trying not to overthink it, like, it's just my hands, it's just nerves. But the scariest part for me was the door. For some reason, I could not stop looking at it. It was like someone was standing right next to me, just off to the side, by that door. Every time my eyes drifted away, I felt this pull to look back at it. Then I started hearing voices, very faint, like whispering or quiet talking, coming from near the door. At first, I thought I was imagining it, but then Emma leans over and whispers, "Are you hearing that too?" And my stomach just dropped. I remember thinking, okay, that was cool and absolutely terrifying. After that, we moved on to the second investigation. This time, we were the first ones into the room. I'm pretty sure the guide said it was connected to King James, maybe the King's Chamber or something like that. Anyway, we walk in and there's a big wooden table with 6 chairs around it, a statue off to one side, and a back room beyond an open doorway. I'm looking around, taking it all in, when I feel Jake nudge me. He leans in and whispers, "Did you see that?" I hadn't. I was facing the other way. But both he and Emma swear they saw a hand pull back from the statue. Just a pale hand, moving away like someone had been resting it there. I didn't see it myself, so I can't say if it was real. But they were properly freaked out. And I know them well enough to know when they're joking and when they're not. They were not joking. For this investigation, we used the spirit box with the Estes method, and one of those music boxes that plays when something moves in front of it. We took turns with the Estes method, blindfolded, headphones on, only hearing the spirit box while everyone else asks questions. For the first 5-10 minutes, it was normal, I guess. A few random words that sometimes lined up with what was being asked. Then Emma takes her turn again with the spirit box. She's barely had the headphones on for 10 seconds when she says, clear as anything, "Demon." And the whole table just goes quiet. Now, there is said to be a malevolent spirit at the castle, called Tim or Timothy. The guide had mentioned him earlier but said he was usually on a different floor, not up where we were. So I turn to Jake, half joking, half not, and say, Imagine if Lyran followed us here. Literally, as soon as I say that, there's this massive bang from the back room. Not a tiny tap, not someone accidentally kicking something. A proper, loud crash. I jumped so hard I genuinely thought I'd, had a little accident. I didn't, thankfully, but my heart was racing. After that, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us from above. The room had an open section of ceiling, like a balcony or gallery overhead, and I kept glancing up, convinced something or someone was looking down at us. A couple of minutes go by, and I turn to look toward the door. That's when I see her. A shadow, clear as day. The outline of a woman in what looked like a dress, gliding across, maybe 5 feet in front of me. Not a trick of the light, not just a flicker. A full, solid shadow moving right across my line of sight. The guide saw it too. It wasn't him. He was behind me, about 7 or 8 feet away, sitting on a box that creaked every time he shifted his weight. I didn't hear it move, and when I glanced back, he was still in the same place. I was honestly blown away at that point. Seeing something like that with your own eyes, it hits different from stories. Then, just when I thought I'd hit my limit, something else happened. I felt a touch. Not a comforting hand on the shoulder or anything like that. This was 5 distinct pokes in my lower back, just above where my bum is, one after another. I spun around so fast I nearly made myself dizzy. But again, the guide was still where he'd been, relaxed, not even close enough to reach me. Jake was right next to me at the table, arms on the table the whole time. There was just no one there who could have done it. That really shook me. After that, things calmed down a bit, and about 10 minutes later we wrapped up that session and moved on. The final investigation was in what I'm pretty sure was the chapel. I'll be honest, most of that last investigation kind of blurred together for me. We were using some equipment, asking the usual questions, and for a while, not much happened. Then someone asked, "Tim, are you here with us?" About 2 seconds later, there was this massive bang from the back room, but it didn't sound like someone knocking on a wall. It sounded like something being thrown against it. Proper force. The sound echoed around the chapel and out into the corridor. Everyone jumped. Even the guide looked a bit surprised, and he's probably heard everything by now. After that, things settled down again, and eventually, the night came to an end. So yeah, that was my first ever paranormal investigation. We started the night messing around with a spirit board, talking to something that called itself Lyran, and ended it in a haunted castle with shadows walking past us, unseen hands poking me in the back, and something angry enough to chuck things at the wall. Do I know exactly what we experienced? No. Could some of it have a logical explanation? Maybe. But I know how I felt in those moments, and that's not something I can just shrug off. Either way, it completely hooked me. And if you've got any recommendations for other haunted places I should check out next, seriously, tell me. I'll look into them. Even if a tiny part of me is wondering whether Lyran's still keeping an eye on where I go. So, let me tell you about this really weird night I still can't explain. It was a few years ago, and I remember it so clearly because of how wrong everything felt. I think it was around 1:45 in the morning when I got to the laundromat. You know that kind of tired where your eyes burn but your brain is still racing? That was me. I'd locked myself out of my house like an idiot. My phone was dead, and the laundromat was the only place open with lights on. When I walked in, there was this woman there, maybe late 30s, early 40s, shoulder-length dark hair, big tote bag, just quietly pulling her clothes out of one of the dryers. She had this kind face, like someone's cool aunt. I kind of hovered for a second, then said, "Excuse me, I'm really sorry to bother you, but my phone died and I'm locked out. Is there any way I could borrow your phone to call my parents?" She didn't even hesitate. "Of course," she said, and handed it over with a little smile. "Go ahead." I called my parents, once, then again. No answer, just straight to voicemail. Each ring made my stomach sink a little more. I handed the phone back and apologized for wasting her time. She shook her head. "You're fine. I hope you get a hold of them. Good luck, okay?" She gave me this sympathetic look, then walked out into the night with her laundry basket balanced on her hip. Once she left, the silence kind of settled in. It was just me, the hum of the building, and the TVs mounted up near the ceiling. There were 3 of them, all flat screens, each playing a different news channel on low volume. The only other sound was this faint buzzing from the fluorescent lights. I sat down in one of those hard plastic chairs against the wall, thinking I'd just rest my eyes. I started nodding off, drifting in and out of sleep for maybe, 45 minutes? An hour? My sense of time got fuzzy. At some point, though, I woke up with this sudden heavy feeling in my chest. Not like a physical pain, more like dread. No reason for it. Nothing had changed, really. Same TVs, same empty room. But something felt off. I remember looking up at the screens. Each TV had a different anchor, different graphics, different headlines. But as I watched, it was like my brain stopped believing it. I started thinking, this is all fake. None of this is real. And then, it got stranger. The anchors on each channel were talking, but their words started to line up in this creepy way. Not exactly the same sentences, but the rhythm of their speech, the way their mouths moved. It all seemed synchronized, like they were rehearsing the same script. My ears were ringing a little, and the sound of their voices blended into this eerie, almost robotic murmur. I remember my heart pounding, my palms sweating, and this thought just screaming in my head. Something is wrong. Something is really wrong. That's when I panicked. I grabbed my jacket and decided I needed to get out of there. The second I stepped outside, it hit me how cold it was. The air felt sharper than it had when I arrived. And the parking lot, this is what really unnerved me, was completely empty. When I first got there, there had been cars scattered around, some lights on in the distance, that normal late-night vibe. But now, nothing. No cars, no people, no sound except the wind. Just this big, open, dark lot. And then I heard it. The sound of a car turning into the lot behind me. You know how your body just instinctively tenses up sometimes? I froze and turned around. An old station wagon, like something straight out of the late 80s or early 90s, rolled up and stopped in front of the laundromat. The paint was this faded green, and one of the headlights looked dimmer than the other. The engine cut off, and after a second, the passenger door opened. A guy stepped out. He looked maybe mid-20s. He was holding a small laundry basket tucked under one arm. He had on light blue jeans, a red and black plaid shirt, and these worn-out sneakers that looked like old Converse or something similar. His hair was kind of messy, like he'd just rolled out of bed. What got me, though, was his whole vibe. He didn't glance around, didn't say goodbye, didn't acknowledge whoever was driving. He just shut the door behind him and walked straight toward the laundromat entrance, eyes forward. No hesitation, no looking back. The moment he closed the door behind him, the station wagon pulled off. No pause, just pulled out and disappeared down the street. I stood there for a second, hugging myself against the cold, and then I thought, okay, maybe I can borrow his phone. Maybe his parents will actually pick up at 3 a.m., you know? So I turned around and went back into the laundromat. Inside, the TVs were still on, the news still playing. But the place was completely silent. No dryers spinning, no washing machines running, nothing. Just the soft drone of the anchor's voices and the hum of the lights. I looked around for the guy. No sign of him. No station wagon guy, no laundry basket, no open washer, no scattered clothes. Nothing. I thought, maybe he went straight to the bathroom. That would make sense, right? So I walked to the back, to that little hallway where the bathroom doors are. I pushed the bathroom door open and called out, "Hello?" No response. I tried again, louder. "Hey, sorry, is anyone in here?" Still nothing. The bathroom was empty. One stall door slightly open, the rest closed, but no feet, no sounds, just that weird, echoey quiet. And that's when it started again. The feeling that I wasn't alone, even though I clearly was. I stepped back into the main room, and as I did, I heard it. Clink, 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 clink. The sound of the change machine spitting out coins. If you've ever used one of those coin machines, you know that distinct metallic cascade sound, right? It was exactly that. The machine was going off like somebody was feeding in bills and getting quarters for their laundry. Only, no one was standing there. I walked closer, slowly, like I was trying not to scare whatever was happening. The machine kept making the noise, that steady rhythm of coins dropping into the tray. But when I looked down, the coin slot was empty. No quarters piling up, no loose coins rolling around. Just the sound, coming from nowhere. Something about that broke me a little. It was like the room was pretending to still be in use, pretending there were people doing laundry when there weren't. My heart was racing again, and all I could think was, I should not be here. So I did the same thing I'd done before. I left. But this time, when I pushed open the door and stepped outside, everything was different again. The parking lot was full, cars everywhere, different makes and models. A couple of people walking toward the entrance, someone else slamming their trunk shut, the distant sound of music from a car radio. It looked exactly like it had when I first arrived, like that empty, silent version of the lot had never existed. I didn't even try to make sense of it. I just started walking. I figured I'd find a gas station or a 24-hour place where I could sit and wait until morning, or until my parents finally picked up. To this day, I have no explanation for what happened in that laundromat. I don't know if I nodded off and slipped into some kind of half-dream, or if I walked into that place at the wrong time, like caught between two moments. I don't know who that woman was who lent me her phone, or where the station wagon guy really went. All I know is that the fear I felt was real. The emptiness, the strange, fake feeling of the news, the sound of coins that never appeared. Those details are burned into my memory. And even now, when I pass by a laundromat late at night, part of me wonders, was that just a tired brain playing tricks on me? Or did I step into something I wasn't supposed to see? So, let me tell you about this really strange night that still messes with my head. This was maybe a year and a half ago, in the middle of winter. I was ridiculously sick, like full-on flu, fever, body aches, the whole thing. I was sharing an apartment with my older sister, Nina, at the time. She's the kind of person who checks on you every few hours if you so much as sneeze, so she'd been popping into my room on and off all day. That night, I was in my bed, curtains closed, lights off except for this little warm bedside lamp. I felt absolutely awful, so I decided, okay, that's it. I'm just going to sleep this off. I remember feeling this wave of exhaustion hit me, like someone had just pulled the plug on my energy. The last thing I remember before knocking out was Nina coming into my room. She stepped in, leaned on the doorway for a second, then came over by my white dresser near the window. We had this quick little conversation. I honestly don't remember what we were talking about now, just that it was casual, nothing serious. She laughed at something I said, and I can still see her expression so clearly in my mind. Then she held out her phone and was like, "Hey, look at these texts real quick." I tried. I really did. But my eyes were burning, my head was pounding, and the words on her screen were all fuzzy. It was like trying to read underwater. I remember squinting and saying, "Ugh, I can't read that right now. I'm so tired. Just show me tomorrow, okay?" And she kind of shrugged and went, "All right, go to sleep," then turned and walked out of my room. I swear to you, not even a full second later, I was out. Like, gone. Deep, heavy sleep. I didn't toss and turn. I don't remember any dreams, nothing. Just darkness. A few hours later, I woke up. My fever had broken a little, and I was just lying there in bed scrolling through my phone, kind of dazed but awake. That's when Nina came into my room. Again. She walked in like normal, sat at the edge of my bed, and we started talking. We were mid-conversation about something totally random. I think about our cousin or some drama from work, when I suddenly remembered her trying to show me that text before I fell asleep. So I stopped and said, "Oh yeah, what was that message you were trying to show me earlier, on your phone?" And the way she looked at me, she was so confused. She goes, "What are you talking about? I came up here to see the messages you were trying to show me." Now I'm confused. I'm sick, I'm tired, my brain is foggy, and I'm thinking she's just messing with me. So I kind of frown and say, "No, Nina, I'm serious. You came in here before I went to sleep, stood over there by my dresser, and tried to show me some messages on your phone. I told you I was too tired and I'd look at it later." She shakes her head immediately and says, "No, that didn't happen. I never came in here. You came downstairs to Mom's place and tried to show me some messages, but I was too tired to read them, so I told you I'd look at them later. Then you said you were going to bed and went back upstairs." At this point, I'm getting irritated, because I feel awful and it really sounds like she's just playing with me for no reason. I'm like, "Why are you joking right now? I haven't left this bed. I remember you coming in here. I remember what side of the bed you were on. I remember you laughing. I couldn't read your screen because I was exhausted. I did not go anywhere." And she's just staring at me, dead serious, saying, "I'm not joking. I was at Mom's. You came down to see me." So now we're both confused and a little worked up. I'm insisting, "You came into my room." And she's insisting, "You came downstairs." Finally, I say, "Okay, you know what? Let's ask Mom." So I drag myself out of bed, still weak, still sick, and we both go downstairs to my mom's apartment. My mom opens the door, all casual, like nothing is weird. I ask her, "Hey, was Nina down here with you earlier? Or did she come upstairs to my room before I fell asleep?" My mom nods and says, "Yeah, Nina was here. She was sleeping in the back room for a while. You came down earlier, remember? You tried to show her something on your phone, but she was too tired to look at it. So you said you were going back to bed." Me and Nina just look at each other. That moment was silent. Just this weird, heavy pause. I could tell from her face she was thinking the exact same thing I was. How can we both remember the same situation, but from opposite sides? She finally says, kind of quietly, "I told you, I never came upstairs to your room." And I'm standing there like, I know what I experienced. I know I was awake. I remember you standing by my dresser. I remember your voice, your laugh, the way you held your phone out to me. I remember the angle of the light in the room. I wasn't dreaming. I wasn't drunk. I was just sick and exhausted, but I was awake. And she says, with the same conviction, well, I remember sitting on Mom's bed and you standing in the doorway, trying to show me your messages. I remember being too tired to focus on the screen. I remember your exact tone when you said you'd just show me later. Our stories match, but flipped. Same phone. Same, I'm too tired to read it, I'll check later. Same feeling of exhaustion. Same kind of casual, sleepy conversation. Just completely reversed. To this day, if you ask us separately, we will both swear on our lives that our version is what really happened. I will tell you with my whole chest, she came into my room. She'll tell you with the same energy, I went downstairs to hers. And here's the thing, this isn't even the first weird thing that's happened between us. There have been other moments, even stranger, where reality just doesn't line up the way it's supposed to. I don't know if it was some kind of glitch, a crossed wire in both our memories, overlapping timelines, or something our brains did because we were both exhausted. All I know is, I wasn't dreaming, and neither was she. We were both absolutely sure we were fully awake, in two completely different places, having what feels like the same conversation from opposite sides. And honestly, I still have no idea how to make sense of that. All right, so let me just tell you this straight, the way it happened. It was a weeknight, maybe around 11:15 p.m. or so. I was heading into town to grab a few things from the store. I live way out in the sticks. No streetlights, hardly any neighbors, just vegetation, trees, and dirt roads. About 10 minutes into the drive, my temperature gauge starts climbing. Next thing I know, the warning light pops on and the car starts to overheat. So I pull over on the shoulder of this 2-lane highway, kill the engine, pop the hood, and just stand there in the dark, listening to the metal tick. I let it cool for a while, check the radiator, top it off with the little bit of water I had, and think, okay, I'll just ease it home. I get maybe another couple miles down the road. Same thing. Temperature shoots up again. By now it's after midnight. I'm not that far from home, maybe a mile and a quarter walk. It's a clear night, stars out, a little chilly but not miserable. And I'm thinking, why risk blowing the engine? I could use the exercise anyway. So I pull off a little more, lock the car up, throw my hands in my pockets, and decide to walk it. The road I live off of is this rough mountain back road, not paved, mostly packed dirt and gravel, ruts everywhere. I walk along the highway first, then turn onto my road. There's just enough moonlight that my eyes adjust. I don't even bother with my phone flashlight. I'm moving at a pretty good pace, just wanting to get home and crawl into bed. So I'm about 2/3 of the way down my road, and on my left there's this long split-rail wooden fence and a gravel driveway that leads to one of the neighbors' places. I'm walking, minding my own business, when I hear something. Faint footsteps on gravel. Crunch, crunch. Very soft, but clear. Out of the corner of my eye, I see something coming up that driveway toward the road. And my first thought is not ghost or paranormal or anything like that. My first thought is, oh great, one of the neighbors thinks I'm out here creeping around, casing houses in the middle of the night. I'm fully expecting a flashlight in my face, maybe a gun, definitely some questions. Like, hey, what are you doing out here? So I'm bracing for that. And then I realize what I'm actually looking at. There's a man walking toward me, except I can see through him. At first, it's almost like that Predator effect. You know, in the old movie, where the outline kind of shimmers and takes on the color of the trees behind it? It's like that. The shape is there, but it's blending a little with the background. As he gets closer, though, he becomes more defined. He looks like a solid guy, little broader build than me, around my height. He's wearing this red and gray flannel shirt, jeans, and these old work boots. His hair is sort of shaggy, like that almost mullet style you see on some country singers. And he is just gliding up this driveway toward the road. He steps out of the driveway onto the edge of the road, maybe 30 feet to my left, and then, this is the part that really got me. He turns and starts walking alongside me. We're not shoulder to shoulder, but he's pacing me, same speed, just off to my left by the fence line. We walk like that for, I don't know, 100 to 150 feet. Long enough for it not to be my imagination. Long enough for me to actually study him. The whole time he's not looking around, not checking the road. He's looking at me. We get to the end of that split rail fence, and that's where he stops. He slows, turns toward the fence, and just rests one arm up on the top rail, like someone leaning on a bar, and he keeps his eyes locked on me. I don't say a word. I don't wave. I don't break stride. I just keep walking, every hair on my head and neck standing straight up. My brain is going, nope, 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 this is not happening. But my eyes are saying, oh yeah, it is. I wanted so badly to look back, but I was terrified that if I did, he'd be closer, or something would be different. So I just face forward and keep walking, repeating in my head, what the hell was that? What did I just see? Did that really happen? Over and over. It's not even pure fear at first, it's disbelief. Like my whole understanding of what's real just got nudged sideways. As I get closer to my house, the feeling changes. It goes from disbelief to this really deep uneasiness. It's creeping me out more with every step because now I'm replaying it. The way he came deliberately down that driveway. The way he walked beside me like he'd come out just to meet me on the road. That sad look on his face. And it was sad. That's the part that sticks with me the most. He didn't look angry or threatening. He looked like he wanted to say something, like he had something important he needed to tell me, but couldn't get the words out. I finally get home, lock the door maybe a little faster than usual, and I don't sleep great that night. Just keep hearing gravel footsteps in my head. Next morning, I'm in the kitchen, making coffee and trying to act normal, but it's eating at me. So I tell my dad, his name's Mark, what happened. I say, look, I know this is going to sound crazy, but I need to tell you about something I saw last night on the road. Now, I've always been open to the idea of UFOs, aliens, all that. I figured the universe is big. Who knows what's out there? But ghosts? Spirits? I've always thought that stuff was just stories. Fun for movies, but not real life. So I'm telling my dad this whole thing, expecting him to just kind of nod and chalk it up to headlights or my eyes playing tricks on me. And yeah, he's got that skeptical look at first. But then he stops me and asks, okay, exactly where did this happen? And I say, you know that long split rail fence on the left? The one by that gravel driveway before our place? Right there. And I watch his whole expression change. He goes quiet for a second and then says, you remember I told you about that neighbor down there? The one who, passed away in his house? That's the driveway. It hits me all at once. I remember him mentioning, about a year before I moved back in, that a guy who lived down that drive had taken his own life. We didn't know him well, just a quiet neighbor who kept to himself most of the time. And I'm standing there in the kitchen with my coffee, and suddenly I've got tears in my eyes. The goosebumps come back, full force. My whole body feels electric. Because now it's not just a weird figure on a dark road. It's possibly someone. A real person. Someone whose house I walk past all the time without thinking. Up until that night, I would have told you, with total confidence, that all paranormal stuff was nonsense. just stories people tell. But I swear to you, with my whole chest, I saw a man. I saw him like I'm seeing this room right now. And at the same time, I saw through him. I wasn't drunk. I wasn't high. I was just tired and trying to get home because my stupid car overheated. And then, that happened. Part of me hopes I never see anything like that again. And another part of me, the part that keeps thinking about his face, wonders what he was trying to say, and if he'll ever try to say it again. So, let me just tell you this straight, because I still don't fully understand it myself. It was supposed to be just a walk. Nothing dramatic, nothing cursed. Just me being stupid and restless. There's this old cemetery behind our town. You know the kind. Forgotten, overgrown. The kind adults warn kids about for no real reason. I'd passed it 100 times in daylight, but that night I thought, why not? It was close to midnight. The sky was heavy, and the air smelled like wet leaves and iron. The gate was half off its hinges. When I pushed it, it didn't just creak, it screamed. I swear that sound went straight into my teeth. I stepped through, and as soon as both my feet were inside, the gate slammed shut behind me. I didn't touch it. I just stood there for a second, heart pounding, telling myself it was the wind. You do that too, right? Immediately try to rationalize stuff so you don't freak out. My phone flashlight was the only thing cutting through the fog. The graves were everywhere, some leaning, some sunk into the earth, some cracked open like something had climbed out long ago and never bothered to clean up. Then I saw it, a shape, a figure, standing between two crooked gravestones. Tall, too tall, too still. You know when your brain tries to pretend something is a tree or a statue just so you don't panic? That's what I did. I squinted into the fog and whispered, "Hey, you okay?" No answer. My flashlight flickered once, twice, and then cut out completely. Everything went black. And in that darkness, right next to my ear, so close I could feel the warmth of it, I heard breathing. Slow, wet, like whoever it was had just run a long way and was trying not to let me hear. I froze. I didn't move, didn't turn around. I just stood there, clenching my phone in my hand like it was a weapon. Then, just as suddenly as it went out, the light came back. The figure was gone. I spun around. Nothing. Just grave after grave, fog curling between them like it was alive. And right in front of me, a few steps ahead, was a stone that didn't look like the others. Older, darker. The edges had been eaten away by time. The letters were deep, carved by hand, not machine. I walked up to it without really deciding to. It felt like being pulled. The name carved into it was Thomas, 1327, 1402. An old name, old dates, just another grave, right? I don't know why I did it, but I knelt down and pressed my fingers to the stone. It was freezing. Not cold like a rock at night, cold like metal pulled from a freezer. And then it happened. For less than a second, the name changed. Right under Thomas, the stone shifted. The letters stretched and bent like they were made of smoke and ice, and new ones carved themselves into the surface, glowing faintly through the fog. Daniel, 1993, 2025. My first name, my birth year, and this year. I felt the world tilt. For a second, I thought I was going to pass out right there on that grave. My phone screen shut off again, but this time it wasn't just the light. The whole thing went dead in my hand. No battery warning, no flicker, just black. Then I heard it. Not in the air, not in my ears, inside my head, like a thought that wasn't mine. You're early. It wasn't angry. It wasn't kind. It was disappointed. That broke whatever courage I had left. I don't remember standing up. I don't remember turning around. I just remember running, branches smacking my face, stones sliding under my feet, feeling like someone's eyes were pinned between my shoulder blades the whole way. I didn't sleep that night. Instead, I did what everyone does when something doesn't make sense. I opened my laptop. I searched everything I could think of. Thomas 1327 through 1402 grave. Old cemetery legend. Ancient tombstone name changing. I even tried Latin versions of the name. Nothing. No local legends, no ghost stories, no weird history. Like that grave didn't exist. So I tried something else. I opened our town's group chat. You know, the kind where people complain about noise and post pictures of lost dogs. I scrolled up, way up, because I remembered something. A random line I'd half read weeks before. I found it. Luca, did anyone else see that thing near the old cemetery? Jonas, yeah, by that really old grave at the back. Mira, the one with the name Thomas? I stared at the messages and my whole body went cold. They were dated from a month ago. I'd seen them then and just kept scrolling. I thought they were joking. Right under those messages was another one. No name, no profile picture, just a gray circle and a blank display name. It said, "Those who see me don't stop at the first time." As I read it, my phone glitched. The screen froze, turned white, then black. It restarted on its own. When it finally came back on, I went straight to the chat. The messages were gone. Not just that one. The whole section of the conversation. Like someone had highlighted those lines and hit delete on reality. 3 days passed. I told myself I wasn't going back, that I wasn't that stupid, that whatever I saw, whatever I heard, it was probably my brain trying to freak me out. But the thing is, after that night, my house didn't feel empty anymore. I'd catch myself turning around because I was sure someone was standing in the doorway. I'd wake up at night convinced someone was leaning over my bed, even though I'd open my eyes and see nothing in the dark. The third night, at 12:33 a.m., my phone buzzed. One message, from a blank account. Same gray circle as before. I grabbed the phone instantly, but the notification vanished before I could tap it. No new chat. No new message. Just this cold, heavy feeling in my chest. On the fourth day, I couldn't take it anymore. I went back. The sky was clearer this time, the moon sharp and thin. The gate didn't scream. It swung open quietly, like it had been waiting for me. I walked straight to where I remembered the old grave. Except, it wasn't there. The patch of earth was disturbed, like something had been dug up in a hurry and then half-heartedly filled back in. No stone, no name, just a metal stake hammered into the ground. One word scratched into it. Not engraved, scratched, like with a knife or a nail. Remember. I just stood there, mouth dry, heart racing. And then I heard it. Footsteps behind me. Slow, dragging, like bare feet on wet grass. I turned around. It was there. The figure I'd seen before, except closer now. Too close. It wasn't just a shadow this time. It had a face, if you could call it that. The skin was too pale, stretched too tight. The eyes were wrong, too deep, too dark, too empty. The mouth hung half open, like it was always in the middle of a breath it could never quite finish. Its head tilted, like it was studying me, or recognizing me. It lifted one arm slowly, so slowly, and pointed past me, to the disturbed patch of earth where the grave used to be. And in that same quiet, breathy voice inside my head, it said, "The place is ready." My throat closed up. I couldn't scream, couldn't move. My body felt like it was filled with cement. The only thing that worked was my heartbeat, slamming against my ribs. I don't remember turning away. I don't remember running back through the gate. But I remember the sound I heard as I left. Breathing. Right behind me. Keeping pace. Not getting tired. I made it home. Somehow. Again. One new message. No name, no picture. Same blank account. By the time I grabbed the phone, the notification was gone. No chat, no trace. But for a split second, when the screen woke up, I saw the preview. I'm still waiting. It happens every night now. 3:33 a.m. Screen lights up. Blank account. Message appears. Vanishes. Sometimes I can catch part of the preview. Don't be late. You know where. The year is almost over. And once. You shouldn't have touched the stone, Daniel. I've tried blocking unknown accounts. I've changed my number. I've switched phones. It doesn't matter. It always finds a way to send that one message at that exact time. Here's the part that really scares me, though. Last week, I went to visit my parents. They still live closer to the old part of town. On the way back, I passed the cemetery road. I told myself I wouldn't look, that I'd just keep walking, eyes forward, pretend the place wasn't there. But I did look. Just once. There's a new headstone near the back now. Smooth, pale stone, clean and recent, like it's waiting for fresh letters. No name on it. Not yet. But right in front of it, sticking out of the earth, is that same metal stake. The word has changed. It doesn't say "remember" anymore. Now it says, "already yours." So this is why I'm telling you all of this. Not to get you to feel sorry for me or to make you believe in ghosts. Honestly, I don't care if you believe me. I just need you to listen. If you're ever traveling and you end up in some old European town with a forgotten cemetery at the edge of it, and you're bored or curious or trying to impress someone, if you walk among the older graves and you find a stone that reads, Thomas, 1327 to 1402, don't touch it. Don't kneel down. Don't trace the letters. Don't even say the name out loud. Because if you do, if you give it your attention, you won't just remember the grave. You'll start hearing the breathing too. So, let me tell you about the night that still makes my chest feel tight when I think about it. It was my second year at Northbridge University, and the rumor going around campus was that if you visited the old hillside cemetery after midnight, you wouldn't come back with the same number of people you went in with. We laughed it off, obviously. We were 19, full of instant noodles and overconfidence. There were 11 of us that night. We met by the back gate of the dorms just before midnight. Everyone had something. Cheap chips, bottled tea, a flashlight. Somebody brought a tiny Bluetooth speaker. I remember the air was thick, kind of sticky, like the world had been holding its breath all day and only started exhaling once we stepped outside. The cemetery sat behind the university's old library, up this narrow path where the streetlights never quite reached. As we walked, some of us linked arms. Not because we were scared, at least that's what we said, but because it felt like the right thing to do when you're pretending not to be afraid. I was walking next to this guy we all called Echo. That wasn't his real name, but he talked in this soft way that made people lean in to listen, and jokes tended to bounce back to him. So, Echo stuck. Anyway, the sky was cloudy, but it wasn't foggy at first. That came later. We slipped through the old iron gate, half open, like it had been waiting for us. The stone path was cracked, weeds pushing through. Some headstones were leaning, some broken. The whole place had this feeling, like it remembered more than it should. Someone in the back started humming a childish ghost song, and we all shushed them. It was just us, but it didn't feel like just us. Not long after we stepped in, the weather shifted. You know when it gets cold so suddenly that your skin prickles before your brain catches up? It was like that. The wind picked up, sharp and fast, and this fine, cold drizzle started falling. Needles on our cheeks, on our hands. Then, out of nowhere, snow started mixing with the rain. In the middle of late autumn. Tiny white flakes swirling in the beam of our flashlight. We all kind of laughed it off. Wow, weird timing, right? But I could feel the way everyone's shoulders tensed. And then it happened. One of the girls up front let out this raw, honest scream. We spun around, lights swinging over tombstones and grass, and she was just standing there, shaking, pointing at the space next to her. "I was holding his arm," she said. "I was holding his arm." The space beside her was empty. Echo, who had been right next to her a second before, was gone. At first, we thought he'd jumped behind a gravestone as a joke. It would have been exactly the kind of stupid prank someone would pull, right? So we called his name. We laughed a little too loudly. "Okay, Echo, come on. Not funny. You can come out." Nothing. That's when someone said, "Let's count, just to be sure." So we lined up as best we could in that uneven, wet ground, and one of the guys started counting, tapping each shoulder as the flashlight beam passed over our faces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He frowned. "Wait, there were 11 of us," I said. "Count again," someone muttered. We did, but this time something felt wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Still 10. Echo was missing, but it didn't feel like we were one short. It felt even, like the group had sealed itself at 10 and refused to admit he was gone. Everyone told her she was being creepy, but nobody told her she was wrong. We should have left. Any reasonable person would have turned around right there. But real life isn't reasonable, and neither are 19-year-olds fueled by myths and midnight bravado. Someone said, "We can't just leave Echo here." And that was it. The decision was made. We pushed deeper into the cemetery. The fog rolled in slowly, like it had been waiting for its cue. It gathered low at first, curling around our ankles, then rose up, softening the edges of gravestones until they looked like crooked teeth in a ghost's mouth. Trees at the far end blurred into smudges of shadow. I remember clutching my flashlight so hard my fingers cramped. We kept calling his name. "Echo! Hey! Answer if you hear us!" The sound of our voices flattened out, like the fog was swallowing them. And then, all at once, we saw him. He was standing near a black, cracked headstone with no name on it, just a faint, worn-out carving that was impossible to read. Our lights hit him altogether, and everyone froze. Because it was Echo, and it wasn't. His hair, he'd had this messy, dark hair before, was gone, like it had been shaved right down to the scalp, but unevenly, like it hadn't been done by clippers. His skin looked too pale, but not the usual "I'm cold" kind of pale. It was this almost gray color, stretched thin, and there were these faint red marks and scratches appearing on his arms as we stared, like someone invisible was dragging a pen along his skin. He had his hands pressed over his face, long, bony fingers, knuckles white. His shoulders shook. One of our friends took a step forward, whispering, "Echo?" He flinched. We all stopped. He spoke without taking his hands away, his voice rough and small. "Don't touch me." The way he said it, it wasn't fake. It wasn't a joke. There was this desperation in it, the kind that makes your stomach drop. "Echo, it's us. I said. "We came back for you. We're going to take you home, okay? Just look at us." "Don't follow me," he whispered. "Don't follow where I went." His words didn't make sense, but the fear behind them did. Someone tried to circle around to see his face. He turned with them, like he was protecting us from whatever expression he was hiding. And then we all heard it. The wind moving through the broken tombs, carrying these thin, almost voices. Just at the edge of hearing, little pieces of words that sounded like names, curses, or prayers. I couldn't tell. It felt like they were being said right behind my ear and far away at the same time. I remember thinking, this place doesn't want us here, and it doesn't want to let him go. One of the guys, tall, always the first to crack a joke in class, stepped up and said, gently, "Hey man, we're going to get you out of here, okay? You don't have to look at us, just come with us." He reached out very slowly and brushed Echo's sleeve. Just the fabric. Echo screamed. Not loud exactly, but deep, like something tearing inside him. We all stumbled backward. My heart was hammering so hard I felt dizzy. He dropped his hands just enough for me to see his eyes. You know how a person's eyes tell you everything about them? These didn't. They looked almost like they belonged to someone standing a few steps behind him, peering through. But they were still Echo's eyes too. That's what made it so awful. You could see the boy we knew in there, trapped behind something we couldn't touch. We'd only lost him for maybe 15 minutes, 20 max. But hearing him say that, in that place, in that cold, time suddenly felt stretchy, unreliable. Somebody started crying softly. Another person kept saying, "This isn't funny anymore," even though there hadn't been anything funny for a while. The thing is, we still loved him, still cared about him. Whatever had happened, that didn't disappear. So we did the only thing that made sense in that moment. We surrounded him. Not too close, but close enough to make a circle. We didn't touch him again, but we walked with him, step by slow step, back toward the gate. And as we walked, you could feel the cemetery adjusting, like it was letting something go that it wanted to keep. The fog thinned out. The strange snow rain slowed. The whispers faded into just wind again. By the time we reached the gate, the sky had cleared. The storm had just stopped. No sign it had ever been as bad as we'd felt it. The world outside the fence looked ordinary. Streetlights, quiet roads, the distant glow of the campus dorm windows. It was like we'd stepped from one reality back into another. When we counted ourselves at the gate, there were 11 again. No extra. No missing. Just different. We walked Echo back to the dorms in silence. No one joked. No one explained. No one could. Later, we tried to talk about it. The story kept shifting, depending on who told it. Some people insisted his hair hadn't really fallen out, that it just looked shorter in the light. Others swore they'd seen fresh wounds appear on his skin as we watched. A few claimed they'd heard their own names whispered in the wind, even though nobody else heard that. Echo stayed with us after that, but he was quieter. Sometimes I'd catch him staring at a wall like he was listening for something. Once, when I asked him what he remembered, he just said, "I stepped between two graves, and for a second I wasn't here. I was somewhere close, but wrong. And something there saw me first." He never went near the cemetery again. Neither did I. Here's what I know though, what I feel, even now, telling you this. Some places don't just sit there. They lean, they reach. They bend the rules around themselves like heat over a road. That cemetery behind our old library, it's one of those places. It stretches reality, tugs at time, and sometimes, if you're not careful, it takes a piece of you, and sends back something altered. Not gone, not fully broken, just changed. We brought our friend back that night, but every now and then, when the wind hits just right and I hear a voice in the distance that sounds like it's saying my name, I wonder, did we really bring all of him back? Or did some part of him stay there, standing by that nameless stone, listening to the whispers, while something else slipped into his place and learned how to say, "Don't touch me, don't follow me, not where I went." All right, come a little closer. I want to tell you a story, and I need you to really listen, not just with your ears, but with that quiet place behind your ribs where old memories tend to hide. There are forests in this world that breathe. I don't mean that in a poetic way, though it sounds like it. I mean there are places where the trees seem to inhale and exhale, where the branches trade secrets with the wind, and where the moonlight falls like it remembers everything it's ever seen. That's where I was. I remember walking through one of those forests late on a winter night. The sky above us was dark as ink, and the stars looked like someone had stitched them into the black with silver thread. The leaves were rimmed with frost, and a thin wind was slipping between the trunks, sighing its way down the hill. I say us because I wasn't alone. My 2 children walked just behind me, Noah and Elsie. At least, that's what I called them when they were mine. I wasn't shivering, even though it was cold enough for our breaths to fog, except they didn't. I wasn't tired, even though it felt like we'd been walking for hours upon hours. My legs moved, but there was no ache in them, no heaviness in my feet. If you've ever had a dream where you're moving, but it feels like you're gliding instead of walking, yes, it was that. I remember humming an old lullaby, something my grandmother used to hum by the fireplace when storms rattled the windows. I didn't even think about it. The tune just slipped out of me like it had been waiting. Behind me, the kids tried to laugh at something. Some smiles, some shared joke. But the sound came out thin, like the forest swallowed it before it had a chance to become real. And then Elsie, my little one, pointed at the ground. "Look," she said, and her voice was soft and cold at the same time, like snow landing on bare skin. "Mama, look at this." She bent down, pushed aside a few frozen leaves, and picked up a photograph. That part still makes my skin prickle, even now. Noah leaned over her shoulder. I stepped closer, and all 3 of us stared. It was us. Not the forest us, the alive us. We were standing in front of a small stone house with ivy climbing up the walls, the kind of place that always smelled like soup and laundry and something baking. In the picture, my cheeks were flushed, my hair a little messy from the wind. The kids were squinting into the sun, both mid-giggle. You could almost hear the laughter. We looked warm, solid, real. Not like we did in that forest. In the forest, our faces just didn't change. Same unblinking eyes, same pale skin, no breath clouding the air, no tiredness, no hunger. You know when you see an old doll whose painted face never moves? It was a little like that, only somehow sadder. Elsie turned the photograph over. On the back, in my handwriting, was a date from several years before. And beneath the date, I had drawn a tiny feather and 3 little dots, like I always did when I wrote something meant only for us. My secret mark. The wind stopped. I know that sounds dramatic, but it did. The forest inhaled and then held it. Noah swallowed. "Mom," he whispered, "why do we still look like this? Why haven't we grown at all?" And something in me tightened, like a knot that had been ignored for too long. Before I could answer, we heard it. A distant sound drifting through the trees. Not a clock tower this time, though I've heard stories like that. No, for us, it was the bell from the church in the village below, rolling up the hill. Slow, heavy, counting the seconds toward midnight. I don't know how I knew, but I did. "We should follow it," I murmured. "I think it belongs to us somehow." So we walked. Eventually the trees thinned, and we came to the edge of the village. It looked almost exactly like it had in the photograph. Lanterns glowing behind curtains, smoke curling from chimneys, the cobblestones shining faintly with frost. Someone's dog barked once, then went quiet, ears pricked toward us without knowing why. In a window of the little church on the hill, we could see a clock, hands trembling their way toward 12. And when it struck, when that bell rang out and the 12th chime rolled over the roofs, everything in me snapped into place. Memories hit me like a wave, not gently either, not like a nostalgic montage. No, like ice water dumped over my shoulders. I remembered. A winter storm, the road slick with sleet, the car skidding, headlights coming toward us too fast, Noah screaming my name, the world flipping, the sound of metal twisting, glass exploding, and then the weightless, terrifying moment when there's no up, no down, just falling. And then the river, black and furious. I remembered the water forcing its way into my lungs, the desperate reach for my children's hands, the sound of my husband, Adrian, shouting their names, trying to yank open a door that wouldn't budge. And then, nothing. I gasped in the forest. So did the children. We clutched at each other like people do when the floor cracks under their feet. We remembered. We were dead. We weren't just lost or dreaming or caught in some strange winter spell. We were ghosts, echoes, the shadows of a melody that had once been warm. Noah's fingers tightened around my wrist. If we're spirits," he said, voice shaking, "why are we still here? Why didn't we go wherever you're supposed to go?" I wish I'd had a reassuring answer then. Something wise, something comforting. All I had was a heavy feeling in the place where my heart used to live. "There must be something unfinished," I said quietly. "We haven't let go of everything yet. I think we need to see your father." So, guided more by instinct than by thought, we drifted through the silent village streets. We passed closed shutters, quiet kitchens, toys left askew in back gardens. No one saw us, of course. A cat arched its back and hissed at the empty air as we went by, that kind of almost seeing that animals sometimes do. We stopped outside a house I knew too well. Our house. The ivy still climbed the stone walls exactly like in the photograph. Same crooked front step, same cracked flower pot by the door. But everything felt colder now, like the warmth had been scraped off the surface of it. Through the window, we saw him, Adrian. His face, once the kind of face I leaned into without thinking, was hollowed out. Grief and years had carved shadows into his features. Guilt sat in his eyes like something that refused to move. But he wasn't alone. A woman sat beside him on the couch. She was younger than me, at least younger than I had been. She had that careful, gentle way of smiling at someone who's been hurt for a long time. She reached for his hand, and he let her. He looked at her like a man who'd been walking in the cold for years and had finally found a fire. Inside me, something dark and sharp twisted. He had moved on. He had found someone new. Our framed photos weren't on the mantel. The kids' drawings weren't on the fridge. To us, it felt like he'd replaced us and erased us in one life-size sweep. Beside me, Noah's jaw clenched. Elsie's small fingers turned to ice in my hand. "Did he just forget?" she whispered. "Did we matter so little?" I wish I could tell you I answered with maturity and grace, that I immediately saw the bigger picture, understood his pain, his right to continue his life. But the truth is, in that moment, all I felt was raw, aching betrayal. The lamp on the table flickered. The window glass trembled in its frame. Adrian looked up, startled, eyes scanning the room as if he sensed something he couldn't see, and our voices, mine and the children's, slid into the room like cold breath. "Why did you leave us?" The new woman's smile vanished. She wrapped her arms around herself, shivering. Adrian stood slowly, his face draining of color. "Who's there?" he whispered. "Who?" "We didn't leave you," Noah said, his voice echoing in a way that didn't belong to the living. "You left us. You let us go." Memories were flooding him too, I could see it. The accident, the river, his hands bloody from clawing at the doors, his screaming for help that arrived too late, the way they pulled him out instead of us, his empty bed that night, and every night after when he reached for people who were not there. He shook his head, tears filling his eyes. "I tried," he choked out. "I tried to get you out. I would have traded places with you. I would have." I stepped through the wall then, into the room, into the warmth of the fire and the smell of tea. It didn't touch me. I felt nothing. "Not enough," I said. And that sentence, oh, that sentence. I regret the shape of it even now. The new woman, her name was Mara, I would learn later, pressed herself back against the chair, her hand over her mouth. She had never seen us in photographs. She had never heard our names. Adrian had buried us under silence because talking about us hurt too much. She was innocent. But in that moment, we didn't care about innocence. The room turned colder than the river had been. Picture frames rattled and fell, glass cracking on the floor. Candles blew out. The fire shuddered and dimmed. Shadows slid up the walls like smoke running backward. We didn't throw anything. We didn't scream. But our grief filled every inch of that house, and it was loud. Adrian dropped to his knees, one arm thrown in front of Mara like he could protect her from his past. "Stop," he begged. "Please, I'm so sorry. I wake up choking on your names. I talk to the empty rooms. I'd give everything to go back to that night. Please, please." It lasting seconds, maybe a little more. And then it was done. One last shock of cold, one last burst of force, and the house went dark. For us, at least. Like someone had snapped their fingers and switched scenes. Because suddenly we were no longer in the village. We were standing on the edge of a valley filled with mist. It wasn't heaven. It wasn't hell. It was a kind of in-between. It stretched farther than my eyes could see, lit by a light that wasn't really day or night. Just there. And then a presence appeared. I can't give you a neat label for it. Angel, guardian, judge. It was radiant, but not in a blinding way. Calm. Older than anything I'd ever felt. When it looked at us, I had the sense that it wasn't just seeing us as we were that moment, but as we had been, all the way back, and as we might have been if different choices had been made. "You're looking for justice," it said. The voice was gentle, but it held a weight you couldn't argue with. But what you chose was vengeance. My knees almost gave out. "He replaced us," I whispered. "He forgot. He gave our love away like it was something you could just hand off to someone new." "No," the presence said, and there was no anger in it, just steady truth. "He mourned. He shattered. He tried to save you and could not. His guilt has slept beside him every night since. He did not kill you." My hands, whatever I had instead of hands, rose to cover my face. "And her?" Noah asked, voice much smaller now. "The woman on the couch, Mara, wasn't she part of it? The betrayal?" "She knew nothing," the presence said. He hid his pain, thinking it was kindness. She came to him with a whole heart, hoping to help him live again. She carries no guilt for your deaths, for your silence, or for his fear of grief. Her conscience is clear." Elsie stared down at her feet. "We scared her," she whispered. "We hurt her." "Yes," the presence replied. "You did." There was a pause, a long one, the kind that has enough space inside it to hold everything: regret, understanding, stubbornness, love. "What happens to us now?" I finally asked. The presence regarded us with something like sympathy. "You acted in anger," it said. "You chose to wound instead of to seek truth. You let bitterness speak louder than love. But you did not do so out of cruelty. You did so out of pain." It gestured toward the valley of mist before us. "So you will walk the valley of sorrow," it said, "not as punishment alone, but as a path of repentance. There you will learn to see clearly his grief, your own, in the way love can survive even when people break under it." Elsie clung to my side. Noah took my hand. "And them?" I asked. "Adrian and Mara?" "Mara rises to peace," the voice said. "Her fear of tonight will soften. She will come to understand that what brushed her world was not evil, but wounded. She will heal. She deserves dawn, not shadow." "And Adrian?" I asked, my voice cracking on his name. "He will feel the weight of what happened," the presence said, "of his choices, both the ones he made and the ones he was never given the chance to make. He is not condemned, but he is not untouched. Grief is not clean. Love is not simple. He, too, will walk a valley of his own until he can forgive himself." I let out a sound then. Not rage. Not anymore. It was something closer to release. We turned toward the mist. The valley ahead of us shimmered like water under starlight. Each step we took felt like walking through memories, good ones and bad ones both. I heard the kids' laughter in the old kitchen, the splash of them jumping in puddles, the snap of my temper on hard days, the apologies afterward, Adrian's arms around all three of us under 2 small blankets. As we walked, the presence called after us softly. "Even lost souls may find sunrise, when bitterness yields to truth." That sentence has stayed with me. So we went on, not as angry spirits anymore, but as 3 tired hearts, learning to let go of a story we'd been telling ourselves, that we were thrown away, forgotten, replaced. We weren't. We were loved. We died too soon, yes. We were hurt, yes, but we were loved, and that mattered more than the shape of our ending. Back in the living world, the clocks kept chiming. Leaves kept falling. Families gathered at tables, argued about small things, made up, burned dinner, laughed. Our forest still whispered. The river kept moving. And if you ever find yourself on a chilly October night walking near an old hillside forest, and you hear a faint lullaby drifting through the trees, a tune that feels like home and goodbye at the same time, that might be me. Not haunting, just remembering. And if you take anything from our story, let it be this. Love really does reach beyond death. But peace? Peace doesn't live in vengeance. It lives in truth. Messy, complicated, painful truth. And in the courage to see it, even when it asks you to loosen your grip on your anger. That's all. Welcome to Paranormal M. I finally get to do what I love most. Sit down and share my paranormal experiences with you. How's your day going? Drop a comment and let me know where you're watching from. Thanks so much for sending in your own paranormal stories too. Don't forget to hit subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss any new videos on the channel. Alright, let's dive into today's stories. So, let me tell you a story. I want you to imagine a road by the sea. A real one. No movie filters, no special effects. Just asphalt, salt wind, and those old concrete cliffs that have seen more than they'll ever say. Some places remember things, and this road, this cliff road between the mountains and the Pacific, it remembers. That night, the air tasted like metal on my tongue. You ever notice that? When you're too tired or too anxious, and even the wind feels sharp? The moon was full and heavy, hanging over the black outline of the cliffs. Far below, the waves were crashing so loud you could feel them in your chest more than you could hear them. I was on that road with my girlfriend at the time. My name's Gian. I was 29 then, a little worn down, the way life can make you look older than you really are. With me was my new girlfriend, Rena. Bright, curious, always asking why about everything. She was a few years younger than me, too young to be carrying around someone else's ghosts. We weren't in a motorbike like you might imagine. We were in this old little silver hatchback, the kind where the windows rattle if you go faster than 80. I still remember the dashboard light. One of the bulbs had died, so the speedometer was only half lit. We pulled over at this lookout point, where the road stretches ahead in a gentle curve, and a line of streetlights runs all the way along the cliff. That night they were all on, soft yellow, one after another, like a path someone had drawn just for us. Rena hopped out first, hugging her jacket around her. The sea breeze caught her hair and lifted it just a little. "Wow," she said, turning in a slow circle. "This is beautiful. It doesn't even feel real." I leaned on the car and tried to smile. "Yeah," I told her. "Like a dream, right?" But my voice shook. Just a little. Not from the cold. Because this wasn't the first time I'd stood on that road with a girl who loved me. Before Rena, there was another. Her name was Hannah, and she loved me with everything she had. Maybe more than she should have. Hannah's story ended with an overdose, alone in a small apartment that still smelled like laundry detergent and jasmine tea. The police said it was suicide. Her mother said it was my fault. The neighbors whispered. Our old classmates stared. And the last message she ever sent me, "I'm scared. Are you coming?" reached me too late. You know how guilt works, right? It doesn't just sit quietly in a corner. It spreads its wings and follows you, like a shadow that doesn't need light. Rena knew the basics, that my ex had died. She didn't know about the shouting outside the funeral home. She didn't know about the way I stopped checking my phone after that last message, because even the vibration of a text made my stomach drop. She just knew I was still healing, and she decided to be gentle with that. So there we were, two people in an old car on a haunted road that most people just think is scenic. While the engine ticked as it cooled, Rena tugged on my sleeve. "Hey," she said, "let's take a picture. Look at those lights. It's like they're, I don't know, lighting up our future." She laughed. "That was cheesy. Forget I said that." I shook my head. "No, I like it. Let's take the picture." She started humming this silly tune, some pop song that had been on the radio all summer. Too cheerful for a place like that. And then it happened. The light at the very end of the road went out. We both noticed, but we didn't say anything yet. Then the one before it flickered and died. Then the next, and the next. In less than 10 seconds, everything beyond our car was swallowed in darkness. The sea went from loud to distant. The air felt thicker. It was like the night took a breath and forgot how to exhale. Rena grabbed my arm. "Jen, what was that?" My heart was hammering, and not because of the lights, because I knew this feeling. I'd felt it once before, on the night Hannah died, walking into her building. That thick, suffocating silence that somehow already knows what you're about to find. And then the cold came. Not normal cold. Not, "Oh, hey, the wind's picking up." This was bone deep, memory deep, like every regret you've ever had turned into ice and pressed itself against your skin. I stared down the dark road, and I saw her. Something floated into view from the darkness. Not walking, not really moving the way a person does, just drifting. A woman, in a loose white dress that didn't belong to any season. Her hair hung long and dark, strands floating around her as if she were underwater. Her feet didn't touch the ground. My throat closed. "Hana," I whispered before I could stop myself. Rena stiffened beside me. "Who is that? Is she hurt?" Her voice was shaking, but she still sounded like a person who believed this could be explained. The figure drifted closer, and the moonlight hit her face. It was Hana, but not the Hana I'd known. Her eyes didn't look alive. They looked like accusations carved into ice. She hovered just above the asphalt, the hem of her dress stirring in a wind I couldn't feel. "Jian," she said, voice thin and cutting, like air moving through a crack in a door. "There is nowhere for you to go from here." My body locked. I wanted to move, to run, to throw Rena into the car and drive, but my legs wouldn't respond. Hana's face twisted, not with anger at first, but with a grief so sharp it almost sounded like laughter. "Why didn't you save me?" she asked. My hands were shaking. "I tried," I said. "Hana, I came back as fast as I could." Her stare didn't change. "You told them I did it to myself," she whispered, more venom in that softness than in any scream. "You said I chose those pills, and they believed you." "It's what happened," I managed, though even as I said it, doubt I'd never dared to admit flared inside me. "When I got there, you were already dead," she snapped. "Cold. Alone." The wind surged out of nowhere, whipping Rena's hair around her face, sending dry leaves spinning up from the roadside. Behind us, the car rocked gently. I heard Rena choke out, "Jian, let's go, please, please." But the road ahead felt sealed off. Like if we moved, we'd be driving straight into whatever Hana had become. Hana lifted one pale hand, and the air around her fingertips shimmered with a frost that had no business being in that humid coastal air. Her eyes slid to Rena. "She'll take them too," Hana murmured, "just like I did. And when she does, everyone will be sure of what they only whispered about before." My blood went from ice to lightning. "Don't," I said. I don't even know who I was talking to. Hana, the road, the sky. "I curse your future," she said calmly. "I curse every love you touch. I curse the innocence you pretend to have." She drifted forward until her face was inches from mine. The car's side mirror frosted over with a thin layer of white crystals, right in front of my eyes. And then, every single streetlight snapped back on, all at once. The cicadas shrieked from the trees again, like someone had hit unpause on the night. The wind turned back into regular, chilly wind. The car settled. Hana was gone. Just gone. The road ahead looked normal, quiet, almost friendly. Rena was still clutching my arm. "What was that?" she whispered. "Tell me you saw that. Tell me I'm not crazy." But both of us knew the wind doesn't make mirrors freeze, and power surges don't call you by your name. We got back in the car and drove away from that place. Rena tried to joke about it later, you know? She teased me for believing in ghosts. We folded that memory up and tucked it into the back of our lives like a photo you don't frame, but can't throw away either. Time passed. Almost a year. We went back to our ordinary routines. Movies, street food, lazy Sundays. Sometimes Hana's name came up, but only in passing, like touching a scar through clothing. Never too long, never too deep. And then one evening, my phone rang. It was late. I remember because the TV was on, but I wasn't watching it. I saw Rena's name on the screen and answered. "Hey," I said. Silence. Not the kind of silence where you know someone's listening. A heavier kind, like the silence on that road. "Rena?" I asked. Something clinked, faintly, like plastic against glass. Pill bottles. My heart stopped. Rena, talk to me. What's going on? Nothing. I grabbed my keys and ran. I don't even remember locking the door behind me. The whole drive to her apartment is a blur in my mind. Just red lights and the sound of my own breathing. By the time I reached her place, the sky outside her building had already started to lighten at the edges. Her door was unlocked. The windows in her room were open, curtains moving gently as if someone had just walked past them. The room smelled like her shampoo and something sterile. And there she was, lying on the bed, perfectly still, like she'd just decided to rest for a moment and hadn't quite figured out how to come back from it. The glass of water on her nightstand was half full. The bottle of pills, sleeping tablets I recognized because I was the one who'd bought them for her, just in case, lay on its side, empty. They later said she'd been gone for around 5 hours by the time I found her. Her phone was on the floor, and next to her hand was a note. Not long, not dramatic, just a few lines. You asked me not to be afraid of losing you. You told me if it ever felt too heavy, I should take these and sleep, and you'd come back in time. You promised you'd be there. You weren't. My vision went blurry. The room tilted. I remember saying no a lot, like the word could rewind time if I said it enough. But grief doesn't care how many times you say no. The rest happened fast and slow at the same time. The police arrived. They spoke softly at first. They took photos. They took the note. They asked where the pills came from. I bought them, I admitted, but I didn't tell her to. I didn't think she'd. They exchanged looks. The whispers from Hannah's case suddenly weren't whispers anymore. 2 girls connected to the same man. 2 overdoses. 2 notes. This time, the ending was different. They put cuffs on me. The charge was negligent homicide. The idea was that I had given Rena the means, the words, the reassurance that turned into something lethal. The trial. I won't drag you through all of that. The point is, the judge looked at the evidence, at me, at those 2 stories that suddenly sounded so similar, and then he said, 2 years. 2 years of my life, neatly measured and handed back to me as a sentence. When they led me out of the courtroom, I made the mistake of looking toward the tall windows along the side of the building. The mountains were visible in the distance, and beyond them, barely, the faint line of the sea. For just a moment, in that shimmer of heat, I thought I saw it again. A white dress, moving where there was no wind. Long, dark hair, floating as if underwater. A still face, and eyes that glittered with a terrible, calm satisfaction. Hannah. Maybe it was my imagination. Maybe it was guilt. Or maybe some promises, once made to the dead, don't just disappear. Some roads remember, and some things you say, carelessly, in a moment of wanting to comfort someone. Just take these, you'll sleep, I'll come back, can turn into chains you never meant to forge. So if you ever find yourself on a cliff road by the sea one night, and the air feels heavier than it should, and the streetlights ahead of you shine like little pieces of hope laid out in a row, I'm not going to tell you not to drive it. I'm just going to tell you this. If those lights start going out, one by one, and the darkness comes toward you like it remembers your name, don't make promises you can't keep. And pray, quietly, sincerely, that the road doesn't decide to remember you, too. So, this was back in the early days of the pandemic. You remember that weird, suspended time? Here in Australia, it still felt kind of normal for a while. Borders were shut, but we barely had any COVID cases yet, so life just went on. there was this strange sense of safety, like the storm was everywhere else. One bright Saturday afternoon, I went to visit an old friend of mine I hadn't seen in ages. Let's call him Rowan. He'd moved out to this little weatherboard place near the coast. Not quite on the beach, but close enough that you could smell the salt in the air when the wind picked up. He was living there with his new partner, Eliza. I remember walking up the path and feeling oddly nervous, like I was stepping into a new phase of his life. But as soon as Rowan opened the door, all of that dropped away. He gave me this huge grin, pulled me into one of those 2 long hugs, and suddenly, it was like no time had passed. Inside, the house felt warm and lived in. There were canvases leaning against the walls, brushes in jars, half-finished sketches on the dining table. You could tell they were trying to build a life there, not just a place to sleep. Eliza was in the kitchen when I arrived. She wiped her hands on a tea towel, smiled, and said, "You must be the friend I've heard too much about." She had this soft, careful way of speaking, like every word was being weighed before it came out. We spent the afternoon drinking cheap wine and messing around with paints. Rowan put some old records on, Fleetwood Mac, I think, and the whole place felt sun-drenched and lazy and safe. Every now and then I'd glance over at Eliza. She laughed at Rowan's dumb jokes and asked me questions about my work, but there was this quietness under everything. Not rude, not unfriendly, just a kind of sadness sitting behind her eyes. Later, while Rowan was out on the veranda taking a phone call, she opened up a bit more. She told me about her dad. He'd raised her and her sister on his own after their mom left. Worked late shifts, packed school lunches, learned how to braid hair from a YouTube video, that kind of dad. He'd died from cancer not long before the pandemic started. She pointed to a photo on the sideboard. He was standing in the sun somewhere, maybe a backyard barbecue, slightly heavy-set, tanned, wearing a short-sleeved shirt and this chunky silver watch. He had that half-smile people do when they're not used to being photographed. "He was my person," she said. "I keep thinking I'm going to call him, and then I remember I can't." She said it so simply, but it hit me in the chest. You know when someone is talking and you can feel how much they're holding back? It was like that. I could tell losing him had cut right through her, and the wound was still fresh. That night we ate dinner together. Eliza cooked this simple pasta with garlic and prawns and too much lemon, and it was perfect. We drank more wine than we should have, listened to the wind outside, and for a while, everything felt almost hopeful. I remember going home with a warm buzz in my head and this really good feeling in my chest about the two of them. I was genuinely happy for Rowan. After years of chaos and bad relationships, he'd found someone kind, someone grounded. They had this quiet, beautiful life by the water, and it felt like he'd finally landed somewhere soft. Then the world got darker. You know how it went. Rowan and I kept in touch on the phone for a while. We'd say things like, "We should catch up again soon," but soon kept slipping away. Days turned into weeks, weeks turned into months. We drifted, the way people do when life goes strange and heavy, and everyone is just trying to get through. At some point, I realized I hadn't seen either of them in a long time. One afternoon, I had to go into a shopping center to buy groceries. This was during that phase when everything felt half abandoned. Most of the shops were closed, lights dimmed, no music playing. Just the squeak of trolleys and the occasional announcement echoing over the speakers. The place felt haunted in that very ordinary pandemic way. I was walking down this long corridor toward the supermarket, the kind with all the shuttered storefronts on either side, when I saw someone coming toward me in the distance. It took me a second, but then I realized it was Eliza. Even from far away, something looked off. She was really pale, almost gray, and her eyes were wide and unfocused, like she hadn't slept in days. She walked like she was on autopilot. No phone, no bag, just her arms loosely by her sides. As we got closer, I felt this little rush of relief. I thought, oh, I should say hi, ask how they're doing, maybe finally organize that catch-up. So I smiled. I lifted my hand and gave her a small wave, and she looked right through me. Not in a distracted, didn't notice you kind of way. Her eyes met mine, perfectly, and there was no recognition. No flicker of, oh hey, it's you. It was just blank. She kept walking, straight past me, her expression tight and distant, like I was a stranger. I remember lowering my hand, suddenly very aware of how quiet the mall was. I turned around and watched her for a second. She didn't look back. For the rest of my shop, I felt unsettled. Not devastated, just off. On the way home, I tried to explain it to myself. I thought maybe she was angry I never came back to visit. Or maybe things had gone bad between her and Rowan, and I reminded her of that time when everything still felt okay. Or maybe, and this felt most likely, she was just having a really, really hard day, and I'd happened to cross her path at the wrong moment. You know how, during the pandemic, everyone's emotional baseline was kind of wrecked? I chalked it up to that. I went home, unpacked my groceries, and tried not to think too much about it. A little later, my phone rang. It was Rowan. I could tell from the way he said my name that something was wrong. His voice sounded thin, like he was trying to keep it steady and failing. He told me he'd gone home during his lunch break. Just a quick trip back to grab something he'd forgotten. When he walked into the backyard, he found Eliza. She was slumped over the back steps, the ones she used to sit on to smoke, where she'd watch the gum trees sway and listen to the distant crash of the waves. She died sometime that morning. For a moment, my brain just refused that information. I remember sitting there with the phone pressed to my ear, staring at the same spot on the wall while he tried to get the words out. He kept circling back, repeating details, as if maybe if he said it differently, it would make more sense. I told him I was so sorry. I asked if he had someone with him, if he was safe, if he'd slept. I don't even fully remember what I said. You know those conversations where your mouth moves, but your mind is somewhere else entirely? It was like that. It was only after we hung up that the rest of it hit me. I thought back to the mall, to the empty corridor, to Eliza's pale face, to the way her eyes met mine, and I had seen her that afternoon. I keep replaying it in my mind even now. Maybe there's a simple explanation. Maybe the times weren't exact. Maybe my memory is doing that thing where it edits and rearranges events to make a neater story. Brains are strange like that. But here's the thing I can't shake. In that abandoned shopping center, in the middle of a global crisis, I saw someone who looked like she was carrying every ounce of her grief on the outside. Someone who had once told me, in a quiet kitchen, that the person who anchored her to this world was gone. And then, not long after, she was gone too. I don't know what to do with that. I don't have a neat moral or a tidy ending. All I know is that when I think of Eliza now, I think of 3 images. Her, laughing softly over a pot of pasta, stirring and tasting and adjusting the seasoning. Her voice, steady but fragile, saying, "He was my person," about her dad. And her face in that empty mall, pale, wide-eyed, moving past me without a word, like she was already somewhere I couldn't follow. Sometimes, when life feels heavy, I try to remember that afternoon at their house instead. The sunlight on the floorboards, the smell of garlic and wine, the sound of an old song drifting from the speakers. For a little while, in that small coastal house, 3 people sat together, made a bit of messy art, shared a meal, and felt almost okay. And maybe that's all any of us really get. A few shining, ordinary moments before everything changes. You know, whenever people ask me why our family shop closes so early, I always have to smile a little first. Because the real reason sounds like something out of a ghost story. But it happened. And it happened to my mother. This was years ago, in a small town in eastern Nepal called Kaling. Back then, our shop stood alone at the edge of the main road, just before the houses thinned out and the trees began. It was a tiny place, wooden shutters, a squeaky door, shelves stacked with biscuits, tea, candles, and little sachets of needles hanging from strings. My mother, Mina, ran the shop by herself. She was one of those people who never seemed to get tired. From early morning, serving tea to farmers on their way to the fields, to late evening when the last bus rolled by, she'd be there behind the counter, smiling, chatting, counting coins. That evening, it was colder than usual. I still remember the wind that day. It kept pushing dust along the road in small swirls. By the time the sun went down, the town had gone quiet. No more motorcycles, no more school children laughing, just the occasional barking dog somewhere far away. Inside the shop, it was just the glow of a single tube light humming over our heads. I was about 10 then, and my younger brother Sanjay was 8. We were in the little room behind the shop, doing homework on the floor while Amma finished up outside. I heard her slide the metal shutter halfway down and call out, "Bas, ajalai pugyo." That's enough for today. Normally, she'd peek in to check on us, maybe nag us a bit about our handwriting. But that night, she didn't. Instead, I heard her footsteps pause in the narrow passageway between the shop and our room. Just stop. "Amma?" I called out. No answer. I can still picture her silhouette from that night. Later, Sanjay told me the same thing. She stood there, just at the doorway, one hand resting on the frame, head slightly turned as if listening to something only she could hear. Outside, the road was empty. No headlights, no people. Just darkness and that thin, pale strip of dust where the vehicles usually passed. Later, Amma told us that in that moment, she suddenly felt it. Like someone was standing very close behind her. Breathing. Watching. She said the air felt heavy, as if the whole night had somehow squeezed itself into that one narrow passage. She didn't see anyone, but she felt presence. You know when you know someone is there, even if you can't see them? That kind of feeling. She stepped quickly into the room and shut the door behind her. I remember looking up, expecting her usual, "Homework, Sakyoki?" But before I could say anything, the tube light flickered once. Then everything went black. Not power cut black. Those we were used to. We'd groan, complain, and light candles. This felt different. The darkness came with this strange, ringing silence, like the whole house was suddenly very far away. I heard something fall, a soft, heavy sound. "Amma!" I shouted. My hands were shaking as I fumbled for the matchbox. When I finally lit a match, the small flame showed us Amma lying on the floor, right there in the middle of the room, her hair spread out, eyes closed. I felt my chest tighten. For a moment I thought, is she dead? We kept calling her. "Amma, Amma, Uthnusna, please get up." After what felt like a long time but was probably just a minute or two, she moved. Her eyes opened, and I swear to you, they didn't look like my mother's eyes. My Amma's eyes were always soft, kind, and a little tired. These eyes were sharp, glaring, almost furious. The pupils seemed too dark, too wide. Her face looked the same, but somehow not. And then she spoke. Except the voice that came out of her was not hers. My mother had a gentle, high, musical voice. The sound we heard that night was low and rough, like an old man who had smoked all his life. It came out slowly, scratching its way through her throat. Chwinna, Malai Chwena. Don't touch me. I felt my whole body go cold. Sanjay clung to my arm, sobbing. My mother, or whatever was inside her, sat up in this strange, stiff way, like a puppet being pulled by invisible strings. Her lips curled into an angry sneer. She looked straight at us, but it felt like she was looking through us, at something behind us, or inside us. I remembered what my grandmother had always said. When something is wrong like this, you call the Jaki. So I ran. I don't even remember my feet touching the ground. I just remember the night air, the sound of dogs, the crunch of gravel under my slippers. I've never been a brave person, but that night, fear pushed me faster than I thought I could move. The Jaki in our town was an old man named Bide. Everyone called him Bide Baje. He lived a little higher up the hill, in a tin-roofed house that smelled of incense and herbs. I hammered on his door, breathless. Baje, please, it's Amma. Something is wrong, please come quickly. He looked at me for a moment, really looked, and I think he saw enough in my face to know I wasn't just a frightened child imagining things. Without asking many questions, he grabbed a small woven bag and his damaru, the little drum Jakris use, and followed me down the dark road. By the time we got back, our neighbor, Sita Auntie, had heard the commotion and was standing outside our shop, scared and confused. From inside the room, we could hear a voice. My mother's body, that same rough voice, muttering in Nepali we could barely understand, sometimes laughing, sometimes growling. We stepped in. My mother was sitting on the floor, her back against the wall. Her eyes snapped up to look at Bide Baje, and she let out this horrible, mocking little laugh. He didn't flinch. He began his ritual right away, ringing a bell, chanting mantras, circling her with incense smoke. The air grew thick with the smell of burning juniper. The small drum beat a steady, hypnotic rhythm. At first, whatever was inside her resisted. Her body jerked, her hands clawed at the air. She hissed, spat, cursed in a voice that definitely was not hers. I held Sanjay close, his face buried in my shoulder. I wanted to close my eyes, but I couldn't. I had to see. I had to know my mother would come back. Slowly, Bide Baje's voice grew louder, more commanding. His chant rolled through the room like a wave. He demanded to know who was there. "Who are you? Why have you entered this woman?" he shouted over the drum. My mother's mouth twisted. In that low, broken voice, the thing inside finally spoke clearly. "This road," it said. I remember every word. They're burned into my memory. Later, Bide Baje told us that in the old days, long before our shop existed, that very road had been used to carry the dead down to the cremation grounds by the river. People would place the bodies on bamboo stretchers, cover them with white cloth, and walk that path at dawn or dusk, chanting prayers. Years passed. The old cremation site moved closer to town. The road became just another road. Houses were built. The shop went up. And everyone forgot. Everyone except the spirits. According to Bide Baje, some souls from those old funeral processions had never found peace. Maybe the rituals hadn't been done properly. Maybe no one remembered their names anymore. They wandered that path at night, half lost, half angry, clinging to the only route they still knew. And that night, one of them had found my mother, alone, tired, standing exactly where their feet had once passed, many times, long ago. So it slipped in. The ritual went on for what felt like hours. The voice inside my mother grew weaker. sometimes breaking into sobs, sometimes howling. At one point, it, begged to be left alone there, in our house, as if it had finally found somewhere to rest. But Bide Bahe was firm. He told it to leave, to go where it needed to go, that this house, this body, did not belong to it. Finally, suddenly, my mother gave one violent shudder, like someone dragged underwater taking one last gasp, and then she went completely limp. Silence. Just the faint ring of the bell, the soft tap of the drum, and all of us breathing too loudly in the small room. When she opened her eyes again, they were her eyes, confused, tired, scared. She looked at me, then at Sanjay, and whispered in her own voice, "Kebeko, what happened?" I burst into tears. We never told her every detail, not right away. Only that she had fainted and that the Jaki had helped. Later, when she was stronger, Bide Bahe explained gently what had happened. She listened quietly, her hands wrapped around a cup of sweet, hot tea, eyes lowered. From that night on, one thing changed forever. We never, ever kept the shop open after dark again. Even now, years later, when you pass by our family shop, you'll notice the shutter is always down before the last light leaves the sky. People joke about it sometimes. "Why so early, Dai? You don't like money or what?" They tease my brother, who runs the shop now. He just smiles and says, "Money you can earn again. Ama, there's only one." And if you happen to be there on a cold, quiet evening, standing on that stretch of road in Kaling, you might feel it too. The faintest sense that you're not completely alone. Just remember to head home before the spirits come walking. So, I've got a story for you. I honestly don't know why I haven't shared this before. The first thing happened back in, I think, 2016, and the second one in 2022. Both of them are about my grandpa, and how I'm pretty sure he kept his promise to show up after he passed. My grandpa, let's call him Leo, was always a little bit into the paranormal. Not in a spooky movie way, just curious, open. He used to say very casually, "When I go, I'll find a way to let you know I'm still around. I'll send you signs. You'll see." And because I basically grew up at my grandparents' house, I believed him. They were like my second parents. I saw them almost every day as a kid. Their house was the place where I did homework, ate way too many snacks, and watched shows I was probably a little too young for. Fast forward to the night before his funeral. I was sitting there, trying to write a eulogy for him, and my brain just froze. I knew what he meant to me, but I couldn't get the words out in a way that felt big enough, you know? Then I remembered this paper I'd written about him in middle school. The assignment was to write about a character, and oh my gosh, my grandpa Leo fit that description perfectly. He was loud and funny and stubborn and kind, all rolled into one person. The problem was, that paper had been lost for over 20 years. It had disappeared somewhere between computer crashes, new laptops, and random file cleanups. My mom, her name's Marta, had looked for it more than once over the years. We both had kind of accepted that it was just gone. So there I am, stuck, feeling guilty that I can't honor him the way I want to. I mentioned the paper to my mom in passing, I wish I had that middle school assignment. It would be perfect. And then something shifts. She goes really quiet for a second, and you can see this little flicker in her eyes, like she's just remembered something important. And she says, "Hang on, I think I know where it might be." Now you have to understand, my mom has a lot of boxes in storage. The fact that she suddenly singled out one in her mind was already weird. But she walks over, pulls out this specific box from a stack, opens it, and starts rifling through like she's on a mission. And then, There it is. A printed copy of my assignment, just sitting there like it had been waiting. We just stared at it for a second in shock, and then we both started laughing and crying at the same time. The paper was so me at that age, dramatic, sentimental, a little cheesy, and so completely him. I ended up using it almost word for word for my eulogy, only changing a few things here and there, typing it into my laptop through tears. The whole thing felt like my grandpa had leaned over from wherever he is now and whispered in my mom's ear, "It's in the box. You know the one. Go get it." It honestly felt like she'd pulled that paper out of thin air. And in that moment, I just thought, okay, Leo, I see you. Promise kept. The second thing happened years later, and it still makes me smile. Before I got married, I took a trip with my fiancé, his name is Daniel, to visit my grandparents' graves. They're buried a few states away, so it's not like I can just stop by whenever. But it was important to me that I introduce him to them. We stood there in the quiet, and I told them, out loud, "This is Daniel. He's good to me. I think you'd like him." It might sound a little silly, but it meant a lot to me. It felt like including them in this big step in my life. We ended up eloping in Mexico. Not a big wedding, just us and a few people, in this beautiful resort town by the ocean. And on November 2nd, Dia de Muertos, the day adults are traditionally honored, we had our little wedding dinner at one of the resort restaurants. The whole place was decorated. There were marigolds everywhere, candles, papel picado fluttering above us, and several ofrendas set up with photos, candles, and little cups of coffee or tequila for loved ones who had passed. It felt warm, not sad, like a welcome. We were standing in line, waiting to be seated, just sort of taking it all in. Daniel had his arm around me, and he was being extra sweet, like he always is. And then, out of nowhere, he leans in and says, "You're my starfish." Now, that probably means nothing to you, but starfish was my grandpa Leo's nickname for me when I was little. It was his thing. Daniel has always called me Pebble as a nickname. Don't ask, it just stuck. He never uses starfish, so when he said it, my whole body went still. He looked just as surprised as I was. There was this little pause, like he hadn't even meant to say it, and then he blinked and quickly corrected himself. "I mean, you're my Pebble." And I said, "Why did you call me starfish?" He just stared at me and went, I don't know. It just came out." We were standing there, on Dia de Muertos, surrounded by ofrendas, literal pathways meant to guide loved ones back to visit, and my husband, who had never once used that nickname, calls me exactly what my grandpa used to call me. I got that same feeling again, that soft, kind of electric feeling in your chest. Not scary, not overwhelming, just like someone you miss is standing very close by. And I thought, okay, Leo, I hear you. You made it to the wedding. I know some people would write all of this off as coincidence, and that's fine. But I grew up hearing my grandpa say, "I'll show you signs when I'm gone. I'm not going far." And then, in these really tender, important moments, when I'm trying to say goodbye, or starting this huge new chapter in my life, these little impossibly perfect things happen. My mom pulls a long-lost paper out of a random box. My husband accidentally uses a nickname he's never heard. And both times, it feels exactly like my grandpa is keeping his word, reaching across whatever's between us now, just to say, "I'm here. I didn't miss this. I love you." Okay, so let me just take a breath and walk you through this because even thinking about it still gives me chills. It was me, my best friend Maya, and our two guy friends, Lucas and Ben. The four of us decided it would be fun to to go to this old cemetery on the edge of our town. You know the one place everybody swears is haunted? Yeah, that one. Ask anyone who's been there after dark and they'll tell you not to mess with it. So of course, we went at night. The cemetery itself is weirdly easy to get into. There's this big iron gate at the front that they lock once it gets dark, but along one side there's a long stretch of wooded ditch. You climb down, cross through some trees, and scramble back up the other side, and boom, you're in. It feels like the place wants people to slip in, honestly. And I'll be honest with you, we were absolutely looking to freak ourselves out. We weren't exactly innocent bystanders here. We wanted creepy, and we got creepy. We make it inside, and the moon is bright enough that the whole place has this silver glow. Not daylight, but just enough light to see the outlines of the graves and the mausoleums. Right at the entrance, there are these flat grave markers in the ground, and all of us are tiptoeing, being super careful not to step on them. We were scared, yeah, but we also really did not want to be disrespectful. That part was important to us. Our plan, because we were geniuses, was to walk up this long set of stone steps that leads to a big white mausoleum near the back of the cemetery. Locals say a little girl is buried there, and there's this awful story that her parents did something terrible just so they could have this huge memorial built for her. I don't even know how much of that is true, but just knowing that rumor made the whole place feel heavier. So we're standing on this path near the edge of the graveyard, kind of huddled together, and we're debating whether we actually want to go up to that mausoleum. It just felt wrong, like we'd be crossing some line we shouldn't. While everyone else is talking, I turn my head to look at one of the other mausoleums out on the main lawn, probably about 100 feet away. And that's when I see it. There's this vertical shape standing right beside the mausoleum. I couldn't see a face or clothes or anything like that, but it was about the height and width of a person. The weirdest part was the way it looked, like a sheer, hazy mix of white and gray, slowly pulsing in and out. It would be there, then fade, and then come back. Almost like someone was turning a dimmer switch on a person-shaped light. I just stared at it. You know when you're trying really, really hard to prove to yourself that your eyes are playing tricks on you? I did that. I blinked, I looked away, I looked back. It was still there. Finally, I nudged Maya and was like, "Do you see that?" And she did. Then Lucas and Ben looked, and they saw it too. And then, I swear, I noticed a second one. Another hazy shape near a different grave structure a little farther away. Same kind of flickering in and out, same humanish size, but still not quite solid. Not quite here. That was the moment where all of us kind of silently agreed. We were not welcome. We'd been there maybe 5 minutes. That's it. And already it felt like the place was pushing us back out. None of us wanted to find out what might happen if we ignored that feeling. I'm walking with Maya, and I've got both my hands wrapped around her right arm because we're both freaking out. Lucas is a little behind us, and Ben is kind of off to the side. We're all moving fast, but trying not to run like total idiots through a cemetery in the dark. All of a sudden, Maya freezes and just yelps, "Who grabbed my left arm?" I'm holding her right arm. My hands are right there. I know it's not me. I turn, and both of the guys are too far away to have touched her. Before we can even process it, she flinches again and says it happened a second time. Same spot, same strong grip. She said it felt like a very firm hand wrapping around her arm and squeezing. There was just no way it was any of us. At that point, we're done. Like, absolutely done. We head back toward the ditch we used to sneak in. We scramble down into the trees and we're crouched near the bottom, close to the road. We're trying to time when to cross so no cars see 4 kids sprinting out of a cemetery in the middle of the night. We're catching our breath when we hear this huge whooshing sound behind us, up in the dark trees. The only way I can describe it is, imagine someone taking both arms and sweeping them through a massive pile of dry leaves all at once, but amplified, like the whole forest floor was being shoved aside. It wasn't just a breeze, it was loud, violent. None of us even looked back. The second the road was clear, we bolted across and ran straight back to the car. That was it for that night. No more brave ghost hunting. Just 4 very quiet, very shaken people on the drive home. I wish I could say it ended there. The next night, Maya and I are at my place, getting ready and waiting for the guys to come over. We're in my room, music playing quietly, just doing normal stuff. My dog Jasper is asleep at the foot of my bed. Out of nowhere, clear as day, we both hear this voice. It's right behind us, right at the doorway, and it just says, in this playful, almost sing-song tone, "Hey." Not a shout, not a whisper, just a casual, friendly, "Hey," like someone walked into the room. My dog's head snaps up. He turns and looks directly at the doorway where the sound came from. The hair on the back of his neck stands up. Now, you need to know this about me. I'm hard of hearing. A lot of sounds, especially soft voices or higher pitches, I just don't catch. So the fact that I heard that voice clearly, with detail and tone, that's not normal for me. That's what made my stomach drop. Maya and I just look at each other for half a second, and then we both start screaming. Full-on horror movie screaming. We call the guys like, "You need to get over here now, we are not okay." Because seriously, what are 2 girls supposed to do against something you can't even see? When Lucas and Ben get there, we make sure every door is locked, every window is shut. We all end up sitting in the living room near the front door, like somehow being closer to the exit will help if a ghost decides to show up. And then, we start praying. We're talking out loud to whatever might be in the house with us, telling it we're sorry, saying we meant no harm at the cemetery, that we didn't want to disrespect anyone. I grew up Christian, so I'm praying the way I know how, asking God to protect us and telling anything not from Him that it needs to leave. It calms down for the moment, but the next night, when I'm alone, things get worse. I know no one is home. I checked. I'm literally the only person in the house. I just sit there, frozen, listening to all this movement above my head and feeling my heart pounding in my throat. The air feels thick, like it does in the cemetery. It's the same kind of, you shouldn't be here feeling, except this time I am supposed to be here. This is my home. After a while, the noises fade. I eventually go upstairs, lights blazing in every room, and there's nothing out of place. Nothing knocked over, no sign that anything ever happened. And that's basically it. That's the whole string of weirdness. We didn't see anything else, but the feeling stuck around for days. The sense that we'd brought something back with us, that we'd opened a door we didn't really understand. I'm still Christian. I still believe there are spiritual things we can't see, and I still think some of them followed us home that night. Maya and I have talked about going back to the cemetery during the day sometime soon, not to explore, not to provoke anything, but to bring flowers, to say a real apology, to pray over the place and over ourselves, to try, in our own clumsy way, to show respect. I don't know if we picked up bad energy, or if there are just spirits there that really don't want to be messed with. I just know that for a couple of nights, it felt like the cemetery wasn't done with us, even after we left. So, this was the other night, right? I'm in the supermarket of all places, just doing a late shop, and at home it's only my kids there. My eldest, Mia, she's 19 now, was downstairs in the living room by herself. Her younger brother and sister were both upstairs in their rooms with their doors closed, totally doing their own thing. My husband, Tom, had taken me out for a quick bite, so the house was pretty quiet. It's about 7:20 p.m. when my phone just starts blowing up with messages from Mia. She's typing in all caps like, "Mom, answer the phone. Mom, there is someone in the house." So I call her straight away, and she's properly shaken. She says she saw this white figure walk past the living room doorway and down the dark hallway. Not like a shadow, she kept insisting that it was solid but pale, like someone in a white shirt or jacket. She tells me, "It was tall, Mom, like Granddad tall," and the way she said it made my stomach drop a bit. I'm trying to calm her down over the phone like, Okay, check the doors are locked, turn on all the lights, put the TV on, you'll be fine. We're on our way home." By the time we get back, she's still rattled, but nothing else happens that evening. At least, not yet. Fast forward to about 1:45 in the morning. Everyone's in bed. The kids are fast asleep. Me and Tom are lying there in the dark, blue light from our phones going, just scrolling through TikTok like we always do when we should be sleeping. Now, in our bedroom, we've got this big bookcase, and on the top shelf I keep a couple of handbags and some boxes. Nothing precarious, nothing hanging off the edge. I know because I'm the one who stacks it. Out of nowhere, we hear this loud thump slide sound, and one of my handbags doesn't just fall. It literally flies off the top shelf and lands almost perfectly in the middle of the bedroom floor, at the bottom of our bed. Me and Tom both freeze. We slowly turn to look at each other like, "Did you see that?" Nobody's moving. We don't have any pets. The windows are shut. There's no draft, nothing. I get out of bed, pick up the handbag, and without even thinking, I just blurt out, half laughing, "All right, Dad, that's not funny. Pack it in." I pop the bag back on the shelf, but inside I've got that weird feeling, you know? Like your body knows something your brain's still trying to talk you out of. So, that was weird thing number 2. Next day, I go over to my late dad's old flat to carry on clearing it out. It's such an emotional thing anyway. Sorting through his stuff, smelling his aftershave on a jacket, all of that. My aunt, his sister, Auntie Carol, pops by to help me for a bit. We're having a tea break, just chatting, and I start telling her about the handbag flying off the shelf in the middle of the night. I say, "You'll never guess what happened yesterday, at like 1:45 in the morning." And before I can even get into the details, she suddenly goes, "Oh my God, that's so weird because..." Then she tells me her story. The night before, about 9:10 p.m., she was at home alone. She'd been on FaceTime with my cousin Leah. They're just chatting away, and Auntie Carol sat at her kitchen table facing the back door and the hallway. All of a sudden, she sees a white figure, her exact words, walk from the back door across into the hallway. She said it was roughly the same height as my dad, and it moved like a person, not like a light or reflection. She gasped on the call, and Leah was like, Leah could see her reaction in real time and said she went completely pale. Auntie Carol said she genuinely thought someone had broken in. She gets up, goes to check the hallway, the doors, everything. Nobody's there. The house is locked. As she's telling me this, I'm literally sitting there with my mouth open. When she finishes, I go, "Okay, now you need to hear what happened to Mia." So I tell her about Mia seeing a tall white figure walk past the living room door around 7:20 p.m., and then the handbag launching itself off the shelf around 1:45 a.m. We both just sit there, staring at each other, and I get goosebumps from head to toe. There is no way either of us could have known about the other's experience before that conversation. Mia hadn't talked to her, and Auntie Carol hadn't said a word to us. And both times it's this white figure, about my dad's height. The thing is, my dad, granddad to the kids, used to live with Auntie Carol years ago. He'd constantly be in and out of the back door, going outside for a smoke, wandering into the hallway. Same with our house. Back when he stayed with us, he was always popping in and out, never sitting still. So now, me and my aunt are just looking at each other like, are we being haunted by your brother or what? And it doesn't even end there. My husband Tom has 2 cars parked outside the house, his newer one and his older one that he still uses sometimes. Yesterday at 4:02 p.m., and I only know the exact time because I checked the CCTV afterwards. His new car alarm suddenly starts blaring. No one's near it. The street's quiet. He goes outside, walks down the drive to check it, looks around, nothing. So of course, I pull up the CCTV footage later, expecting to see a cat, a bird, something. Nothing. No person, no movement near the car at all. Just Tom coming out in his slippers looking confused. We shrug it off as some weird glitch. Then today, at 5:01 p.m., again, exact time from the CCTV, the alarm on the old car starts going off. Same deal, I check the footage. Once again, no one near it, no cats, no foxes, no dodgy neighbors. Just the car suddenly losing its mind, then Tom trudging out yet again to turn the alarm off. So now we've got Mia seeing a tall white figure in our hallway, a handbag flying off a shelf at the foot of our bed, Auntie Carol seeing a tall white figure walk from her back door into her hallway, 2 separate car alarms going off on 2 different days at almost the exact same time of day, both with nothing on camera to set them off. And all of this within about 24 hours. At this point, I'm half freaked out and half laughing, because if my dad is behind this, it is exactly his sense of humor. He had a wicked, cheeky streak. He loved winding people up, jumping out on us, playing silly pranks, making us jump, then absolutely howling with laughter. So I'm sitting there going, is this all just some massive coincidence? Faulty alarms, gravity doing its thing, our imaginations running wild? Or is my dad just having the time of his life on the other side, messing with us? Honestly, I don't know. But I do know this, if it is him, he will be absolutely delighted that we're all running around, checking CCTV, screaming over handbags and car alarms, swapping ghost stories and saying, "Oh my God, that's so like him." And I can just picture him, wherever he is, doubled over laughing, going, "Lighten up, I'm only playing." So, okay, let me just start from the beginning, because this whole thing still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. I moved into this house, I want to say late 2019, maybe early 2020, somewhere around then. The dates blur together a bit. What I do remember is my mom, Elena, telling me the place was close to 100 years old. Like, really old. Creaky floorboards, weird little corners, the whole vibe. My stepdad, Mark, was doing a lot of the fixing up himself, and he'd make these comments that at first I laughed off. He'd be working on the walls or repainting trim and say things like, "Man, I don't think they like this," meaning whoever was here before us, or whatever. He said he could feel it, like the house itself was annoyed. And honestly, every time we came over to work on it before we officially moved in, it did feel like something was there. Not like, "Oh, I'm so spooked, what a fun Halloween moment," but like a pressure, a presence that didn't want company. Anyway, let me explain the layout a bit so this makes sense. There's this hallway, kinda long, not super wide. If you're standing at one end, on the left side at the very end, there's a door that leads to my mom's office. Just before that, also on the left but a bit further down, there's a door to my mom's bedroom. So when you walk down the hall, you pass her room first, then the office. It's one of those hallways that feel longer at night, you know? Like it stretches. So one night, it was already dark out. I was walking down the hallway toward my mom's room. The office door was open, lights off in there. And as I'm passing by, I glance in, just a quick look. That's when I see it. There's something on the floor, on its hands and knees, facing the doorway. It was so pale it almost didn't look like skin. No clothes, no real features that I could make out, just a shape, a person-shaped thing. But its eyes, or I guess where its eyes should have been, are what I can't forget. They weren't eyes. They were just holes. Completely black, like someone punched 2 tunnels into its face and forgot to put anything back in. I honestly can't remember if it had a mouth. Maybe my brain just blocked that out. But the feeling that I remember, it was like being dropped into ice water. I froze. It stared, if you can call it staring when there aren't any eyes. And for a second, I didn't even feel like I was in my own body. And then it was just gone. I blinked, looked again, and the office was empty. I don't remember hearing it move. I didn't even hear the floor creak. I just remember my heart pounding so hard it hurt. I tried to gaslight myself, like, okay, you're tired, you're jumpy, it was a shadow, it was a pile of laundry, all the usual things. But no pile of laundry has eye holes, you know? Now, the next part isn't something I saw, it's something my brother Jonah told me. Back then, our bedrooms were right next to each other on the same floor. I've moved upstairs since, but at that point, our doors practically shared a wall. One night I was in my room like usual, just lying in bed and doom-scrolling on my phone. Lights off, not really thinking about anything deep, just existing. Jonah walks into my room kind of abruptly, looking off. Not full-on panicked, but definitely not okay. He goes, "Were you just in my room?" I look up from my phone and I'm like, "No, I've been here the whole time." He stares at me for a second and then says, "I just saw someone in my closet who looked exactly like you, but paler. And not just, oh, you need some sun, pale. He meant wrong, pale." So I'm sitting there thinking, okay, so either my brother's messing with me, or there is something in this house that can mimic me. And honestly, neither option feels great. Like, hello, a mimic in my house? And why me specifically? Why not copy literally anyone else? And if it is some kind of mimic, is that a bad sign? Because my gut is saying yes. Very yes. And then there's this other thing that happens, not just once, but over and over. Almost every night, between like 3 a.m. and 5 a.m., I get this feeling I cannot shake. Doesn't matter if I'm on my phone, watching a show, listening to music, whatever. There's this heaviness in the air. I always feel like I'm being watched. Sometimes from the doorway, sometimes from the corner of the room, sometimes from behind me. Nothing dramatic happens. No flying objects, no slamming doors. It's just this intense awareness of something, like someone standing just out of sight, and it doesn't go away. It fades a bit once the sky starts lightening, but those late hours, they're the worst. People always say, well, maybe it's carbon monoxide. And like, fair, that's important to check. But I have a carbon monoxide detector. It's never gone off. So I feel like that explanation is pretty much ruled out. I do have a Ouija board in my room, which I know sounds like I'm begging for trouble, but I've literally never used it. It just sits there. I don't know if that matters, but part of me wonders if just having it is like leaving the door cracked open a little, you know? And this might be unrelated, but I'll mention it because it feels connected somehow. When I was really little, I used to say weird things about paranormal stuff all the time. My older cousin Mia told me once that when we were kids, I pointed at a wall and said I saw a green door there. Not a real one, just a door only I could see. And then apparently I looked up and said there was another door in the ceiling, but I don't even remember what color that one was supposed to be. There's also this story my mom loves to tell. She says that when I was a toddler, I looked at her very seriously one night and asked, "Do you remember when I was sitting with the others and you picked me out?" Like I was talking about, I don't know, a before. A place where there were others, and somehow she chose me. I don't remember saying that. I don't remember anything like that. But it's one of those phrases that just sticks in your brain once you hear it. So now I'm here, older, living in this not quite a century-old house, seeing pale things in offices, hearing my brother say he saw a me but not me in his closet, and lying awake between 3 and 5 a.m., feeling like something is standing over my shoulder. And I don't know what to do. I'm not totally against the idea of ghosts being around. Like, if there are spirits here just vibing quietly in the background, fine. Live your afterlife, I guess. But whatever is happening now is starting to genuinely scare me. It feels different, more focused, less like random spooky house stuff and more like attention, directed at me. I guess what I'm really looking for is some kind of answer, some way to understand what this might be, or at least how worried I should be. Because right now, I feel like I'm stuck between maybe it's nothing and maybe it's something really bad. And that's not a fun place to live in, especially when it's literally your home. So yeah, that's my story. The hallway thing, the mimic in the closet, the late night watching feeling, the weird stuff I said as a kid, all of it. I'm okay, I'm functioning, but underneath that, I'm scared. So, picture this. I'm sitting on the couch with my family, right? We've just demolished this tub of cookies and cream ice cream. I was the one who scraped the last spoonful out, and as soon as I did, everyone turned and looked at me like I'd just committed a crime. My sister goes, "Well, Leo finished it, so obviously he's the one going to get more." And the whole room just kind of nodded like a jury delivering a verdict. Now, the only place still open at that time of night, about 10:45 p.m., was this little milk bar about 2.5 kilometers away, on the other side of the forest. It's one of those old tracks people don't really use much anymore. The council tried to close it once because it was unsafe, which, in hindsight, yeah, fair. But in that moment, I knew there was no arguing my way out. So I chuck on my warmest hoodie, some trackies, my old beat-up sneakers, and this ridiculous beanie my grandma knitted. I grab my half-dead head torch, you know the type where the light flickers like a horror movie prop, and head out the door. The air outside was cold enough to bite a little when I breathed in. The streetlights stopped a few houses down, and then it was just darkness and that faded dirt trail leading into the trees. I started walking, telling myself, it's just a walk, just a forest, just ice cream, you'll be fine. For the first 10 minutes or so, it was pretty uneventful. Just the crunch of gravel, the squelch of mud, and the occasional moth dive-bombing straight into my torch. The beam was weak and cracked across the lens, so it threw light in this weird, patchy way that made tree trunks look like they were shifting when they weren't. Then, out of nowhere, I hear this rustling behind me. Before I can even turn around properly, this whole bunch of rabbits, like a lot of them, comes sprinting past me along the track. I'm talking maybe 15, 20 rabbits, all at once, zooming by as fast as kids running out of school on a Friday. They raced past my feet, then suddenly split in every direction, diving into the bushes like something had just yelled, "Scatter!" I kind of laughed for a second like, okay, that was weird. But then, before I could finish that thought, something much bigger crashed through the undergrowth to my left. A deer, at least I think it was a deer, burst out of the bushes, close enough that I felt the air move when it passed. Its eyes were wide, its legs were flailing, and it looked absolutely terrified. It veered off toward the right side of the track and tore off into the trees, hooves smashing through sticks and leaves. And there's this moment after that where everything went quiet. You know that really eerie quiet? Where suddenly you're hyper-aware of your own breathing. That kind. I stood there thinking, okay, The animals are acting like there's a fire or a wolf or something. That's fine. That's normal. We're fine. I tried to shrug it off. Maybe someone's walking their dog. Maybe there was a loud noise I didn't hear. I took a few more steps forward, trying to convince myself it was nothing. Then I heard it. From somewhere behind me, maybe 100 meters or so back on the track, this scream just ripped through the forest. It wasn't a human scream. It wasn't an animal scream I recognized either. It sounded like metal tearing and someone shouting at the same time. This blood-curdling, ragged, broken noise that made my whole body lock up. My chest tightened so fast it actually hurt. For a second, I swear I forgot how to breathe. Every instinct I had just started yelling at me, "Run." So I did. After what felt like forever, but was probably only 70 or 80 meters, curiosity, or stupidity, you pick, got the better of me. I glanced over my shoulder, and that's when I saw it. There, in the middle of the track, under the broken beam of my torch, was this thing. Pale white, tall, and unnaturally thin, like its limbs were too long for its body. It was down on all fours, but its back was arched too high, like it was almost standing and crawling at the same time. It was panting and growling, this horrible wet sound, and its head was tilted just enough that I could tell it was staring straight at me. I didn't get a good look at its face, and honestly, I'm grateful for that. Any idea I ever had about being the brave one in the family died right there on that track. I always thought, if anything ever happened, I'd be the one who'd stand their ground, throw a punch, something. But in that moment, no. Flight absolutely obliterated fight. I veered off the trail into the forest without even thinking, just hoping that if I got out of the open, I'd at least have a chance. The ground immediately got worse. Roots, rocks, thick undergrowth, and I was trying to dodge everything while still running flat out. There was this fallen tree up ahead, a big one, and I tried to leap over it. My foot caught on something, and the next thing I knew, I was eating dirt. I hit the ground so hard I saw little bursts of light behind my eyes. My head torch flew off my head, bounced once, and dried completely. The forest snapped into pitch-black darkness in less than a second. And that was it. No phone, no spare light, nothing. I'd left my phone at home because I thought, I'm just getting ice cream. What could happen? The only thing I had on me was my wallet with about $15 in it, which was not particularly useful in the middle of a forest with something nightmare-shaped chasing me. As my ears started ringing themselves out, I realized I could still hear it. That thing was getting closer. Its breathing was louder now, heavier, almost like it had been running for ages and wasn't even close to tired yet. I could hear branches snapping, leaves crunching, something dragging slightly with every step. I knew there was no way I could outrun it in the dark without snapping my ankle or knocking myself out on a tree, so I did the only thing I could think of. I hid. When I'd fallen, my hand had brushed against this small hollow beneath the log I'd tried to jump. It looked like some animal burrow or just where the ground had worn away. It wasn't big, but when I reached down and felt around, I thought, maybe, just maybe, I can fit. Adrenaline is wild, by the way. I grabbed the edge of that log and somehow, with every muscle in my body shaking, managed to lift it just enough to wriggle myself underneath. Then I eased it back down on top of me, praying it wouldn't slam and give away my spot. The space under there was tight. Dirt pressed up against my chest. I could feel roots digging into my arms. My face was just inches from the ground. I had to turn my head slightly just so I could breathe. Through this thin crack near the bottom, I could see a sliver of the forest floor and a bit of moonlight. That's when it got close. I could hear it first, those uneven, mangled footsteps, like something with joints that didn't quite bend the right way. Then I saw them. Feet. or what I think were feet. They were pale and twisted, like the bones inside were bent out of shape. The legs moved in this jerky, too fast way, almost like they were going to snap with every step, but somehow didn't. It thundered past the log, breathing harder than a lawnmower ripping through tall grass, this horrible, raspy inhale that felt like it was right inside my ear. All I kept thinking was, do not sneeze, do not cough, do not exist. It kept going, the sound of it crashing through the forest growing fainter and fainter. Even after I couldn't hear it anymore, I still stayed frozen. Time kind of stopped being real at that point. It felt like I lay there for hours, but when I later did the math, it must have been about 40, maybe 50 minutes. Eventually, my eyes adjusted a bit to the darkness, and my brain started whispering, okay, you either stay here forever, or you run. So I eased myself out from under the log, as quietly as I could. Every little sound felt like a gunshot. Once I was free, I didn't even bother trying to find the track carefully. I just moved, crawling at first, then walking, then running once I spotted the faint line of the trail again. From there, I sprinted. I don't remember much of that part, honestly. Just branches, cold air burning my lungs, and this feeling that if I slowed down even a little, that thing would suddenly be behind me again. Eventually, the trees started thinning, and I saw it. The faint glow of the Milk Bar's sign through the gaps. I have never loved fluorescent lights more in my life. I stumbled into the shop, covered in dirt and leaves, hoodie torn, breathing like I'd run a marathon. There's this little bell on the door that dinged cheerfully, completely at odds with whatever I'd just crawled out of. Behind the counter was the owner, an older guy named Mr. D'Souza, who's usually pretty chill. He looked up, saw me, and his eyes went huge. I glanced up at the clock on the wall. It said 12:27 a.m., which meant I'd been out there, mostly hiding under that log, for close to an hour and a half. My brain was still scrambled eggs, so I walked up to the counter and, for some reason, the first thing out of my mouth when he asked what happened was, I was hunting rabbits. Like that explained anything. He just stared at me for a second, then kind of half smiled, like he knew I was lying but decided not to push it. "You look like the rabbits won," he said. I grabbed the tub of ice cream my family liked, different flavor this time, caramel swirl, paid with my filthy hands, and then just blurted, "Hey, is there any chance you could give me a lift home? My, legs are a bit done." He studied me for a moment. This man in his 50s, kind eyes, lines on his face that said he'd heard a lot of stories and probably believed about half of them. Then he nodded. "Of course," he said softly. "You shouldn't be walking out there this late anyway." He shut up the shop, locked the door, and walked me to his car. I sat in the passenger seat, clutching the ice cream like it was some kind of trophy, and watched the trees slide by as we drove back along the main road. The forest was just a dark mass off to the side, no sign at all of what had happened in there. When we pulled up outside my house, he glanced over at me and said, "Next time, tell your family they can get their own ice cream, I laughed a little, even though my hands were still shaking. "Yeah," I said, "I think I might." I went inside, handed my very confused family their ice cream, and didn't say a word about what really happened on that track. But I'll tell you this, I haven't walked through that forest at night since. So, okay, let me just talk to you like we're sitting on the couch together, because this is a lot easier to tell than it is to type out. For you to really picture it, I've got to start with the layout. My place is kind of like a tiny compound. There's the main house in the front, where my family is most of the time. Then, tucked in the back left corner of the yard, there's this little playhouse we used to use as kids. And in the back right corner, there's the tiny house. My older brother used to live in that tiny house, but he moved out a while ago, and now it's just there. Empty. Quiet. A little too quiet. Now, one thing about me, I'm very open to paranormal and spiritual stuff, but I'm not out here chasing ghosts with night vision cameras and EMF meters, you know? I'm not trying to be on a reality show. I'm actually a really logical person. I want evidence, explanations, science, all of that. But I'm also super emotional and intuitive. I feel things really deeply, and sometimes I pick up on vibes before I pick up on facts. I'm a Pisces, if that means anything to you. I'm not like a hardcore astrologer, but I believe in it enough, and I've heard over and over that Pisces tend to be more perceptive with paranormal stuff, seeing, feeling, hearing things that other people might miss, especially when it comes to spirits. For a few years now, the upstairs of the tiny house has just felt wrong. Not like horror movie wrong, but off. Heavy. I'd go up there to grab something or to sit alone for a bit, and I'd get this feeling like I wasn't alone. Like someone was watching me from the corner of the room. You know that feeling when the air gets thick, like you're being studied? Yeah, that. But I never really dug into it. I just kind of brushed it off as me being dramatic or tired or whatever. Then, about a week and a half ago, it finally clicked that maybe this wasn't just in my head. My best friend, Lena, she's also a Pisces by the way, comes over a lot. When my younger siblings are being loud tornadoes in the main house, she and I sneak off to the tiny house to escape. The upstairs is like our secret hideaway. So we're up there one afternoon, just scrolling on our phones and talking, and out of nowhere I ask, "Hey, do you ever feel weird up here? Like, not just normal weird, but watched." She pauses, looks around, and goes, "Honestly, yeah, I felt that for a while. I just didn't want to say anything first." We both kind of laugh, but it's that nervous laugh, you know? We start talking about paranormal stuff and decide that someday, when we're not broke, we'll buy one of those spirit communication devices, like an Alice box or something, to see if anything actually responds. That same day, though, I'm like, why wait? I might as well try something simple. So later, when I'm alone upstairs in the tiny house, I try that old pencil cross game thing you see online. I set it up, ask a couple of questions, and nothing. Absolutely nothing. Just me and two very still pencils. It feels more silly than spooky. I get bored pretty quickly. So I decide to call Lena and tell her everything I'm feeling in more detail. I grab my phone, hit call, and it rings once, and then, boom, straight to voicemail. No waiting, just immediate. I figure she rejected it by accident, so I text her. "Hey, why aren't you picking up?" She replies, "I didn't get a call? There's nothing on my end." We shrug it off as a random glitch. Phones are weird sometimes, right? So I do what any logical person does. I Google it. I'm scrolling through all these help articles and forum posts, trying to find some technical explanation, but nothing really fits. It's just odd. That's the first weird thing. I stay upstairs for a while longer, still in that tiny living room area, trying to talk myself out of being creeped out. About an hour later, I get a notification from Lena. I open my messages and see this little bubble that just says, "Reacted with?" to a photo. Only, there's no photo, no image, no attachment, nothing to react to. I text her, "What did you just react to?" She goes, "What do you mean? I just opened our chat and that popped up. I thought it was from you." We scroll back through the messages. Nothing. No picture, no link, nothing that should have had a reaction. At that point, I'm like, okay, my phone is being its usual broken self, and I try to let it go. Later that night, I decide to try calling her from my laptop on Discord instead. You know, different device, different connection. We get on a call, and it works fine. We're chatting, laughing, talking about school and random drama for almost an hour. Then suddenly, mid-sentence, everything cuts off. The call disconnects, my screen freezes, and these weird, glitchy blocks start popping up across the display. Not like a simple lag, more like the graphics are breaking apart. I try to close the app. Nothing. I try to shut the laptop down, and it just won't respond. Meanwhile, the Wi-Fi icon says full bars. Every other device in the house is fine. I text Lena from my phone. "Why'd you hang up?" She replies, "That was you. My Discord just said you disconnected." And that's when I feel that familiar heaviness again. I'm sitting upstairs in the tiny house, in this weird digital silence, and my brain goes, what if it's not the Wi-Fi? What if something up here is messing with my stuff? Now listen, I know there can be 100 logical explanations. Software bugs, random network issues, whatever. And I try really hard to lean on those. The thing that gets me, though, is that it only happens up there. Upstairs. In that tiny house. Nowhere else. By this point, it's getting late, like around 10, and I'm feeling more uneasy than curious. I power everything down, head down the stairs a little faster than usual, and lock up for the night. Fast forward 2 days. I'm still thinking about everything, so I download this EVP-style Spirit Box app, one of those that's supposed to pick up on spirit energy. I know, it's a phone app, so my expectations are basically on the floor. But the reviews are surprisingly positive, so I'm like, okay, this is probably fake, but let's see. I go upstairs in the tiny house, sit down, and open the app. The interface has this big meter at the top and a little text bar underneath. The meter goes from blue to orange to red. Blue means nothing nearby. Orange means something might be close. Red means it's right next to you. The text bar underneath gives vague prompts like, when it's quiet, word, sentence, or things like walking, steps, and so on when it detects something. The app starts with this slow, steady beeping. The bar is mostly blue. I take a breath and say, "Hi, my name is Rowan." Nothing happens at first. The beeping stays slow. The bar flickers a little, but barely. Then I say, "If there is any spirit or energy in here with me, can you please give me a sign?" Almost immediately, the meter jumps from blue to a bright orange. The beeping speeds up, and the little text bar flashes, noise. I freeze. My heart starts to beat faster. I'm suddenly very aware that I'm alone up there. I panic a little and shut the app off. As soon as I do, the room feels heavier. Like something doesn't want me to leave. Like something's watching me and waiting to see what I'll do next. Despite all that, somehow, I'm still skeptical. I keep telling myself, it's just an app. It's probably programmed to do this. Don't jump to conclusions. I know. How stubborn can one person be? Over the next couple of weeks, I don't really try anything big again. I still go up there sometimes, mostly to study or just get away from the noise in the main house. And every now and then, I'll quietly say, "Hi," or "Bye," or "Hope you're okay," just in case something is listening. It feels weirdly rude not to. Then, last night happened. I went upstairs to the tiny house with my backpack and my laptop, just wanting some peace so I could finish my homework. The air felt normal enough, a little still, but not threatening. I finished my assignments, and I was about to pack up and go back to the main house when I thought, you know what? One more try. Just to see if anything happens again, or if it really was just my brain making patterns out of nothing. So I opened the Spirit Box app again. This time, the meter doesn't start in blue. It's already shifting between a pale yellow and light orange, like it's picking something up right away. The beeping is steady, but not fast. I say, "Hi again. My name is Rowan. Are you here with me right now? The beeping picks up just a bit, and the bar solidly turns orange. The text underneath flashes, Word. I swallow and take that as a yes. Okay, I say. If you don't mind, could you come a little closer? I know how that sounds, but I'm trying to be respectful. I'm not yelling or daring it to scare me. I'm just asking. I stare at the screen. Every few seconds, the meter climbs higher. The beeping gets louder and faster, like a heart monitor speeding up. Orange gives way to this pulsing red at the top, and the whole thing looks like it's maxing out. My own heart is racing now. My legs feel kind of numb, and the hair on the back of my neck is standing up. Even though I'm staring at the screen, I can't shake the feeling that something else in the room is moving closer. I quickly take a screenshot, partly to show Lena later, and partly because I feel like, if I don't document this, I'm going to convince myself it didn't happen. And then, the little text bar beneath the meter updates. One word appears. Behind. Everything in me just locks up. I don't move. I don't breathe. I'm sitting there, holding my phone, staring at that one word. The room suddenly feels colder, like all the warmth has been sucked out in a second. The feeling of being watched goes from maybe to absolutely. I don't want to look over my shoulder. Instead, I very carefully say, okay, I'm going to ask you to please give me some space. My voice is shaking a little, but I try to keep it calm and respectful. I don't want to be rude or challenge whatever it is, but I also don't want it right on top of me. I press the home button and close the app. The beeping stops. The room is quiet, except for the sound of my breathing. I stand up, still trying not to make any sudden movements, and head toward the stairs. Just before I go down, I stop in the doorway, look back at the room, and say, softly, "Thank you for responding. I'm leaving now. Please don't follow me. Goodbye." Because honestly, the last thing I want is to make whatever's up there angry. Whether it's actually a spirit, or just energy, or something my brain doesn't fully understand, I'd rather be respectful. I'm not trying to get rid of it out of anger. I just want to feel peaceful up there. I want to be able to use that space without my devices going haywire, and without feeling like someone's standing right behind me when I'm completely alone. And that's where I'm at right now, caught between the logical explanations and the things I can't quite explain. Talking to you, hoping that saying it out loud makes it a little less scary. So, I grew up in and around a car shop. My parents have owned a little automotive garage since the late 1970s. Back then, it wasn't much. Just 3 bays, a cramped office, and a coffee pot that always tasted a little like burnt oil. When I was about 8, my dad, Luis, started bringing me in during the summers so I could sweep floors, stack tires, and earn my keep, as he put it. I loved it. The place was always alive, air compressors hissing, the metallic clink of wrenches, radios playing classic rock, the smell of rubber and gasoline hanging in the air. It felt safe to me, like a second home. I never once felt scared there. At least, not until one evening. I was 12 when it happened. We had just wrapped up a long day. The last customer had left, the big garage doors were rolled down, and the only light in the shop came from the setting sun slanting in through the windows. My dad was in his office finishing up invoices. He poked his head out and said, "Hey, Sam, go ahead and shut everything down, yeah? Flip the breakers, lock the side doors. I'll be out in a minute." This was routine by then. I knew the drill. I walked through the quiet shop, my sneakers echoing on the concrete. The silence felt thick after a full day of noise. I remember the smell of hot metal cooling, and the faint ticking of engines settling. One of the bays was taken up by this huge red ladder truck from the fire department. We did maintenance on their vehicles sometimes. The front of it was facing out, and there was this strip of orange light pouring around its sides from the windows, like it was haloed in sunlight. I locked up the front door, double-checked the side entrance, then headed toward the back to cut the breakers. That's when it hit me. This feeling, like someone had just stepped into the room behind me. That electric, prickly sensation between your shoulder blades that says, "You're not alone." I stopped mid-step. The property was fully fenced in, an 8-foot chain-link fence topped with barbed wire, plus a heavy rolling gate at the front. You couldn't just wander in off the street. I knew that. But the feeling crawled right up my spine anyway. I remember thinking, "Don't turn around, don't turn around, don't." Of course, I turned around. My eyes went straight to that fire truck, or more specifically, to the light around it. The sunlight behind it was so bright that the space around its frame glowed. I stared at that glow, and as I was watching, something moved. A dark shape, low, like someone crouching, slid out from behind the truck just far enough to peek around the side. It completely blocked the light for a second. Just a solid, black silhouette with a head and shoulders, maybe an arm pressed to the floor. I couldn't see a face, just the outline. And then, so fast it didn't even look human, it jerked back behind the truck again. Smooth and wrong, like it didn't quite match the way real bodies move. I froze. I didn't yell. I didn't investigate. Every instinct I had screamed at me to get away from there, so I did exactly that. I ran, full sprint, straight to my dad's office. I burst in, out of breath, and I remember my voice cracking as I told him, "Dad, there's somebody in the shop, behind the fire truck. I swear, I saw them." He looked up from his desk, pen still in hand, and just smiled. That kind of half-amused, half-exasperated smile. "Sam, relax," he said. "Nobody can get in. The gate's locked. You're spooking yourself." I begged him to check, so he humored me. "Nothing. Not a soul." On the way back to the office, he chuckled and ruffled my hair. "Got yourself a wild imagination, kiddo. This place isn't haunted. I built on empty land, just dirt and trees out here before us." After that, it turned into a running joke. Anytime I jumped at a sound or mentioned something odd I'd noticed, somebody, my dad, my mom, Elena, would say, "Careful, Sam's seeing things again." I laughed along, but inside I knew what I'd seen. That shadow wasn't a trick of the light. It felt aware of me, like it was waiting for me to notice it. 2 years went by. By then I was 14, more interested in friends and music than in sweeping up lug nuts, but I still helped at the shop. One night my dad came home late. I was sitting at the kitchen table doing homework. He walked in, set his keys down a little too carefully, and just stood there for a second, like he was trying to decide what to say. My mom, Rosa, looked up from the sink. "You okay?" she asked. "You look like you saw a ghost." Dad let out this shaky little laugh that did not sound like him. "You're not going to believe this," he said, looking right at me. "But I think I owe Sam an apology." That got my attention. He sat down at the table and folded his hands, and I noticed they were trembling just a bit. He told us he'd stayed late at the shop to finish payroll. Everyone else was gone. Doors locked, lights off in the bays, just his office lamp on. He'd done that 1,000 times before in the 30-something years he'd worked in that building. He was mid-sentence on an invoice when a sound exploded through the walls. He described it as a bam, like someone had taken a sledgehammer to a steel drum right behind his head. The whole office shook. Files jumped on the desk. The metal blinds clattered against the window. He thought someone had crashed a car into the side of the building. That's how violent it felt. Heart pounding, he grabbed the pistol he kept locked in his bottom drawer, took a flashlight, and went to check. He said, Sam, I was so sure there was someone in there that I called out, "Hey, who's there?" He checked the bays. Empty. He checked the doors. Still locked. He walked the outside perimeter, shining the flashlight along the walls, looking for damage, a crack, something. Nothing. No dents, no broken glass, no footprints in the gravel. When he went back inside, he sat down at his desk and just listened. The building was silent. Too silent. He told us that on the drive home he started thinking, maybe it was pipes, maybe the AC, maybe the building settling. So the next day, he pulled the old blueprints out of storage and spread them across his desk, tracing the lines with a finger. He expected to see big pipes or ductwork running through the office walls. There wasn't anything, just standard framing. No heavy lines, no old furnace shafts, nothing that could have made that kind of impact sound. He looked at me then, softer than I'd ever seen him. "I've been in that office for 30 years, he said. "I've never heard anything like that. So, if you say you saw something, kiddo, I believe you now." I didn't know what to say. Part of me felt vindicated. The other part? Terrified. Because if he believed me, that meant whatever I'd seen wasn't just childhood nerves. Something was wrong with that place. About a year later, it was my mom's turn. She had this habit of going in on Saturday mornings to clean when the shop was closed. Less clutter, fewer people in her way. She liked putting on music and getting everything spotless before Monday rolled around. This particular weekend, it was just her. The guys were off, Dad was running errands, I was at a friend's house. Heavy footsteps. Boots. Walking slowly across the mezzanine that overlooked the shop. Now, you have to picture this. Above the offices, there was a loft used for storage. Old parts, tires, boxes of invoices from 10 years ago. The floor up there was made of wood laid over steel beams. When someone walked across it in work boots, you could hear it. Deep, solid thuds. We knew that sound. She heard those footsteps travel from one end of the mezzanine to the other. Deliberate. One after another. Clear as day. She called out, "Louise? Is that you?" No answer. The footsteps stopped. A moment later, they started again, closer to where she was standing, like whoever it was had turned around. That was it for her. She set the rag down, grabbed her purse, and left the shop without even turning off the radio. When she got home, she was pale and visibly shaken. She told my dad what happened and said, "I'm not going in there alone again. If I clean, I do it when everyone's around. That's it." My dad tried to reassure her at first, told her it was probably the building settling, or maybe a stray cat on the roof. But later, when it was just me and him, he admitted, quietly, "I've heard the boots up there too." After that, we all started noticing things. Sometimes we'd walk into the bays first thing in the morning, and the long metal strips and car parts hanging from the racks would be swaying gently, like they'd been pushed a few seconds before we came in. Not a soft, random sway either. Sometimes they'd be rocking enough that you could hear the metal clips clinking. But there was no draft. No fans on. The big doors were shut. It was still air, with moving parts. We found tools left in strange places, sockets lined up in a neat little row in the middle of the floor when nobody remembered putting them there. Once, Dad found a single greasy fingerprint on the inside of a locked display case he swore he'd just cleaned. We never saw another figure like the one I saw behind the fire truck. At least, I didn't. But the feeling of being watched, of not being alone, even when you had the keys and you knew every door was locked, that stayed. It became this unspoken rule. Nobody stayed in the shop by themselves after dark if they didn't absolutely have to. Even my dad, who used to laugh at me for being jumpy, started closing up a little faster, double-checking locks with a new kind of tension in his shoulders. Years later, we decided to expand. Business had grown, and the old building was showing its age. The plan was to put up a new, bigger shop on the same property, just further back. The day they started digging, we all went out to watch the backhoes and excavators tear into the ground. It was exciting, this whole new era for the family business. The excitement didn't last long. As they dug, the operators started noticing things turning up in the soil. Metal fragments at first, then shapes that were a little too deliberate to be randatory junk. Someone called a local historian, and they ended up roping off part of the site. Over the next few days, they uncovered artifacts, old uniform buttons, bits of rusted metal that looked like they might have been from rifles, and what looked like pieces of buckles and canteens. Everything worn, but clearly not modern. That's when we finally got the full story. Long before my parents bought that land, in fact, long before there was even a road out there, those fields had been part of a major Civil War battle site. A lot of men had fought and died on that ground. There were old records, maps, the whole thing. We had opened our shop, spent decades working, laughing, and living our lives on land that had once been soaked in fear and chaos and blood. And we never knew. After a long moment, he said, almost to himself, "So, I guess the land wasn't as empty as I thought." I don't pretend to know exactly what I saw that day behind the fire truck, or what pounded the walls of my dad's office, or whose footsteps echoed above my mom's head on a quiet Saturday. But I do know this. Some places remember. And sometimes, if you're there long enough, you feel them remembering. Welcome, my friends, to the Paranormal M channel. Having trouble sleeping again? Let me help you out. This is my favorite thing to do, sharing paranormal experiences from all around the world. It's honestly so fascinating. So don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss the latest videos on this channel. And feel free to send us your own paranormal experiences too. Now, get in bed, pull up your blanket, and let's dive into tonight's stories. You know, whenever I think about Bangkok, I don't just picture traffic and malls. I think about the canals, the old wooden houses, and a woman named Mae Nok. Have you heard of her? Let me tell you her story. A long time ago, when Bangkok was still crisscrossed by quiet, shadowy waterways, and people traveled more by boat than by car, there lived a young couple by the Phra Kanong Canal. The wife's name was Nok, and her husband was called Kla. They weren't rich or important, just two ordinary people. Their little wooden house sat on stilts above the water, the kind of place where you'd wake up to the sound of roosters and the creak of boats passing by. Nok was pregnant, and Kla used to rest his hand on her belly and promise he'd build her a bigger house one day. But life had other plans. One year, Kla was drafted into the army. There was a conflict far away, and like many men of that time, he had no choice but to go. On the day he left, Nok walked with him all the way to the pier. She tried to be brave, smiling and teasing him, but her eyes were already wet. Kla promised her, "I'll come back to you, to both of you," and gently touched her round stomach before he stepped onto the boat. While Kla was away, Nok went into labor. Back then, childbirth was dangerous. There were no modern hospitals, no machines, just midwives, prayers, and luck. Nok's luck ran out. She and the baby died during childbirth. The villagers mourned quietly. They held the funeral, chanted prayers, and did everything they could to help her spirit move on. But love, especially the kind that can't accept goodbye, can cling to this world in strange ways. Kla knew nothing. Far away, he fought, he trained, he dreamed of coming home to a wife and child he had never met. Months later, when the war finally eased and he was released, he hurried back to Phra Kanong. The canal looked the same, the air heavy with humidity and the smell of cooked rice and river water. As he approached his house at dusk, he saw a light glowing inside. And there, at the doorway, was Nok. She stood cradling a baby in her arms, smiling through tears. "Kla, you're home," she said. Imagine his relief. He thought, "I survived. I came back. My family is alive." He didn't know, he couldn't know, that both his wife and child had already been buried. From that night on, they lived as if nothing had happened. Nok cooked his favorite dishes. The baby cooed and fussed. At night, Kla lay down beside his wife, listening to the sound of the canal and the soft breathing of the child, thinking he was the luckiest man alive. But the village knew the truth. They had seen Nok's funeral. They had watched the cremation smoke drift into the sky. Some tried to warn him. An old neighbor would stop Kla on the path and say, "You should come stay at the temple for a while." Kla just laughed it off. "Why? My wife and child are waiting for me," he'd say. The neighbor could only shake his head. How do you tell a man that the woman he sleeps beside is no longer among the living? One evening, the truth slipped out in a way no one could ignore. Kla looked up to tell her he'd bring it back, but before he could move, he saw a pale hand reach down through the floorboards. The arm stretched and stretched and stretched far beyond what any human arm could. The hand calmly picked up the pestle from the ground and slid back up into the house, the arm shrinking to normal length as if nothing strange had happened. In that moment, every hair on Kla's body stood on end. All the warnings, all the strange looks from the villagers, all the hushed whispers finally made sense. His mind screamed at him to deny it, to pretend he hadn't seen. But there was no escaping it now. The woman he loved was no longer alive. Terrified and heartbroken, Kla did the only thing he knew to do. He ran. He fled in the middle of the night, leaving the house, the canal, the memories, everything. Nok's voice echoed after him, pleading, calling his name, carrying over the water like a sorrowful wind. But there's one place spirits are believed to have no power: the temple. Kla reached the nearest temple, threw himself inside the grounds, and begged the monks to help him. The monks, already aware of the restless spirit haunting Phra Kanong, began to chant. Nok's ghost hovered at the edge of the temple boundary, unable to cross, clutching her baby. In that image, people say, you could see everything at once: love, grief, anger, and the unbearable pain of being left behind. What happened next depends on who's telling the story. Some say a powerful monk compassionately bound her spirit inside a clay pot, sealing it and dropping it into the canal so she could do no more harm. Others say he spoke gently to her, guiding her to understand that forcing Kla to stay with her was only deepening both their suffering, and eventually she let go and moved on peacefully. And then there are those who whisper that on quiet nights, when the moon is reflected in the dark water of the canal, a woman holding a baby can still be seen by the old houses, waiting. Over time, people began calling her May Nok Phra Kanong, Mother Nok of Phra Kanong. She stopped being just a ghost story. She became a symbol. On one hand, May Nok represents a love so strong that not even death could bear to separate it. She loved her husband fiercely, with all the devotion of a young wife who had every dream stolen from her too soon. On the other hand, her story is a gentle warning. It reminds us how hard it is to accept loss, how easy it is to cling to what can't come back, and how that clinging can turn something pure into something painful, even frightening. It's about grief, denial, and the moment we must finally say, I have to let go, even when our heart refuses. If you ever find yourself in Bangkok, you can visit the place that's become her spiritual home, Wat Mahabut, in the On Nut area. Inside the temple grounds, there's a shrine dedicated to May Nok, or May Nok, as some people still call her in their own family versions of the tale. There, you'll see a statue of a young woman holding her baby, surrounded by offerings. Tiny baby clothes, toys, flowers, even beautiful dresses and silk scarves. People bring these gifts not out of fear, but out of respect and affection. Locals visit her shrine to pray for many things: for safe and healthy pregnancies, for protection from being drafted into the military. They talk to her like an older sister, or a friend who understands heartbreak a little too well. What makes her story last through centuries, films, books, and TV shows, isn't just the ghostly part. It's that deep human longing underneath it all. That wish we've all had, at least once, for love to ignore every rule of life and death. So when you hear the name May Nak Pra Kanong, I don't want you to think only of a scary ghost from an old Thai legend. I want you to remember a young woman who loved so fiercely that she didn't know how to say goodbye. And maybe, in her story, you'll recognize a piece of your own heart too. So let me take you back a bit and set the scene. I grew up in this quiet suburb just outside a big city. The neighborhood itself used to be Native American land, and there was still a small, old cemetery tucked behind a little line of trees at the edge of our subdivision. You could see the gravestones if you stood on the hill behind the park and really looked. My family moved into our house in 2004, before it was even finished being built, and we stayed there until 2023. So basically, that house is my whole childhood and most of my adulthood. From as far back as I can remember, there was something in that house. It wasn't just me. It was my whole immediate family: my mom, Elena, my dad, Mark, and my younger sister, Lily. We all had these similar experiences, even before we ever compared notes. That's what made it so unsettling later, realizing how much of it overlapped. The most common thing we all saw was this shadow. It would come down the staircase and into the living room, or linger by the hallway that led to the laundry room and the door to the garage, right next to my parents' bedroom. That spot and the stairs were the hot spots. It happened so often that it kind of became part of the house, like, oh yeah, there's the shadow again, almost like another family member who never spoke. What really validated everything for us, though, was our extended family. My grandparents, aunts, uncles, cousins, they'd come over for holidays or birthdays, and after a while, on completely separate occasions, they'd say things like, "I swear I just saw someone coming down your stairs, but when I looked, no one was there." Or, "I thought one of you was standing by the hallway, but then the figure just wasn't." We never prompted them. We never asked, "Hey, do you see anything weird here?" They just volunteered this stuff on their own. And it was always the same areas: the staircase, that hallway near the laundry and garage. The presence never really felt good or bad. It was just there, neutral, existing alongside us. To me, it always felt a bit masculine, though I never saw an actual face or details. It was always a dark shape, seen from the corner of my eye, that would vanish the second I turned my head. And just to make it weirder, we were the first family to ever live in that house. We bought the lot before they started building and moved in as some of the first people in the whole neighborhood. No previous owners, no tragic history tied to that specific home as far as we knew. Because of that, I always assumed whatever it was had more to do with the land than the house itself. It felt like residual energy, something left over, replaying the same routes, down the stairs, by the hallway, then gone. It never really interacted with us. It just appeared and disappeared. Until one morning. This was in 2021. It was a weekday, sometime around 6:30 in the morning. The house was quiet in that specific way early mornings are, kind of bluish, kind of still. My parents had already left for work. My sister Lily was still asleep in her room down the hall. So as far as I knew, I was the only one awake. My bathroom and bedroom were right next to each other. When you stepped out of the bathroom, you'd take a sharp left and you'd be standing right in my bedroom doorway. That morning, I finished brushing my teeth, opened the bathroom door, and as I stepped out and turned left, I saw it. This big, solid black shadow right at the edge of my doorway. Not a smudge, not a trick of the light. It had shape to it. It was just there for a second, like it had been waiting. But this time, I looked toward it and said, out loud, in this kind of calm voice, "I see you." And then I walked into my room like that was the most normal thing in the world. I got dressed, gathered my stuff for work, and headed downstairs. Our kitchen had this open layout where you could see the stairs through the gap between the counter and the bar stools. I was standing there, about to grab my keys, when I saw it again. The same black shadow, moving down the stairs, crossing behind the bar. Like it was headed straight into the kitchen with me. It didn't rush. It just moved, like it was walking. I looked right where it was and said again, "I see you." And then again, I just continued with my morning. I grabbed my keys and left for work. I didn't really process how weird it was until later. At that point, it was just this eerie, okay, that was new, kind of feeling. About 2 hours after I got to work, my phone buzzed. It was Lily. She texted me, "Hey, can you lock the front door? I'm leaving." I stared at my phone for a second, confused. I wrote back, "I'm not home. I've been at work for like 2 hours." A minute later, she replied, and you could practically feel the anxiety through the text. "You're not in your room?" I told her no, I'd left around 7 a.m. Then she said something that made my stomach drop. She told me she'd been hearing me in my room. Now, you have to understand something. At the time, I had this old desk chair in my room that squeaked and creaked with every tiny movement. You couldn't sit in it without it announcing itself. Everyone in the house knew that sound. Lily said she'd been lying in bed, half awake, and could clearly hear my chair moving. Not just once, the kind of subtle, repetitive creaking that happens when someone's shifting around, leaning back, turning, fidgeting while they're sitting. She said she thought I'd stayed home and was just at my desk, maybe on my computer or getting ready. That's why she texted to ask me to lock the door. She assumed I was upstairs. That was the moment everything clicked for me. The very same morning I finally acknowledged this thing, told it, "I see you," not once, but twice. It apparently decided to go into my room and sit in my chair. No one else was home. I'd been gone for hours, and yet my sister heard that unmistakable sound of someone in my desk chair, moving around. When I told her what I'd seen that morning, and shadow at my bedroom door, the shadow coming down the stairs, she freaked out. And honestly, so did I. Because what are the odds? All those years of it just quietly existing in its usual spots, never doing much of anything, and the one time I speak directly to it, it suddenly gets bolder. It doesn't just show itself, it behaves like it's me, in my room, in my chair. Nothing like that has happened since. No full-on, someone sitting in the chair type of thing. After that, it went back to the usual. Faint shadows at the edge of vision, the occasional sound of footsteps or the floor creaking upstairs when everyone's downstairs. But I know it's still there. Every now and then, if I visited my parents before they moved, I'd catch a glimpse of something by the stairs, or feel that familiar awareness, like you're not alone, even when no one else is in the room. Do I know what it is? No. Do I know why it chose that particular morning to make its presence so undeniable? Also no. All I know is that, for one day, it went from being this quiet, background presence to something that answered back in its own way. And even now, when I think about that house, the staircase, the hallway, my old desk chair, I just hope that whatever it is means well. and that, in its own strange way, it was just trying to say, "I see you too." So, let me tell you about the house I grew up in. From the outside, it looked totally normal, just a slightly run-down little place at the edge of town. But inside, it was pretty haunted. And I don't mean like movie-level stuff flying around the room. It was more subtle, creepy, but subtle. It started with the animals. Our dog Milo would just sit in the hallway and growl at empty corners, or he'd bark and chase something that wasn't there. Sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I'd see these little shadowy cats slip into a room, tails flicking, and when I'd flip the light on, nothing. No cat, no movement, just the feeling that something had been there a second before. Then there were the black shapes, little blobs almost, that would shoot across a room or curve around the overhead light, like they were trying not to be seen. I saw those more than once, enough that I just kind of got used to them, like, oh, okay, that again. But the worst thing, the thing I still think about, was the flashing blue light. The first time I saw it, I was maybe 9. I was lying in bed, trying to fall asleep, and I could see this blue flickering in the hallway through the crack under my door. It looked exactly like when someone's watching TV in the dark. You know that glow? Soft but kind of in your face? That. I got annoyed. I thought my older brother, let's call him Ethan, had left his bedroom door open and was blasting TV with the lights off. So I finally huffed, rolled out of bed, and stomped into the hallway to tell him to turn it down. The second I stepped out, my whole vision just exploded in white, like someone took a photo 2 inches from my face. The blue flickering stopped instantly. When my eyes adjusted, I saw Ethan's door was actually shut. His light was on, and when I knocked and went in, he was watching TV, but with the door closed the whole time. There was no way that glow I'd seen was coming from his room. That was the first time, but not the last. As the years went on, probably from around age 7 to 12, I saw that blue light a lot, almost every night for a while. I'd be lying in bed and it would start up again, like that same TV in a dark house glow. It would brighten, dim, like it was pacing the hallway. Sometimes it would pause right near my door, and I'd feel it more than see it. This pressure in the air, like the room was holding its breath. Every once in a while, I'd see an orange light too. That one usually appeared at the far end of the hallway, just a warm, steady glow, almost like someone holding a lantern. I only remember seeing it a few times, maybe 3 or 4, but it felt different. When I saw the orange light, I didn't feel scared or annoyed. I actually felt calmer. I used to wonder if blue was one thing and orange was another. Like maybe the orange one was kinder, protective even. The worst night was the one where the blue light didn't stay in the hallway. I woke up in the middle of the night, and my room was pulsing with that same cold blue glow, only stronger than ever, like it had finally come inside instead of just hanging around outside my door. It felt close, too close. I remember lying on my back, absolutely rigid, and feeling this tight pressure clamp around my wrists, like someone was holding them down. There was this loud, heavy banging on the walls, like fists hitting drywall, over and over. I wanted to scream, but nothing would come out. I just lay there, tense and terrified, and then, at some point, it stopped. The banging faded, the pressure eased, the blue light dimmed away, and somehow, no idea how, I fell back asleep. It wasn't just inside the house either. One night we were driving near this old stretch of land outside town. Lots of historic ranches out that way. It was late and we were all in the car. My mom, who I'll call Sandra, my brother Ethan, and me in the back seat. The road was pretty empty. Then, out of nowhere, this glowing, 4-legged shape sprinted across the road in front of us. It looked like a horse, but not quite right. Too thin in some places, too bright around the edges, almost like someone had traced it in light. My mom hit the brakes, and I watched the car in front of us slam on their brakes too, so I know we weren't the only ones who saw it. Nobody crashed. The thing just ran across and disappeared into the dark field. We all kind of sat there in silence for a second and then started talking over each other. Did you see that? What was that? It wasn't headlights. It wasn't a reflection. It was its own thing. Back at the house, everything just kept building. The lights, the shapes, the weird heaviness in certain rooms. And on top of all that, there was a lot of negativity in that place. Before my mom bought the house, the previous owner had been really paranoid. Like, always checking the windows and peeking through the blinds paranoid. We later heard that he died not long after the house changed hands. While we lived there, my mom went through 2 divorces. There were alcoholic boyfriends, screaming matches in the kitchen, broken bottles, slammed doors. Money was always tight. The kind of tight where you count coins at the gas station and hope it's enough. Several pets died while we lived there, and my mom buried them in the backyard because we couldn't afford anything else. The yard started to feel like a graveyard in more ways than one. It was just heavy. The house felt soaked in stress and sadness and fear. Eventually, things got bad enough that my mom lost the house to foreclosure. We had a few weeks between us moving out and the bank officially taking it over. During that weird in-between time, my mom went back and forth a bit, grabbing old mail, clearing out whatever we'd forgotten. One day, a family friend, let's call her Marla, stopped by the old place to pick something up for my mom. Later, she told us that when she pulled into the driveway, she could see this bluish glow coming from the garage windows. Her first thought was that maybe a homeless person had broken in and set up a little camp with a TV and a generator or something, because it just looked exactly like someone watching television inside a dark space. She got freaked out and left pretty quickly. Not long after that, my mom went by the house with me in the car. We parked out front to check the mail and take out some trash that was still there. As we were tossing bags into the bin, one of them ripped, spilling stuff everywhere. My mom muttered something under her breath, told me to hang on, and ran inside to grab a new bag. A minute or 2 later, she came back out fast. Like, really fast. She slammed the front door, hurried to the car, threw the new bag into the trash almost as an afterthought, and told me, "We're leaving. Now." She was shaken. I could hear it in her voice. Later that night, when she'd calmed down a little, she finally told me what she'd seen. She'd stepped into the house and immediately noticed that same blue, flickering light coming from the garage, just like Marla described. Same ghost TV effect, same pulsing glow. There was no power hooked up, no TV, nobody in there. Just that light. That was the moment she admitted to me that she'd seen it before, back when we still lived there. She just never wanted to scare me, so she pretended it wasn't happening. The weird part is, I've never experienced anything like that again. I've gone on ghost tours. I've visited places that are supposed to be super haunted. One of them was an old mining town, really well known for its ghost stories. I've been in creaky hotels, historic cemeteries, all the classic haunted spots. And nothing. No blue light, no orange light, no pacing glow in the hall. Just the occasional chilly feeling or overactive imagination. Sometimes I wonder if that house was just a hot spot. Like all the fear and anger and grief soaked into the walls and turned the place into a magnet for whatever was out there. I think about the paranoid previous owner, the divorces, the buried pets, the alcoholic boyfriends, the stress of being a single mom barely hanging on, and I wonder if all of that fed into it. I still don't really know what I saw. I just know I didn't imagine it. It's been years, and it still sits in the back of my mind, bothering me in this quiet way. So if you've ever had anything like that, those weird TV-style lights, the blue or orange glow, anything pacing the halls at night, I'd genuinely love to hear about it. Even just knowing someone else has seen something similar would make me feel a little less alone, and a little less like that house followed me in my memories, still flickering at the edge of the dark. Alright, so let me tell you about this one really strange trip we took. It was me, my wife Emma, and our little girl, Lily. We rented this newer cabin in West Virginia, up in the mountains near Canaan Valley and another state park with these huge, beautiful waterfalls. On paper, it was perfect. Fresh wood, big windows, hot tub on the deck, all that good stuff. But the second we walked in, something just felt off. I don't usually jump to haunted or anything like that. The only other time I'd felt weird about a place was when I was a teenager and my dad, Frank, remodeled this old house. My brother Josh and I would hear things, footsteps, creaks, whispers. And I just figured, old house, overactive imagination. Funny thing is, when we moved after that into a 150-year-old farmhouse, I slept like a baby for the first time in years. Since then, nothing. No weird vibes, no spooky stories. Until this cabin. So, first thing that happened, as soon as we got there, I was exhausted. I mean, I've stayed in probably a couple dozen cabins all over the Appalachians, and usually I'm bouncing off the walls when we arrive. I'm that person who's like, let's unpack, make a fire, go for a quick hike before sunset. But this time, I walked into the bedroom, kicked off my shoes, and just face planted on the bed. I was out. Next thing I know, Emma and Lily are gently waking me up, and 2 hours have passed. Middle of the afternoon, on vacation. I never nap, and definitely not on day one. The second thing happened that evening when I went out to set up the hot tub. It was dark by then, and the cabin had these little motion-activated lights along the outdoor steps. They weren't big floodlights, just small ones on each stair so you can see where you're walking. I'm out there fiddling with the cover on the hot tub, and I suddenly get that feeling, like someone standing just behind you, watching. You know that prickly feeling on the back of your neck? That. Out of the corner of my eye, I see the stair lights start flicking on. One step, then the next, then the next. Like something is walking slowly down the stairs toward me. Each light had its own sensor, and they were going in order, like footsteps. So I stop what I'm doing and turn around. Nothing. No person, no animal. I stand there a bit longer, and the lights just stop. Later, when Emma went out there alone, the lights never did that for her. It only happened when I was outside by myself. All week, I felt drained. Normally on trips like this, I'm the first one up, out the door by 5:30 in the morning for a solo hike, coffee in hand, ready to go. But at this cabin, I was the first one to bed and the last one to wake up, every single day. And during the day, I kept wanting to nap, which again is just not me. I'm usually a pretty upbeat, cheerful guy, and instead, I felt heavy. Almost low-level depressed for no clear reason. When we finally packed up and drove away at the end of the week, I swear I felt this subtle lift. Like someone had slowly turned the dimmer switch back up on my mood. Then there were the sounds. We had a baby monitor set up in Lily's room. It was one of those video monitors, mounted high enough that she couldn't reach it. A few times at night, I'd be lying in bed, half asleep, and suddenly hear this odd breathing sound coming through the monitor. Not the soft, steady breathing of a sleeping toddler, but something closer to a raspy wheeze. Sometimes it sounded like someone blowing directly into a microphone, this weird mix of static and breath. I remember staring at the screen, watching Lily sleep peacefully, while this noise kept fading in and out. There were plenty of these small things, too. I kept feeling like I was being watched, especially in the hallway and near the stairs. A couple of times I could have sworn I heard a door slowly creak open somewhere in the cabin, but when I went to look, every door was shut like we'd left it. Then there was the third floor. The cabin had this little loft on the top level, past a narrow set of spiral stairs. It was clearly meant for the owner's grandkids. 2 bunk beds, some toys, a small shelf of books. It was a cool space, but it was always really warm up there, like uncomfortably toasty compared to the rest of the place. Lily, whose normally non-stop energy, kept asking to go up there just to sit on one of the bunks. No playing, no exploring, just quietly sitting on the bed and looking around. That's not like her at all. She's usually pulling books off shelves, poking at everything, running in circles. But in that room, she just sat. Now, during the trip, Emma didn't mention anything about feeling weird, and I didn't tell her any of what I was experiencing. I didn't want to freak her out, and honestly, I was trying to convince myself I was just tired or overthinking things. On the drive home, though, out of nowhere, she says, "Can I tell you something about that cabin?" I said, "Yeah, of course." She starts describing almost everything I'd been keeping to myself. How she felt heavy in her chest the whole time, like there was a weight sitting on her. How she heard wheezing on the baby monitor too. How she never fully relaxed there and always made sure she was physically close to me and to Lily, especially in the evenings. And then she tells me something I hadn't known at all. On our first full day, she had taken Lily into the hallway outside the bedrooms. She said Lily suddenly stopped, looked up into the empty space, and started babbling in this very focused, animated way. Not her usual scattered baby babble, but like she was actually talking to someone, pausing like she was listening, then responding again. Lily's about 1.5 years old, and Emma said she'd never seen her do that before. She hadn't told me at the time because she didn't want to freak me out, and thought maybe she was just reading too much into it. The strange part? As soon as we left the cabin, honestly, even just driving away down the gravel road, everything stopped. The heaviness, the weird sounds, the baby monitor noises, the emotional fog. It all just lifted. Back home, it was like none of it had ever happened. I don't know what was going on in that cabin. I'm not saying for sure it was haunted or anything, but I do know that place felt different. And whatever was there, it stayed there when we left. So, I've always believed in ghosts and all that paranormal stuff. But I'm also the first one to go, nah, there's probably a reason, whenever something weird happens. I'm a skeptic ghost believer, if that makes any sense. The evidence has to be really solid for me to look at it and say, okay, yeah, ghosts. This one time, though, it really pushed me. Back then, I was doing my internship with a medical tech company in my hometown in Ecuador. I'm a systems engineer, so my job was to go around to different hospitals and check on the machines in the intensive care units, do maintenance, run tests, handle inventory, and all that fun, stressful stuff. One particular day, I had to go to a military hospital. Let's call it Hospital de las Fuerzas Armadas, on the edge of the city. This was during the early days of the COVID pandemic, when everything was still chaos and nobody really knew what was going on. The ICU there was packed with COVID patients. They'd set up an isolation chamber specifically for them, separated from the rest of the ICU by this little passageway. To get into that isolation area, you had to go through 2 automatic doors. Both doors used these motion/hand sensors, where you had to wave your whole hand in front of them, pretty close, so they would open. You couldn't just wiggle a finger from far away and trigger them, and the doors were set so that once they opened, they'd stay open for about 10 seconds, then close again. After that, you'd have to repeat the whole hand gesture for them to open. That detail matters. A lot. So that day, the nurses were all busy on the opposite side of the ICU, dealing with another patient. I needed to go into the isolation chamber to check some of the equipment there. Ventilators, monitors, that kind of thing. One of the nurses, my friend Carla, I'd worked with her a few times, told me, "Just go ahead, we'll be right here if you need anything." I walked through the first door, did the hand thing with the sensor, waited, then the inner door opened. It closed behind me after a few seconds, just like it was supposed to. Inside the isolation chamber, it was quiet in that heavy way hospitals get at night, even though this was daytime. Just machines humming, beeping, and the kind of stillness that feels thick. I started doing my work, checking cables, reading logs, verifying that everything was connected properly. At some point, I glanced up and realized I was a good 4 meters away from the door. Like, really not close. No way the sensor could pick me up from there. And then, I still remember the sound so clearly, the door just whooshed open behind me. That sliding door sound in the middle of that silence felt wrong. My brain kind of froze for a second. I turned around slowly, expecting to see someone standing there. Maybe a nurse, a doctor, anyone. There was no one. The door was just open. The little passageway between the isolation chamber and the rest of the ICU was completely empty. I could see all the way to the other side. No shadows, no movement, nothing. I stood there trying to rationalize it. Maybe the sensor glitched. Maybe the timing was off and it somehow delayed. But I knew how those doors worked. They closed after about 10 seconds. They didn't randomly open again unless someone triggered the sensor from very close. And from my side, I was way too far. From the other side, there was nobody in the passageway. I could see the whole thing. Later, though, when things calmed down a bit, I ran into Carla again at the nurse's station. We were chatting and I casually said, "Hey, by the way, I think the door sensor in the isolation chamber is acting up. It opened by itself when I was inside." She got this look on her face, like a mix of, "Oh no," and, "Oh, not again." She shook her head and said, "That door's fine. They just did maintenance on all the ICU doors last week. Checked the sensors, everything. It's not supposed to do that." So I told her the whole thing. Where I was standing, how far away I was, that no one was in the passageway, that I saw it open with my own eyes. Carla just kind of nodded slowly and went, "Yeah, that tracks with what we've been seeing." I remember frowning and saying, "What do you mean, seeing?" And then she started telling me stories. She said that during the night shifts, weird things had been happening, especially in and around that isolation chamber. Machines turning on or off by themselves. Monitors that had been properly set suddenly changing settings, alarms going off for no reason. They'd hear footsteps in the corridor when everyone was already inside their stations. Once, one of the nurses swore she heard a child laughing, like a clear, playful laugh, even though there were no children in that unit at all. Another nurse said she'd feel someone brush past her, like a shoulder bump, in a hallway that was completely empty. They all joked about it at first, but you could tell it made them uneasy. The thing that really got me, though, was when Carla added, very quietly, "All of this, it started after our first COVID patients began to die. Before that, the ICU was stressful, but not weird." Hearing that gave me chills in a way the door itself hadn't, because up until then, I'd been holding on to the idea that it was just a glitch. You know, bad hardware, bad calibration, something like that. My territory, something I could fix. But when she told me the doors had just been serviced and checked, and that other strange things were happening in the same area, around the same time, after patients had passed away, my logical explanations started to feel pretty thin. Even then, I tried to push back. I was like, maybe there's some kind of electrical issue? Interference? The sensors are sensitive. Maybe a reflection or something. And she just looked at me and said, "Maybe, but you weren't the first one to say that door opened when it shouldn't." That stuck with me. I still try to debunk things. I still lean toward rational explanations first. But every now and then, my mind goes back to that moment. Me standing in that isolation chamber, 4 meters away from the sensor, turning around to see that door slowly sliding open onto an empty passageway. And in the middle of a hospital full of loss and fear and unfinished goodbyes, I can't help but think, maybe, just maybe, it wasn't a glitch at all. So, I should probably start by saying I'm not someone who believes in anything paranormal. Like, at all. No ghosts, no guardian angels, no little forest creatures watching over us. I'm an atheist. I'm rational. I like things I can explain. But there's this one thing that happened when I was a kid, about 9 years old, that still makes me pause when I think about it. Even now, as an adult, I'll replay it in my head and go, okay, then what the hell was that? Back then, I still lived in my home country. Our house shared a fence line with my grandparents' place. If you walked out our front door, there was this narrow concrete path that sloped up past a mango tree and ended at the steps to my grandparents' front door. So basically, we were neighbors with a tiny hill in between. I grew up with my cousins on my dad's side. They were more like extra sisters than cousins. We'll call the one in this story Maya. She and her sister split their time between my grandparents' place and their dad's apartment across town because my aunt and uncle were divorced. Their schedule was simple: 1 week at their dad's, 1 week at my grandparents'. Everybody knew the routine. That matters for the story. So one afternoon, I was lying in this old woven swing chair on our front veranda. It squeaked every time you moved, and I was kind of half dozing, half daydreaming, just staring toward the gate. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the front gate swing open. I looked over and saw Maya walking up the sloped path toward my grandparents' house. She was so clear in my vision, it's like a snapshot in my brain. She was wearing what she always called her lucky dress, this light blue dress with little strawberries printed all over it. She loved that dress. Whenever she got to choose her outfit, it was either that or nothing, basically. That was her thing. Instinctively, I sat up and called her name. Maya! She stopped, turned toward me, and gave me this familiar look she had. Kind of a shy half-smile, half-frown, like she wasn't sure if she wanted to be seen, but was happy I'd called out anyway. She raised her hand and gave me a small wave. I waved back. Then she turned away again and kept walking up the path toward my grandparents' door. Everything about it felt normal, ordinary, exactly the way it always was. I lay back down for a bit, not thinking much of it at first. And then, like a minute later, it hit me. Wait, it was her dad's week. I remember just lying there, blinking up at the ceiling, trying to piece that together. I even went over the days in my head. I knew it was still his week. I'd been disappointed the day before because they weren't around to play. At first, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe my aunt had brought them back early. Maybe something came up. No big deal, right? After a few minutes, maybe 10 tops, I got up and decided to head over and see if Maya wanted to play or watch TV. I walked up the same sloped path, climbed the steps, and went straight into my grandparents' kitchen, like I always did. The back door was open, and I could hear the TV from the living room. My aunt was standing by the counter, cutting vegetables. I went over, hugged her around the waist, and asked, "Tia, where's Maya? Is she in the bedroom?" She gave me this puzzled look, like I'd just asked her what planet we were on. "She's with her dad this week," she said. "Why?" My aunt's face changed. The confusion turned into something more serious. She put the knife down. "No, sweetheart," she said slowly. "She's not here. I dropped her off at her dad's early this morning. She won't be here until next week." I remember this weird, cold feeling spreading through my chest. It was like my body realized something was off before my brain caught up. My grandma, who'd been sitting at the table peeling garlic, turned to look at me. "What happened?" she asked. My aunt told her. "She says she saw Maya outside just now." My grandma shook her head. No, Maya's with her father. She hasn't been here today at all." I just stood there between them, completely thrown off. I can still feel the kitchen tiles under my bare feet, still see the little pile of garlic skins on the table, still hear the TV in the background. Everything normal, except this one thing that absolutely wasn't. I tried to explain it again, slower this time. I told them exactly what I'd seen. Maya coming through the gate, walking up the slope, wearing her favorite dress. The way she turned to me, that shy little half smile, the way she waved. It wasn't a blur. It wasn't a shadow. I wasn't squinting through a window or anything. I was outside, in the middle of the afternoon, wide awake. My aunt kept insisting, gently but firmly, "She's not here." And she wasn't joking. My aunt isn't the prank type, and she looked genuinely worried that I was so insistent about it. At some point, my grandma even went and looked around the house, checked the bedroom, the front yard, just to humor me, I think. Of course, there was no one. I remember feeling this mix of embarrassment and stubborn certainty. Like, I knew what I saw. I felt almost guilty, like I was accusing reality of being wrong. Eventually, everyone kind of shrugged it off. My aunt went back to cooking. My grandma went back to her garlic. I went home feeling like I'd stepped out of a movie scene and now had to pretend everything was normal again. Over the years, I've tried to explain it to myself. Maybe it was my imagination. Maybe my brain, missing my cousins, just filled in the gap and projected what it wanted to see. Maybe I had a dream and mixed it up with real life. Kids do that, right? That's the rational part of me talking. The part that still doesn't believe in ghosts or spirits or anything beyond what we can measure and study. But here's the thing. The memory itself feels as solid and sharp as any other real memory from my childhood. The sound of the gate, the way the path looked in that moment, the little swing of Maya's dress as she walked, the exact expression on her face when she turned to wave. It doesn't feel like a dream when I replay it. It feels as real as breakfast this morning. Do I think it was something supernatural? I honestly don't know. Even now, I hesitate to say that. It's not who I am, and it doesn't fit with how I see the world. But I also can't explain it away completely. And that tiny gap between what I believe and what I experienced, that's what stays with me. So yeah, I still don't believe in ghosts. But that day definitely makes me wonder. So, let me tell you about this house. My grandmother, everyone in the family calls her Nana Ruth, bought a little place with her husband back in the early 1960s. It's a modest 4-bedroom, 1.5-bath home in a quiet, working-class neighborhood. Small town, everybody knows everybody, not a lot of crime, nothing dramatic on the surface. My dad and his brothers grew up there, and I spent a huge chunk of my childhood running around that house. On paper, it should have been the kind of place you feel safe in forever. But there's a shadow on that house. See, Nana's husband, his name was Victor, was an alcoholic and a very cruel man. I have never been able to call him Grandpa. He doesn't deserve that word. He was abusive to my grandmother and to the kids until the day he died. And he died in that house when I was about 6 years old. From the outside, the place is just normal. A plain little house with faded siding, overgrown shrubs, a broken step on the porch. But inside, it has this heaviness to it. Even as an adult, I always tried to avoid the bedrooms and especially the hallway that leads to them. There's this long, narrow hallway. No windows, just dim light from an old ceiling fixture. Every time I walk down it, I get this overwhelming feeling that someone is right behind me, staring at my back. I am always afraid to turn around. It's like the air thickens halfway down, and something in me just wants to bolt. My last really intense experience there, before I had kids, happened when I was around 15 or 16. I had stayed over at Nana's after a Friday night football game because her house was closer to the school. It was late, I was tired, and it just made sense to crash there instead of making the drive back home. Nana has always been an early riser, the kind who's up before sunrise, shuffling around making coffee and humming to herself. So when I woke up, her bed was already empty. She was somewhere in the house, probably in the kitchen or living room. I got up, grabbed my clothes, and took a shower. I remember thinking I'd get ready, go meet my friends for a bit, then head home. At the very end of that creepy hallway, there's this big old mirror mounted on the wall. It's the best place in the house to put on makeup, so I stood there, in that hallway I hate, doing my hair and eyeliner. I tried to ignore the feeling that I was being watched, because honestly, I'd felt that way in that spot my whole life. I was almost finished when I heard something from the guest room I'd slept in. A scraping sound, like heavy furniture shifting. It sounded exactly like the bed being dragged an inch or two across the floor. The hair on the back of my neck stood up immediately, and deep down, I felt this horrible certainty. I know what this is. Don't look. Just don't look. But of course, I'm stubborn. I shook my head and told myself I was being silly. Old houses make noises, right? Pipes, wood, whatever. Then I heard it again. This time it wasn't just a scrape. It sounded like someone jumping onto the bed. I heard the metal frame on wheels clatter and roll a little, the creak of the box spring, the definite weight of something landing. I froze. Everything in me screamed, "Don't open that door. Don't you dare." But the logical part of my brain was like, "You're being dramatic. Just prove to yourself it's nothing." So I opened the guest room door. The room was still. The bed wasn't moving. There was no one there. No one standing, no one crouching, nothing visible at all. Just quiet. I swear to you, it looked like footprints on the bed. Not perfectly clear, but enough that you could tell where something had pressed down and then lifted off, leaving these lighter spots in the fabric, like the shape of feet had been there a moment before. That was it for me. I packed my things, said a quick goodbye to Nana, and I didn't spend another night there alone again. Daytime visits, sure. Sleepovers by myself? Absolutely not. Fast forward to now. Recently, I've been house-sitting for Nana because she has dementia and can't live there alone anymore. She's in a care facility a couple of towns over, and I've been keeping an eye on the place, checking the mail, making sure the house doesn't just sit completely empty. Sometimes I stay there with my kids. I've got two of them, my son, who's 16, and my daughter, who's 11. They've always known there's weird energy in Nana's house, but I've tried not to load them down with the heavy details. So today, I say today, and I can still feel that sick feeling in my stomach. I was at Nana's house with the kids in the morning, and then I left for work. My shift was from 9 to 1, nothing special. The kids wanted to sleep in, hang out on their phones, just a lazy day. Around late morning, my phone rang. It was my son. He was frantic. He told me, "Mom, there's banging in the kitchen." At first, I thought maybe something fell, or they were just playing around. But he kept talking, and his voice was shaking. He said he'd gone to check the kitchen because he heard cabinets slamming. When he got there, several cabinet doors were wide open. He thought maybe he or his sister had left them open earlier and just forgot, so he closed everything and went back to the den where they were watching TV. Then, a few minutes later, it started again. This time he described it as loud. cabinets banging open and shut repeatedly. He went back into the kitchen and now drawers were pulled open too. Cabinets, drawers, all open. He said at first his brain just kind of stalled. He couldn't make sense of it. He thought, maybe there's a draft? Maybe the house is settling? But then he realized, drawers don't just slide themselves open. While he's telling me this, I can hear the noise through the phone. Dull thuds, sharp bangs, like someone angrily slamming doors. He got off the call because he wanted to record what was happening. Because, of course, that's what kids do these days, right? Document everything. And that's when things moved from the kitchen toward the back of the house, down the hallway. He told me later that he watched the bedroom doors slam shut one after another. And at the very end of the hallway, there's this pantry-style closet with little cabinet doors on top. Those started banging open and closed on their own. The same hallway where I have always felt like something is behind me. My son called me again, full-on panic in his voice. I could hear my daughter in the background, asking what was happening, starting to cry. I took a breath and tried to stay calm for them, even though my own heart was racing. I told him, "Listen to me. Stay with your sister. Don't talk to it. Don't yell at it. Don't try to record anything else. Just stay together, stay in the den, and keep the TV on. I'm coming." I also called my dad, the kid's grandpa, and asked him to get over there right away, just to be with them until I could leave work and drive back. I felt horrible. I was the one who decided it was okay to stay in that house. I was the one who brushed my own experiences aside and told myself everything was fine. They're not kids who scare easily. They're used to me telling them ghost stories and laughing about creepy movies. That day, they weren't laughing. It keeps sticking in my mind that Nana isn't living there anymore. She's in a facility, confused most days, not sure what year it is. And this house that held her and her pain and all those years with Victor, it's just sitting. Empty of her, but not empty. I don't know if this is happening because she's gone and something in the house doesn't like that, or if it's because I tried to convince myself it was all in my imagination, and now it's reminding me it's not. What I do know is that I feel guilty. Guilty that my kids had to experience what I've always felt but never fully told them about. Guilty that I dismissed my own fear for so long. People always ask, was it real? And all I can say is, it was real enough that we don't stay there overnight anymore. Whatever is in that house, it hasn't let go. And after what happened to my kids, I'm finally listening. So, this is one of those stories I usually only tell late at night, when people are already a little spooked. But you asked, so here we go. I still drive past the house sometimes. Haven't been inside since, the early 2000s? My friend's family sold it and moved away ages ago. My friend, let's call him Marco, grew up there. It was a kind of patched-together family. A bunch of half-siblings, all raised by their biker mom, Rita. Leather jacket, bandana, big laugh, soft heart. They were all genuinely good people. The house itself was this old white farmhouse, 2 stories, with a wraparound porch on the front and one side, and a faded red metal roof that popped in the sun. Weird things happened there. A lot of them. They didn't feel evil, exactly. Just off. Strange. Like the house was always paying attention. One of the first things that stuck with me happened when they were redoing the rooms near the garage. They were stripping old wallpaper, like really old, yellowed stuff that looked like it had seen several generations, and under one of the layers, above a couple of door frames, they found this writing. I remember asking Marco, "Hey, what's that?" It looked like some kind of faded script, not English, not anything I recognized. When I asked again later, he told me, very casually, "Yeah, we had a priest come by. Whatever was there rubbed off while they were cleaning, so he came and wrote something new over it and blessed the place." He said it like he was talking about replacing a light bulb. The younger siblings used to complain about stuff getting thrown around the house. I figured they were just messing with each other. Then one afternoon, we were all in the living room when we heard this loud clack, clack, clack in the kitchen, like something hitting the wall. We went in and found 2 plastic pill bottles lying all the way against the far wall, maybe 15 feet from where they were supposed to be. They normally sat in this little wooden organizer by the fridge, way too far for them to have just tipped over. No one had been in there. No windows open. Nothing. We just kind of stared at them, looked at each other, and did that nervous laugh you do when you don't want to admit something's weird. Another time, when Marco's mom was out, we were in the den playing music, loud enough that she would have yelled at us if she'd been home. He had these big old speakers, the kind from the 80s that look like furniture. On top of one of them, there was this big glass jug full of seashells his mom collected from trips down to the coast. We paused the music to go grab snacks. While we were in the kitchen, we heard this sharp, unmistakable crash. Not like something just fell, it sounded like it exploded. We ran back in, and the jug of shells was shattered dead center in the middle of the floor, glass and shells spread out in a circle. Here's the thing. The spot on the floor where it smashed was a good 10 feet away from the speaker it had been sitting on. We looked at each other like, okay, no way that just vibrated off. We decided to test it because we were geniuses. We put a pillow under the other speaker, put a second container of shells up there, and cranked the music as loud as we could. Bass shaking the floor, windows rattling. Nothing. We even tried physically shoving the speaker, and we realized you'd have to hit it pretty hard to launch something that far. It wasn't just a little wobble. Eventually, we swept it all up, tossed the broken glass, and pretended we were totally fine with whatever just happened. We've been riding our bikes in the yard, doing lazy circles in the grass. At one point, Marco said he needed to run inside to use the bathroom. He went in through the side door, and I stayed out front, just coasting near the porch. Maybe 30 seconds after he disappeared inside, I glanced up at the second floor, at his bedroom window. His room had these thin, sheer curtains that let the light through, and I see a figure in the window. Just a shape, tall enough to be a person, standing there, like it was looking out through the curtains. Then, in this quick, deliberate movement, it darted sideways, out of view. Not like a shadow drifting, like someone stepping sharply away from the window. A few seconds later, Marco comes back out from the other side of the house, from the back door. I said, "Dude, what were you doing upstairs?" He frowned and shook his head. "I wasn't upstairs. I just went to the bathroom downstairs." We both kind of froze. We went back inside, went straight up to his room, and checked everywhere. Under the bed, in the closet, behind the door. Nothing. The windows were locked from the inside, but in the corner, behind his dresser, we found a tiny pile of seashells. Just a little cluster of them, like somebody had placed them there deliberately. He didn't even know they were there. The one that really stuck with me, though, the one that still makes my chest tighten a bit when I talk about it, happened one night when I slept over. They put me in the guest room at the end of the hall. Marco was in his bedroom, just down from me. The house got very quiet at night. No traffic nearby, just crickets and the old wood settling. Somewhere in the middle of the night, I woke up to the sound of footsteps in the hallway. Slow, steady steps on the old floorboards. Creak, creak, creak. I figured it was Marco going to the bathroom or grabbing a snack. I didn't even open my eyes at first. The steps stopped right outside my door. Then I heard whispering. 2 voices, low and hushed. I couldn't make out words, just the tones. A boy and a girl, sounding like they were right on the other side of the door. The doorknob turned and the door eased open. I tried to sit up, but I couldn't move, couldn't speak. It was like my body just refused to respond. Two figures walked in. They looked like kids, maybe 10 or 12 years old, a boy and a girl. They weren't solid. There was this hazy, greenish glow around them, like mist lit from inside. Their faces were soft and blurry, but you could still tell they were looking at each other, then at me. They stood near the foot of the bed, whispering to each other in that same low, hurried way, like siblings trying not to wake their parents. Every instinct in me was screaming to yell, to move, to do something, but I was just pinned there. Then, as calmly as they came in, they turned and walked back toward the doorway. I don't remember the door closing. I don't remember drifting off. There's just this blank space after they left. Morning came like nothing had happened. Sunlight through the curtains, birds outside. My door was closed. I went straight to Marco's room. I said, "Did you get up last night?" I heard walking and talking in the hallway. He sat up and rubbed his eyes and said, "Yeah, I heard that too, but it wasn't me. My door handle's busted, remember? If I shut it all the way, I need a butter knife for on the inside." Which was true. I'd seen him do it. If that door clicked shut, he was basically locked in without something flat to jimmy the latch. I told him what I'd seen. The two figures, the greenish haze, the whispering. He went quiet for a minute and then said, "I've heard talking and footsteps in the attic before, like kids. Thought I was imagining it." There were a bunch of other little things over the years, objects not where we left them, doors that we were sure we'd closed standing wide open, cold spots in the hall on hot summer nights. Nothing ever tried to hurt us. It was more like whatever was there wanted to be noticed, or remembered. Now, when I drive past that old farmhouse, someone else's car is in the driveway. Someone else's curtains are in the windows. The porch is repainted. The roof looks newer. But every time I look at that upstairs window, the one that used to be Marco's room, I still half expect to see that shape behind the sheer curtains. And if I'm being really honest with you, a small part of me wonders if those kids, with their whispering and their little piles of seashells, are still wandering that hallway at night, checking on whoever sleeps in the guest room now. So hey, thanks for listening. I'm Mia, and this is about my dad, Tom, and the house I grew up in. My parents had our house built in the late 80s on a piece of land that had been in my mom's family for generations. I'm 31 now, and that house was literally my whole world from the time I came home from the hospital until I moved out at 21. It's the only home I really picture when I think of my childhood. My mom, Elena, got breast cancer really young. She fought it for years. Eventually, she came home on hospice and she passed away in my old bedroom. That was back in 2018, so about 7 years ago now. In all those years I lived there, nothing weird ever happened. No cold spots, no doors slamming, no creepy shadows. Just normal family life. TV in the living room, my mom's cooking, my dad tinkering with his toys in the garage. Now it's just my dad living there. He's 61, retired, and spends his days doing what he loves, fussing with his motorbikes, gardening, watching racing, and hanging out with the grandkids when they come over. He's not the type to dramatize anything. Very it is what it is kind of guy. And then, a couple of months ago, the house started acting strange. The first thing that happened, my dad was sitting on the couch one evening, scrolling on his phone, when he heard this noise from my old bedroom. That room is basically the grandkids' playroom now. I've got 2 kids who keep a whole army of toys there. Blocks, cars, dolls, you name it. He said the sound was exactly like when the kids are there, just absolutely wrecking the place. Toys shuffling, something rolling across the floor. That chaotic, grand kid energy in sound form. He told me he actually called out like, "Hey, you guys still here?" before realizing he was alone in the house. He gets up, walks down the hallway, and the second he steps into my old room, silence. The toys are just sitting there, nothing moved, nothing obviously out of place. Window closed, no TV on, nothing. He's practical, so he shrugs it off. Maybe something settled. Maybe the house creaked weird. Whatever. Then the second thing happens. At the end of the hallway, there's this big framed picture of me as a kid, like 8 years old, missing front teeth, hair in 2 lopsided pigtails. It's been hanging there for, I don't know, over 20 years. Same spot, same nail, never an issue. One afternoon, my dad's in the kitchen making coffee when he hears this loud crash. He hurries over, and that big picture of me is lying face down on the floor. His first thought is totally normal. Well, guess the hook finally gave out. So he checks the wall, thinking he's going to have to replace the nail or the hanger. But the hook is perfectly fine. The wire is fine. Nothing's bent or broken. He picks the frame up, hangs it back on the same hook, and it goes right back into place like nothing happened. And this is not some flimsy little frame. It's big and heavy. It shouldn't just leap off the wall for no reason after 2 decades of being perfectly happy there. He told me that one made the hair on the back of his neck stand up a little. Then we get to the third thing, which is honestly the weirdest to me. My dad usually keeps one of his mountain bikes inside the house while he's working on it. He's been upgrading parts, swapping out the brakes, that kind of thing. He'll lean the bike sideways against one of the dining chairs by the kitchen table so he can grab it easily and work on it. He jumps out of bed, goes to check, probably thinking one of the kids left something on the edge of the counter or whatever. The chair and the bike are both on the floor. But here's the part that bugs me. The chair is on top of the bike. When he set it up, the bike had been leaning against the chair. So for the chair to end up on top, something had to push the bike away from the chair hard enough to take the chair with it and flip it over onto the bike. It's not like the bike could just slowly slide and gently tip the chair. That doesn't match how he found it. He walked me through it like a crime scene, and even just thinking it through with him, it made no sense. When he told me about it, he actually laughed and said, "Guess I finally annoyed your mother. She never liked that bike in the house." And honestly, that sounds exactly like her. She hated clutter and was always telling him, "Tom, the garage exists for a reason." Now, I've always been into paranormal stuff in kind of a fun, curious way. Ghost adventures, those caught-on-camera shows, creepy Reddit threads, all of it. But it's always been something happening to strangers, on TV or online. This is the first time in my life that I'm hearing about something I'd call genuinely unexplainable. Happening to someone I actually know, in my house. It really shook me. I'm more spooked for him than he is for himself. I asked him, "Doesn't this freak you out at all?" And he just went, "Nah, it's either your mom or the house settling. Either way, I'm going back to sleep." He honestly seems fine, calm, almost comforted by the idea it might be my mom. Me, on the other hand, I'm sitting there thinking, do I need to go over there with Sage or something? Should I get cameras? My brain went straight to full investigation mode. Some people I've talked to suggested he might be lonely and making things up to get my attention. But that doesn't fit him at all. My dad's not a dramatic person. He's very straightforward. He's told me many times he has zero interest in getting remarried, that he's happy spending his money on motorbikes and day trips and spoiling the grandkids. I even asked if he wanted a dog, for company, and he said, "Absolutely not, too much work," and laughed. He likes his routine. He likes his space. He doesn't act lonely. He's also only 61. He's not confused. He's not forgetful. He's sharp, still does his own mechanical work, still argues about sports with my brother-in-law. I genuinely don't think he'd make this up, and I don't think he'd misinterpret normal noises 3 separate times like this. People have also brought up the possibility of rodents. Trust me, I asked him specifically about that. He's meticulous. No droppings, no chewed boxes, no scratching in the walls. Nothing that screams mouse problem. And honestly, a mouse isn't going to fling my big childhood photo off the wall. What really sticks with me is that first noise, like kids tossing toys in my old bedroom. Some people suggested maybe there's a child spirit mimicking what my kids do when they're there. Like it replays that energy when the house is empty. And I'm just sitting here like, okay, but why? Why would some random child spirit be in our house? There's no story of a kid dying on the property or anything like that, at least not that we know of. Then there's the other possibility, that it's my mom. And that's where it gets really emotional for me, because I've always hoped for some kind of sign from her. A dream that feels different, a song at just the right moment, something. And up until now, I've felt nothing, just memories. And if it is her, why knock down my picture? Like, Mom, seriously? There are gentler ways to say hi. I don't know. I go back and forth between being totally freaked out and weirdly comforted. On one hand, things being knocked over and photos crashing off walls, that's unsettling. On the other hand, the fact that my dad isn't scared, that he's kind of joking about it, makes it feel less like a horror movie and more like the house is nudging him. Like, hey, I'm still here. I guess that's why I'm talking about it out loud like this. Part of me is hoping someone who studies this sort of thing, or has real experience with it, might hear this and say, yeah, that pattern makes sense, or here's what you can try. Do I go over there and burn sage? Do we set up cameras and see if anything shows up? Do I just accept that some things sit right on the edge of what we can explain and leave it at that? I honestly don't know. What I do know is that my dad is still in that house, still drinking his coffee in the kitchen under that same big picture of me, still working on his bikes, still laughing with my kids when they come over to play with the very toys that, some nights, seem to move without them. And whether it's my mom, some echo of my childhood, the house settling, or something we don't have words for yet, I just really want him to stay safe. And maybe, deep down, I want to believe that love doesn't just disappear. That maybe, sometimes, it knocks a frame off the wall or pushes over a bike to remind you it's still there. So, let me talk to you for a minute. Have you ever just stared at a room and suddenly felt like there was more going on than what your eyes could see? Not in a spooky, something's behind me way, more in a, this can't be all there is kind of way. That's where my mind tends to live. In our everyday reality, we move around in 3 dimensions: length, width, and height. You can picture that classic XYZ graph from school, right? Left and right, up and down, forward and back. That's our playground. Now, we can imagine one-dimensional things, like a single line, or 2-dimensional things, like a flat drawing on a piece of paper. Those are below our level, dimension-wise. We can see them, we can manipulate them, but we can't really step up into our world. A little stick figure we draw stays stuck on the page. Here's where it gets interesting. Mathematically, physicists have been pretty serious for a while about the idea that there are more dimensions than just these 3. Higher dimensions. We can work with them in equations, we can predict things with them, but we can't see them directly. They're kind of like the backstage of reality, present, crucial, but hidden from the audience. And that brings me to ghosts. Think about how ghost stories usually go. They appear in our space, they move things, we see or hear them. They seem stuck in a house or a place, but we can't go wherever they are. We don't step into their world, even if they sometimes slip into ours. Why is that? Why does it seem like the traffic is mostly one way? Now, let's add time to the mix. Einstein talked about space and time as one thing, space-time. Instead of 3 dimensions of space and then this separate ticking clock, it's all woven together. You can think of it as a 4-dimensional fabric. If you could somehow step outside of that, like really step outside, I imagine you'd see every moment laid out at once. Not just your life, but everything. Every second, every tiny shift, all there together. To me, it's like walking into a huge hall filled with shelves, and on each shelf are these little moments, like crystal spheres. Every choice, every heartbeat, every memory is there, not one after the other, but all at once. Time becomes something you can move through like a room, not just something that drags you along. And I think somewhere in that layered structure, between our 3-dimensional experience and whatever comes next, there's a sort of in-between zone. A kind of waiting room between life and what we'd call the afterlife. That's where I imagine ghosts might be. If a 2-dimensional being lived on a piece of paper, we could tap the page, pick it up, fold it, see everything at once. They wouldn't be able to do the same to us. We'd exist outside their comprehension. I think a 4-dimensional being might look at us in a similar way. They could reach down into our reality, step into our time briefly, appear as an apparition, but we could never quite climb up to where they are. So when people talk about hauntings, shadows in the hallway, footsteps when no one's there, the same sound repeating at the same time every night, I wonder if that's what's going on. If you think of reality like an old film strip, time is just what keeps the frames moving in order. But those frames, the past, the present, the future, they might all exist at once. We just experience them one after another, so it feels manageable. And then there's the big question. What happens after all this? If there is an afterlife, I don't picture it as clouds and harps. I imagine it as another level of reality, a 5th dimension, or maybe beyond that, where all timelines, all versions of events, all paths are somehow understood and integrated. A place where awareness is expanded, where your senses aren't limited to this body or this brain, where thought and reality begin to match so that mind equals matter. If you think of something, you experience it. If you feel something deeply, it shapes what's around you. I picture it as the place where whatever you want to call the greater consciousness lives. The source, the universe itself waking up, God, the creator, however you name it. A place where everything that ever was and ever will be is gathered and known, but not in a cold, mechanical way, in a loving, connected way. I think that's where we're meant to go when we die. Our 3-dimensional space and that 4-dimensional space-time fabric feel like scaffolding, temporary supports that hold us in place long enough to grow, learn, and choose who we want to become. Once we've finished whatever we're doing here, I like to believe we slip out of that structure and into something freer, wider, less bound by before and after. From our side, that looks like stepping into unreality, the afterworld. But from that side, maybe it's the most real thing there is. So when I think about ghosts, higher dimensions, and the afterlife, I don't see them as separate topics. I see them as different layers of the same story. We're here, right now, walking around in 3D, anchored in time. Some souls might get stuck between the floors of this cosmic building. Those are the hauntings and echoes people feel. And beyond that, there's a higher level waiting, where everything makes sense in a way we can't quite imagine yet. And honestly, that idea comforts me. because it means that nothing is really lost, just moved. Nothing truly ends, just changes dimension. And one day, when it's our turn, we'll step through that doorway too, and finally see how all of this fits together. So, let me tell you about the time I realized something had basically been following me my whole life. When I was about 5, my parents and I moved into this condo near the beach in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. It was one of those airy, 80s-looking places with big windows and a spiral staircase in the living room. The stairs led up to this loft, maybe 20 feet by 20 feet, kind of like a little open room that looked over everything. On moving day, I remember being so excited. I grabbed this cardboard box full of toys, Barbies, little plastic dinosaurs, all that, and dragged it up the spiral staircase to claim the loft as my secret hideout. The second I stepped off that last stair and onto the carpet up there, it was like walking into a refrigerator, just freezing. And not like, oh, the AC is on. It was a different kind of cold. My chest tightened, and out of nowhere I got this intense, urgent feeling. Leave. Now. I didn't see anything. Nothing moved. But my whole body just panicked. I dropped the box and ran back down the stairs as fast as I could, sobbing. After that, I never went back up there again. Not once. My parents thought I was just being a dramatic little kid. And at that age, I didn't even know what a ghost was. I just knew that space felt wrong. Fast forward to when I'm about 12. We're at dinner one night, and my parents randomly bring up that condo, just casually. And my mom goes, "Yeah, that place was weird." I'm like, "What do you mean weird?" That's when they finally tell me that the whole time we lived there, strange stuff was happening. Every night, almost exactly around 3 a.m., my mom swears it was always a little before 3, our cat would start this eerie, crying sort of meow. Not a normal, feed me sound. More like something between a wail and a scream. Right after that, my parents would hear the sound of high heels walking across the living room floor. Clear as day. Click, click, click. They'd hear them go past the couch, around the coffee table, and right up to the hallway outside their bedroom. My mom thought it was just pipes or the neighbors at first, but it was carpet in there. No one should have sounded like that on carpet. It wasn't just them either. Guests who stayed over had their own stories. My grandma stayed with us once. She told my mom she heard someone walking around the living room late at night, and then, this is the part that freaks me out, she said she felt someone sit down on the edge of her bed. The mattress actually dipped. She thought it was my mom checking on her, until she realized my mom never came in. On one of our last nights in that condo, after months of this, my parents had kind of gotten used to it. You can get used to anything, I guess. They'd hear the heels, the cat, the random noises, and just roll over and go back to sleep. But this one night, they were in bed, half asleep, when suddenly the bathroom door in their room slammed open. Not just creaked, slammed. Hard enough that it hit the stopper. That was the moment it stopped being quirky old building and turned into, okay, we're not alone here. Not long after that, my parents divorced. My mom and I moved to a new house in the suburbs, one of those freshly built neighborhoods with tiny trees and identical houses. Everything was clean and bright and smelled like new paint. On the surface, it was the total opposite of that condo. For a while, it felt normal. Safe. When I was around 6, my dad would stay over some nights and tuck me in. He'd sit on the edge of my bed and wait until I fell asleep, then quietly sneak out and go back to the guest room. He said, "Just going to the bathroom," in this tired voice, and walked out of my room. Here's the weird part. There was a bathroom literally just down the hall from my bedroom, but instead of turning right toward it, I heard his footsteps going down the stairs. That didn't make sense to me, even as a kid. So, of course, I got curious and followed. I padded down the stairs and heard the faint sound of the front door closing. When I reached the bottom, I stopped by the door, confused. Off to my left was this short hallway that led to the downstairs bathroom, maybe 10 or 15 feet away. The bathroom door was open, and it was dark except for a soft glow from the kitchen light behind me. From where I was standing, I could see just inside the bathroom, part of the sink, and a reflection of a framed picture on the wall. I called out, "Dad?" And that's when I heard it. Click, click, click. The distinct sound of high heels walking toward me from that hallway. Now, keep in mind, my parents had never told me about the footsteps in the condo. I didn't know anything about that yet. So my brain didn't go, "Oh, ghost." It just went, "Something is wrong. Something is very, very wrong." Every instinct I had screamed, "Run!" I bolted up the stairs, completely losing it, sobbing so hard I could barely talk. My uncle was staying with us at the time. He heard me and came out of the guest room, asking what happened. When I finally managed to tell him I heard heels walking toward me by the bathroom, he got this look, this flash of real fear, before he caught himself. He knew about the old condo. I didn't know that yet. He knelt down and hugged me and said, Hey, it's okay. Ghosts can't go up the stairs." Later, I realized he just made that up to calm me down. But at the time, I clung to it like it was a rule of the universe. A few other strange things happened in that house, but spread out over the years. When I was about 7, I was playing downstairs while my family was in the kitchen. Our staircase was U-shaped, and one of the walls along it was covered in mirrors going all the way up. From the bottom, you could see the upper flight of stairs, part of the hallway, and the doors to the first couple of bedrooms reflected. My bedroom door was open, light on. I remember glancing up in the mirror and seeing my doorway, bright and empty. I turned back to whatever I was doing, probably playing with some toy on the rug, for maybe 15 seconds. When I looked up again, my room was dark. The door was still open, but the light was off. Everyone was still crowded around the kitchen island. Nobody had gone upstairs. I figured, okay, the bulb blew out. So I shrugged it off and went upstairs to check. I walked into my room, flipped the switch, and the light came right back on. No flicker, no delay, just on. I stood there for a second like, cool, guess the house just turns the lights off for fun now. The last thing that happened in that house was actually kind of funny now, even though it freaked me out then. As a kid, I had these little tics. One of them was making this weird, deliberate voice crack sound. A kind of, squeak I'd do without thinking. One day I was in the shower, just zoning out, and I did it. Immediately, from right behind me, I heard the exact same sound. Same tone, same pitch, same timing. As loud and clear as the water hitting the tub. I whipped around, shampoo in my eyes, absolutely certain someone was in there with me. And of course, there was no one. By the time I hit 17, you'd think I'd be like, yeah, no thanks, I've had enough. But teenagers are stupidly brave and bored, so I went the opposite direction. I started actually looking for haunted places. Naturally, my friends and I decided that was the perfect place to hang out. One night, a big group of us went to explore. We squeezed through a gap in the fence, climbed in through a broken side door, and worked our way down to the basement area where the morgue was. There were rusty gurneys, busted tiles, graffiti everywhere. The whole place smelled like mold and old metal. Because there were so many of us, we felt invincible. Strength in numbers, you know? So we started doing that dumb horror movie thing, yelling into the dark. Show us you're here. We're not scared. Stuff like that. A few seconds after we stopped shouting, we heard this massive bang behind us. It sounded like someone dropped a steel door flat onto the floor, maybe 10 feet away. It was loud enough that it echoed down the hallway. All of us turned at the exact same time. Nobody was there. Nothing had moved. There was nothing near the spot the sound came from that could have just fallen. No loose metal sheet, no door swinging. There was this 2-second pause where we all processed that, and then everyone started running at once. We sprinted back up the stairs and out of the building, hearts pounding, thinking it was over. When we got outside and finally caught our breath, My friend, let's call him Nico, lifted his shirt because he said his back was burning. Right across his skin, from one shoulder blade toward his spine, was this long, red scratch. Fresh. Like something had raked a single claw across him. None of us had seen him bump into anything. There was nothing sticking out of the walls where he'd been standing. It just appeared. You'd think that would have been enough, but a couple months later, we were still hooked on finding creepy places. Someone heard about this old, abandoned state prison a couple hours away. It wasn't enormous, but it was completely cut off, surrounded by overgrown fields and canals. You had to park far away and walk in along this dirt path. By the time you reached it, you couldn't see any houses, no streetlights, nothing. Just this dead concrete building in the middle of nowhere. So, obviously, we went. That night, Nico came again. He had a few drinks before we went in, so he was loose and jokey, but still walking okay. Inside, the air felt heavy, like the whole place had soaked up every bad thing that ever happened there. We were in the main courtyard, shining our flashlights around, peeking into empty cells, just messing around. Nico started wandering away from the group, toward this far corner where the fence met the building. He was still in sight, just a little off to the side. He stopped, turned his head to the left, and just froze. Like a video that paused mid-frame. From where we were, there was a wall blocking our view of whatever he was looking at. After a few seconds, he turned back toward us and said, very calmly, "We should go." We thought he was just being dramatic. We teased him, said, "Oh, did the prison ghost tell you that?" and kept exploring. Eventually, we found this small doorway that led into a low, narrow passageway, maybe 4 feet high, running between the backs of the cells and the outer wall. You had to crouch the whole time. Along the wall, there were these little rectangular openings, maybe 8 by 15 inches, where you could look into each cell like a peephole. We went in single file, crouching and shuffling along, pointing our flashlights through each opening, going deeper and deeper. The further in we went, the more the sounds from outside disappeared. It was just our breathing and our shoes scraping the concrete. At some point, Nico ended up behind us, still checking each opening with his light. We decided we'd go out a different exit and try to jump out at him for a cheap scare. Then, all at once, he whips around and starts moving quickly toward us. Not quite running, but not walking either. When he reaches us, his face is pale. He says, "We need to get out. Now." We're like, "What did you see?" He says, "I'm not joking. I think there's a body in one of those cells." We honestly still thought he was messing with us. Nico wasn't the prank type, but the whole situation felt surreal, and we didn't want to believe him. So we're like, "Okay, well, if you're so freaked out, show us what you saw in the courtyard first." We retraced our steps, climbed back out of the passage, and walked to that corner where he'd frozen earlier. We turned the corner around this little jut of wall, and there he was. A black man, sitting in a chair, right up against the fence, facing straight ahead. Not translucent, not glowing, not anything. He looked solid, real. Just a regular guy, arms resting on his legs, staring. The problem was, there was no car, no boat, no path that didn't involve a long walk through pitch-dark nowhere. We hadn't seen a single sign of another person the entire time. We all stopped. The air felt thick. The man slowly turned his head, looked directly at us, and said, very softly, "Hi." That was it. No threat, no jump scare. Just, "Hi." We absolutely lost it, spun around and bolted. We didn't stop until we were halfway back down the dirt path. My legs were shaking so hard I could barely walk. On the walk back, Nico kept rubbing the side of his neck, saying it burned. We were like, "You probably got bit by a mosquito, chill." Then one of our friends shined his flashlight on Nico's neck and went, dude, what is that?" Wrapped around his throat, like someone had grabbed him from behind, was this red, distinct mark. Not just a patch of irritated skin, a clear line all the way around. Like fingers had been there. None of us joked after that. The rest of the walk was quiet. So yeah, I still don't know what to believe. I'm not someone who jumps at every creak in the house. I don't blame everything on spirits or demons or whatever. But between the woman in heels in 2 different houses, the scratch at the hospital, and the man with the chair and that mark around Nico's neck, let's just say I'm not convinced we're ever really alone.